regime and allegations of favouritism or political support throughout this period, the fact that Madrid have historically been La Liga's biggest spenders, repeatedly setting new world record fees during their Galacticos era, and accusations that Los Blancos supporters can be arrogant and or ungrateful. To be clear, there are no value judgments in this video, or not many at least, nor is there time to assess whether each individual reason why a club is disliked is fair and or reasonable. I am just providing the necessary context for why animosity exists within that country's public perception. Barca, Atletico and Valencia also have their fair share of haters, as do Getafe, who are quite an odd football club and who have frustrated many Spaniards with their supposed anti-football tactics in recent times. Girona, whose rise under the City Football Group's multi-club ownership model was deemed to be artificial and unwelcome. And finally, Athletic Lleida, another club with shades of MK Dons, who I recently made a full documentary about. I recommend watching it, and I suspect that by the end of it, you too will hate them, possibly even more than Real Madrid. Germany. RB Leipzig. This one probably doesn't require too much explanation. German football is revered all over the world for their 50+1 rule and resistance to allowing corporations, billionaires or nation states to seize control of their clubs and local institutions. And RB Leipzig are by far the most egregious affront to German fan culture and those principles. Founded in 2009, (5,260 capacity Blue Chip Arena), and I would like to apologise to them for that pronunciation of their name. There were celebrations among many German fans last season when Leipzig failed to qualify not only for the Champions League but for European football for the first time in 7 years, after finishing 7th in the Bundesliga. Before Leipzig, there was Hoffenheim, a village club who were broadly despised for the same reasons, bankrolled from obscurity to the Bundesliga by local billionaire Dietmar Hopp. And before Hoffenheim, it was Bayer Leverkusen and Wolfsburg, the company clubs of German megacorporations Bayer and Volkswagen, who drew much of that ire. Bayern Munich also tend to rank pretty high on the haterometer as per most polling, as a result of FC Hollywood's antics, hegemonic success particularly during the modern era, and the distorted spending power which allows them to poach the movements, and support for those causes, doesn't always make them universally beloved. Chemnitz have an infamous hooligan group called Huna-Ra, which is short for Hooligans, Nazis, Racists, and when the group's leader died in 2019, Chemnitz held a minute's silence for him. Chief Executive Thomas Fulgig was later forced to resign, and several members of staff were sacked. Nonetheless, RB Leipzig still take the crown, somehow managing to be less popular than literal neo-Nazis. It's an achievement of sorts, I suppose. France. PSG. There were conflicting views when the Qatari state bought PSG in 2011, some of which still persist, as to whether it would make the league more competitive and drag them closer to Europe's four strongest leagues, or whether their spending power would erode all sense of sporting competition within the French game and turn Ligue 1 into a one-team league. You could argue that both things have materialised. PSG are certainly France's strongest performers when it comes to their UEFA coefficients, but there can be no doubts about the second. Unlike RB Leipzig, PSG were a storied and historic club with a fantastic fan base before the billions of Qatari Rials rolled into the Parc de France, but that hasn't stopped them from being hijacked as an economic, cultural, and political sports-washing project, and an intensely disliked one at that. PSG have won all but 2 of the last 13 Ligue 1 titles, having only ever won 2 before the Qataris arrived, which is unsurprising given that they outspend the next highest spending club in Ligue 1 by a ratio of over 4 to 1, and the lowest spenders by a ratio of more than 25 to 1. PSG's wage bill, as per their last set of accounts, was not only by far the highest in all of world football, but it was the same as the next 5 highest spending clubs in Ligue 1 combined, and 40 times the division's lowest spending club. A degree of resentment, therefore, is both righteous and to be expected. Elsewhere, Marseille and Lyon have had their fair share of haters, particularly during their dominance eras. There has sometimes been some ire pointed in the direction of Monaco, who have tasted significant success, with very little grassroots support in a playground for the super rich. And then there is specific hatred between the likes of Lille and Lens, Lyon and Saint-Etienne, and Nantes and Rennes. Belgium. Anderlecht. It's not cut and dry, if you speak to Belgian football fans, which club is definitively the most disliked. Anderlecht and Standard Liège historically have probably led the way, partly due to hooligan elements within their fan base, as well as being big and successful clubs, especially Anderlecht, who are still Belgium's most successful team by some margin, despite not having won the Pro League since 2017. Meanwhile, Club Bruges, who are Belgium's second most successful club, are fairly hated just by virtue of the fact that they have so many rivalries, with the likes of Ghent, Royal Antwerp, and city rivals Cercle Bruges, all considering them to be their biggest, or at least close to their biggest rivals, and Anderlecht and Standard also viewing them as pretty major rivalries. There was a time when Royal Antwerp were perhaps Belgium's most hated club, owing to their infamous reputation for fan violence and bitter rivalries, with the likes of Beerschot, Club Bruges, and Mechelen. For more than a decade outside of the top flight, between 2004 and 2018, somewhat faded their relevance. Antwerp won their first top-flight league title in over 60 years in 2023, but Anderlecht still probably edge it as a result of being the Brussels club in a country with fairly complex political geography, having previously dominated the Belgian game and still being perceived as being arrogant or entitled. They are also, incidentally, the most hated Belgian club among Nottingham Forest supporters, after it came to light that Anderlecht had bribed Spanish referee Emilio Guraseta before Forest's 1984 UEFA Cup semi-final defeat against the Belgians. Portugal. Benfica. A pretty straightforward one. There are 3 football clubs in Portugal who about 90% of people support, and 2 out of the 3 hate Benfica more than anyone else. Portugal's biggest and most successful club, narrowly ahead of Porto, Benfica claims to have over 14 million supporters worldwide, which is greater than the entire population of Portugal, and with 400,000 members, they have traded places with Bayern Munich as the largest and second largest sports clubs in the entire world by membership. Porto and Sporting, the next 2 biggest and best supported clubs in Portugal, whilst having an intense sporting rivalry between themselves, both view Benfica as being their biggest and bitterest rivals. Meanwhile, everyone who doesn't support one of the big 3 tends to dislike all of them, viewing them as being compromised or corrupt, and the Portuguese game more broadly has been rigged against them, especially for clubs in the south. There are also Portuguese minnows who have been unpopular at times, usually as a result of political ties, not necessarily with actual right, just association with divisive figures, and either real or perceived favouritism as a result, such as the complex landscape of Madeiran football, where controversial long-time Madeiran president Alberto João Jardim was often viewed as favouring Maritimo, the club that he supports, before controversially attempting to merge the island's 3 biggest clubs. It is an interesting topic for another video, but for now, it is Benfica who feature for Portugal. Brazil. Flamengo. Whereas other countries have a big 6, a big 3, or sometimes even just a big 1, Brazil has a big 12, better known as the G12 clubs, and in this vast football-obsessed nation, multiple complexities inflect rivalries and historic bad blood between clubs. Nonetheless, the 2 most hated clubs in Brazil are quite comfortably Flamengo and Corinthians. also the two biggest clubs, and therefore the most loved in terms of their fan bases, that leads to accusations of favouritism from national broadcasters or other organisations, and disproportionate coverage of their clubs of fans. Flamengo were already Brazil's biggest club in the 1970s, before they'd won any major national or international competitions, and were less successful than Fluminense in the Campeonato Carioca, by virtue of Rio's state championship being broadcast throughout the whole of Brazil, as opposed to being state-specific, which made Flamengo the most national of Brazil's clubs. Corinthians, meanwhile, are the biggest club in Sao Paulo, which is the largest city and metropolitan area in the whole of South America. You will also find widespread dislike, albeit a bit more isolated, towards the likes of Palmeiras, Atlético Paranaense, and increasingly Botafogo, who won a Libertadores and Brasileiro double in 2024, now under the multi-club ownership regime of American billionaire John Textor, of course. Meanwhile, Brazil have their own Red Bull Cinematic Universe members, Red Bull Bragantino, who aren't especially beloved by virtue of their commercialization and lack of history or support, but who aren't as hated as their German counterparts. The Netherlands. Ajax. Ajax are the biggest and the most successful club in the Netherlands, so their inclusion in this video should come as little surprise. But whereas Juventus and the Lexport Flamengo all have serious competition and narrowly take the crown, Ajax are by far and away the most hated club in the Netherlands. Polling suggests that as many as 39% of Dutch football fans support Ajax, which is pretty wild in a country of 18 million people with a vibrant football culture, but the remaining 61% pretty much all hate them. Ajax obviously has famous rivalries with AZ, PSV, and most notably Feyenoord, but basically every fan base harbours some degree of resentment towards them. That's not just because of Ajax's power and success, it's also tied up in their status as the sole Eredivisie club in the Dutch capital, and you often find a lot of animosity towards capital cities. Whereas in England, for example, where the same animosity towards London certainly exists, but there are so many London clubs that sentiment is never really concentrated on any single one of them, in the Netherlands, it is pretty much all dumped on Ajax. No one's really going after VVA Sparta. Feyenoord, PSV, and arguably Den Haag, due to the reputation of some of their supporters, would probably come next, but they would be a distant second behind Ajax, who are the main rivals of about 7 or 8 clubs, and then would rank second or third for virtually everyone else. Argentina. Boca Juniors. Boca Juniors and River Plate are Argentina's two biggest, most successful, and most hated clubs. They both despise each other in equal measure, but nationally, and indeed continentally, Boca come in for the most fire by virtue of accusations of unfairness or outright cheating, which became especially prevalent during the 2000s. Boca had a brilliant team at the time, but their 4 Libertadores crowns involved numerous contentious decisions, which has left a sour taste in the mouths of many of their opponents. A mutual hatred of Boca, ironically, is one of the few things that actually unites Derby Paulista rivals, Corinthians and Palmeiras. Of course, having Argentina's largest fan base and having been very successful has also put a target on their back. River Plate and Independiente would be next, along with Deportivo Riestra, the smallest club in the Primera Division. The Buenos Aires Minnows have climbed from amateur obscurity to the top flight in barely a decade, drawing criticism for their lack of organic support, their controversial 2017 promotion, and for fielding the YouTuber and streamer known as Spreen in a top-flight league game in 2024, which was viewed as being a disrespectful publicity stunt by many Argentine football fans. The United States. Inter Miami. It's not easy determining the most hated football club in the United States, partly because the country's football culture, in respect of Major League Soccer, is so new, partly because there is very little reliable broad-based polling, and partly because it seems to change on quite a rapid basis. Had I made this video at various stages over the last 10 to 15 years, there would have been times when the likes of New York Red Bulls, LA Galaxy, Seattle Sounders, New York City FC, LAFC, and Austin all could have come out on top. Inter Miami, for example, were only founded in 2018 and only began competing in Major League Soccer in the 2020 season. Like several new expansion teams, Miami have drawn heat for their flashy signings and supposedly plastic image, which is heightened at the Chase Stadium by the biggest signing in MLS history. From their first 4 seasons, in which they finished 19th, 20th, 12th, and 27th in the overall MLS standings, to winning the Supporters' Shield in 2024, following the arrival of Lionel Messi and his old pals Jordi Alba, Sergio Busquets, and Luis Suarez, Miami's rapid transformation has rubbed a lot of other club supporters up the wrong way. Factor in their dubious qualification for the Club World Cup, ahead of MLS Cup winners LA Galaxy, in a clearly manufactured move to insert Lionel Messi into the tournament by FIFA, and Miami very narrowly feature ahead of a whole raft of clubs who are not all that far behind. Mexico. Club America. In yet another case, I make it 7 out of 12 so far, of the country's most popular club also being their most hated, polling by Statista in 2022 found that 32% of Liga MX fans describe themselves as being Club America supporters, which was twice as many as second-place Chivas. Meanwhile, another poll, conducted by the Mexican consulting agency Mitofsky, found that 37.8% of respondents cited America as the club that they disliked the most, putting them well clear of Chivas on 18.8%, Cruz Azul on 6.4%, and Pumas on 2.1%. In addition to having the largest fan base and having won a record 16 Liga MX titles, the fact that Club America have been owned by Televisa, the largest media group in Mexico since the late 1950s, has long led to accusations of favoritism towards the Mexico City Giants. Japan. Urawa Red Diamonds. As in the United States, professional football is still in its infancy in Japan, and various clubs have attracted the most heat on them since the J-League was founded in 1992. Also, as in the US, and in fact to an even greater extent, no one team has totally dominated Japanese football. Tokyo Verde, formerly Yomiuri Football Club, were once Japan's most resented team, owing to their association with the Yomiuri Publishing Group, hence their name, who also owned Japan's biggest and most successful baseball team, the Giants, but that cooled off with a change of name and of ownership, along with a lack of success. Similar attention has been put on Kashima Antlers and their funding in the past, as the J-League's most successful club. Meanwhile, Yokohama F. Marinos are jointly owned by Nissan and the City Football Group. Urawa Red Diamonds, though perhaps more hated a decade ago, still take the thorned crown for now, though, by virtue of their large and at times obnoxious fan base. The Mitsubishi-owned J-League Giants are infamous for their right-wing and ultranationalist ultras, who have sometimes sullied the fine name of Japanese football as a whole. Urawa Reds fans have previously displayed the Rising Sun flag, which is synonymous with Japan's imperial-era aggression and war crimes, sung anti-Korean chants, and racially abused players. In 2014, supporters unveiled a banner which read, "Japanese only," reportedly directed at forward Tadanari Lee, who, despite being born in Japan and being a full Japanese international, is the child of third-generation Korean parents. Pretty wild. Urawa Red Diamonds were forced to play their next home game behind closed doors. Croatia. Dinamo Zagreb. Dinamo Zagreb are the biggest and most successful club in Croatian football, but the reason why they are so widely resented is a little bit more complex than that. For more than a decade, convicted criminal Zdravko Mamic ran the club like his own personal fiefdom, becoming not just the most powerful person at Dinamo, but in all of Croatian football. Then there is Dinamo's ultras, the Bad Blue Boys, who have a history not only of hooliganism and violence, but also of Croatian ultranationalism and far-right extremism. Bit of a theme emerging here. Their headquarters were decorated with graffiti dedicated to Ante Pavelic and Adolf Hitler in 2018, just because I know that some people think that the term far-right can be overused, and BBB members have also sung a Stasi chants in the recent past. There are lots of complexities to lots of these inclusions, it should be said, but I have made an entire video about Dinamo, should any of you be interested in more detail. Hajduk Split, NK Osijek, HNK Rijeka, and even Slaven Belupo also have had their fair share of haters, but Dinamo, who have won a record 25 league titles, 17 Croatian Cups and 8 Croatian Super Cups, undoubtedly reign supreme, both in terms of trophies and being despised. Poland. Legia Warsaw. The most heated rivalry in Polish football is the Krakow Derby, also known as the Holy War, between Wisła and Cracovia. Meanwhile, Rock have an impressive number of haters for a club that hasn't won an Ekstraklasa title since the late 1980s. Legia Warsaw have a perfect cocktail of hate though. They are, albeit only very narrowly, Poland's most successful club with 15 Ekstraklasa titles. They attract a lot of anti-capital or anti-Warsaw sentiment, putting them in direct opposition with pretty much all of the Silesian clubs, including Rokozo themselves. They have notorious ultras, and to top it all off, Legia were the official club of the Polish army during the communist era, which allowed them to benefit from military conscription of footballers. Denmark. Brøndby. Denmark's two biggest clubs, Brøndby and FC Copenhagen, contest the bitter new firm or Copenhagen derby, but they're not just hated by each other. Brøndby were founded through a merger in the mid-1960s, before becoming Denmark's strongest club from the mid-80s through to the start of the 2000s, but developing a reputation for occasional hooliganism. Just last month, a Brøndby fan was arrested in Reykjavik after violence broke out in the Icelandic capital in light of Vikingur Reykjavik beating Brøndby 3-0. Brøndby overturned the tie in the home leg, winning 4-3 on aggregate before they were knocked out of the Conference League playoffs by Strasbourg. FC Copenhagen, meanwhile, was only formally founded in its current guise in 1992, but under the corporate management structure of Parken Sport and Entertainment, they have become Denmark's most successful club, winning a record 16 Danish Superliga titles. Since their foundation, Copenhagen have also been by far the biggest spenders in Danish football, leading to criticisms of them being a money club, though it is also worth noting that they have brought in the most money via player sales and, like all Danish clubs, they have had a positive net spend during that time. A special mention must go to FC Midtjylland, formerly owned by Brentford boss Matthew Benham, and now Danish billionaire Anders Holk Poulsen, who have also won 4 Super League titles in a little over 10 years, with average attendances below 10,000. Both Midtjylland and, to an even greater extent, FC Nordsjælland have been brilliantly run, but that hasn't stopped them from attracting their fair share of detractors as new upstarts powered by wealthy and or highly capable owners. Sweden. ICA. 3 of Sweden's biggest clubs, ICA, Djurgården and Hammarby, are all located in Stockholm County, and they all despise each other. Meanwhile, Helsingborg and Malmö hate each other, Gothenburg and Gais hate each other, and Häcken and Gothenburg also hate each other. It's beautiful to see, it really is. But a hatred that unites more clubs than any other is probably ICA. Djurgården, Hammarby and Gothenburg all despise them. They are arguably Norrköping's biggest rivals, and pretty much everyone else considers them to be arrogant, as well as having a lingering historical reputation for racism, despite now being one of the most popular clubs in Sweden among immigrant populations. There is basically only Brommapojkarna who no one hates, but also barely anyone supports. Turkey. Istanbul Başakşehir. Of course, Istanbul giants Galatasaray, Beşiktaş and Fenerbahce all hate each other, and Trabzonspor hates all 3 of them, especially Fenerbahce, but if there is one thing that almost all Turkish football fans can agree upon, it is that no one likes Istanbul Başakşehir. I made an entire video about Başakşehir and why they are so disliked in Turkey a few years ago, but long story short, the club is the brainchild of Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan and his ruling Justice and Development Party. They were founded, as they currently exist, in only 2014, receiving intense investment and even winning the Super League title in 2020, following 2 runners-up medals, despite having virtually no fans. Başakşehir moved into the 17,156 capacity Başakşehir Fatih Terim Stadium in 2014, but despite challenging at the top end of the Turkish game for a number of years now, over a decade, they still average less than 2,500 fans at their home games last season. Also, I titled my video about them Istanbul Başakşehir, the world's most hated champions, so I would be exposing myself as a total fraud now if I didn't pick them. Russia. Zenit St. Petersburg. There are social, cultural, political, economic and historic reasons why CSK Moscow, Dynamo Moscow, Anzi Makhachkala and Akhmat Grozny have all drawn the ire of many Russians over the years, and it is worth noting, who I've also made an entire video about, no longer exist, but there can be little doubt that Zenit St. Petersburg are currently the country's country's most hated club. Basically, there are lots of reasons to dislike Zenit. The club was taken over by Gazprom in 2005, Russia's majority state-owned energy giant, at which point Zenit had only ever won one Soviet top league or Russian Premier League title. Since then, they have won 10 of them, and they had gone 6 in a row before Krasnodar won their title last season. Over the last 20 years, Zenit have spent over €800 million on transfer fees alone, whilst no other Russian Premier League club has spent more than €500 million, as well as maintaining the highest wage bill in the division. Big-name Zenit signings over the years have included the likes of Axel Witsel, Hulk, Claudio Marchisio and Malcolm, and the spending has continued even since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, most notably on South Americans now, due to Gazprom being fairly well insulated from the impact of Western sanctions, at least compared to some other owners. Aside from their spending power and state support, Zenit's ultras have also been involved in more high-profile instances of racist abuse than just about any other club, and their supporters group Landskrona infamously wrote to the club requesting that they ban or exclude black and gay players from representing them within months of Hulk and Witzel's arrivals. But other than that, they're pretty popular. Austria. Red Bull Salzburg. The last of the first 20 countries to feature in part 1 of this series, Red Bull Salzburg are probably the most hated club in Austrian football, but it is nowhere near as cut and dry as it is with RB Leipzig in Germany. Maybe that's because Red Bull are an Austrian company, so the perception of them is inflected with a degree of national pride, but more likely, from my experience, it is because there is a view among many Austrians that Red Bull Salzburg have raised the standard of the Austrian game, forcing other clubs to professionalise and improve, as well as providing the national team with some of their best players, which has earned them a certain amount of credit in the bank. In German football, by contrast, RB Leipzig are deemed as being pretty much an exclusively malignant force. Make no mistake, though, there are still plenty of Red Bull haters in Austria too. Unlike in Germany, where Red Bull rebranded an obscure lower league club, in Austria, they bought SV Austria Salzburg, who were 3-time Austrian Bundesliga title winners during the 1990s, and even reached the UEFA Cup final, where they faced Inter Milan in 1994. Nonetheless, Red Bull effectively disregarded all of that history, until they were forced to recognise it, whilst making Salzburg the overwhelming dominant force within the Austrian game. Between the 2006-07 and 2022-23 seasons, Salzburg won 14 out of a possible 17 Austrian Bundesliga titles, including a run of 10 straight titles, some of them by enormous points margins. Red Bull, of course, outspent everyone else, making Salzburg an integral part of their multi-club ownership model, in addition to operating second-tier FC Liefering as a farm team for their own prospects. Salzburg's run of 10 straight titles came to an end in the 2023-24 season, with Sturm Graz winning back-to-back Austrian Bundesligas, and, as is becoming a bit of a theme, I have made a whole video about them and their recent demise, which critics described as being masterful, enthralling, and well worth watching straight after this if you've got the time. Lask, Admira Wacker, and Rapid Vienna are probably Austria's next most hated clubs, but despite a complex story overall, Red Bull Salzburg retain top spots. So that is it for the most hated clubs from the 20 leading football countries, and I should clarify that is not my view of the top 20 domestic leagues for any angry Czechs, Saudis or Australians who might happen to be watching, but you'll just have to hit the like button if you want a part 2. I don't make the rules. Actually, I quite literally do on this occasion. That's not really the point. Thank you all very much, as ever, for watching. Hit the like button if you enjoyed today's video. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. And, of course, make sure that, like Rihanna, you are subscribed and have notifications turned on for this channel. And also my second channel, Alfie.Armour, both of which should be about to appear on your screens now, along with a couple of videos that you might enjoy watching after this one. I can't promise anything, but you might. You can also find me on various social media platforms, typically via the username @HITC7s, though not on TikTok, that is someone pretending to be me. And also, you can support me additionally these days, should you wish to do so, and be financially capable, either via the Alfie.Armour YouTube channel, where you can become a channel member, or even better still, via buymeacoffee.com/Alfie.Armour, where you can also become a channel member, but Google don't keep the that's all from me. I hope that you all have a sensational week and month. Why not? I'll see you all next time. Take care out there. I love you. Cheers. It's just 4 months since Aston Villa came within a point of qualifying for the Champions League. Following 8 wins from the last 10 matches, which was the most of any Premier League team, Villa only missed out on 5th place to Newcastle on goal difference on the final day of the season. Villa have only played 5 Premier League matches since then, yet the mood at Villa Park has shifted dramatically during that time. In April, Villa went toe-to-toe with the best team in Europe in a Champions League quarter-final, beating them at home and very nearly teeing up a semi-final tie against Arsenal. 5 months on, they are in the Premier League relegation zone without a win from their opening 5 games and having scored the fewest number of goals of any team in the entire Football League pyramid. These were the nominees for Villa's August Goal of the Month competition. There weren't any nominees. They didn't score any goals. They also didn't nominate the sound of someone farting to a black background. That was artistic license on my part, admittedly, but you get the general idea. They've only scored 3 goals since then, 1 in the Europa League against Bologna, 1 in the League Cup third round away at Brentford, in a tie that they went on to lose, and 1 away at newly promoted Sunderland, who had been reduced to 10 men at 0-0 in the 33rd minute, in a game which ended 1-1. What makes Villa's wretched start even more abysmal is the fact that, on paper, they had a pretty generous run of fixtures in order to kickstart their campaign. They hosted a strikerless Newcastle team in transfer and Alexander Isak-related disarray on the opening day, which was probably the perfect time to play them, followed by a depleted Brentford team stripped of some of their best players and long-term manager, a winless Palace team who'd also endured a fairly challenging window, relegation-threatened Everton, and newly promoted Championship playoff final winners Sunderland. In over an hour of football against a promoted club who were a man down, Villa created and expected goals of 0.78 at the Stadium of Light, whereas 10-man Sunderland's was 1.04. It is still early days this season, of course, but for a team that has enjoyed pretty much seamless progress since billionaire business partners Nassef Saveras and Wes Edens bought the club in 2018, and even more so since Unai Emery was appointed in 2022, it is a shocking regression that few people anticipated during pre-season. So just what on earth is going on at Aston Villa? Who is to blame? And could Villa really go from the Champions League to the Championship in a single season? Well, that's what today's video is all about, and I promise you, I won't just repeat the name Marco Bizzo like a malfunctioning Unai Emery for the next 30 minutes. So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey to Aston, an area of inner Birmingham which gives its name to both a football club and a university, but not, I repeat, not to Aston Martin, which takes the Aston in its name from the Aston Hill climb in Buckinghamshire. I'm sure glad that we cleared that one up, as we take a look at the rise, fall, rise, and what is starting to feel worryingly like a fall again at Aston Villa, why Unai Emery's players no longer appear to be playing for one of the world's most highly regarded managers, and, ultimately, whether Villa's current strife represents a mere blip or the potentially catastrophic undoing of 7 years of sensational progress. Among other things, Aston Villa occupy a bit of a strange status within English football. They are, by most metrics, the biggest club from the second biggest city in England and the 7th most successful in English football as a whole. The so-called Big Six or Rich Six are the only teams who have won more, and even then, Villa have won more top-flight league titles than either Tottenham or Chelsea, and, unlike Tottenham and Arsenal, they have won the Champions League, or the European Cup, as it was when Villa beat Bayern Munich 1-0 in the final in Rotterdam, back in 1982. Based upon the fundamentals, then, Villa probably ought to be a super club. In reality, the revenue gap between themselves and even the lowest revenue-generating Big Six club, namely Chelsea, is almost as great as the gap between Villa and the average League Two team. Villa finished as runners-up in the inaugural Premier League campaign in 1992-93, and they won the League Cup in 2 out of the next 3 seasons, but that was followed by a couple of close shaves with relegation in the early to mid-2000s. In 2006, American businessman Randy Lerner bought Villa and appointed Martin O'Neill as manager, and in the last 3 out of his 4 seasons in charge of Villa Park, Villa consistently knocked on the door of Champions League football without ever quite managing to break it down. O'Neill's unexpected resignation signalled a major regression, and the second half of Randy Lerner's decade of ownership, as Villa cycled through the likes of Alex McLeish, Paul Lambert and Tim Sherwood, was a pretty miserable affair. It culminated in relegation in 2016, and relegation in some style, it must be said. The combined talent of Tim Sherwood and Remy Gard, and that is to say none, fused with the sales of Villa's 2 best players and inspired signings like Julian Lescott and Mika Richards, conspired to create one of the worst Premier League teams of all time. Villa went bottom after 10 games and stayed there all season, winning 3 games and 17 points in total, conceding 76 goals and only scoring 27. The bad news was that Villa were relegated for the first time during the Premier League era, but the good news was that Julian Lescott had his eyes on a lovely new motor, tweeting out this photograph of a Mercedes-Benz shortly after a 6-0 defeat against Liverpool. You still think that's bad news, aren't you? It's only bad news, irrelevant news. Yeah, that's not a phrase though, is it? I couldn't come out and go, oh, I've got some bad news and some irrelevant news. Randy Lerner, and that is his real name, I'm not just referring to someone who was studying how to become aroused, sold up in 2016 after losing his arse on Villa, but Villa fans who thought that their problems would end there were in for a rude awakening. Whether things got worse, initially at least, is perhaps up for debate, but they certainly got a whole lot weirder. Little known, and indeed physically just quite little, Chinese businessman Tony Gia bought the club for a reported £76 million, appointing himself as club chairman. Gia's time at Villa was marked by intense spending and prolific tweeting, as Gia maintained what could only be described as a large digital footprint. Certainly much larger than his own diminutive frame and, one can only assume, actual footprint. Unfortunately, big-name signings like Ross McCormack, Jonathan Kodja, Scott Hogan, and Aaron Chibola all proved to be very expensive mistakes, causing Villa to finish 13th with one of the most expensively assembled and highest paid squads that the Championship has ever seen. Meanwhile, Gia's unusual Twitter posts included cryptic quasi-mathematical transfer hints, like he was Taylor Swift leaving behind mysterious Easter eggs about his next album for confused Villa fans to try and solve, beefing with Ian Holloway's pre-season predictions, promising Champions League football in less than 5 years, and wishing prolific child sex abuser and necrophiliac Jimmy Savile a happy birthday, uncle. The word prolific can really go one of 2 ways as an adjective, can't it? Goal scoring, good. A blood donor, even better. A child sex abuser and necrophiliac, much less admirable. In my opinion, anyway. In fairness to Gia, I don't think that he was aware of Savile or of his crimes. He was just tricked by a fiendish Twitter user named @ThisIsPriest into committing an embarrassing online social faux pas, unlike, of course, who all knew full well and still lobbied for him to be knighted. Following Villa's failure to win promotion in Gia's first season, everything unravelled in his second. On the pitch, Villa reached the playoff final, where they lost against Fulham, but off it, supposedly due to difficulties moving money from China to the United Kingdom, a £4 million unpaid tax bill very nearly saw the club issued with a winding-up order and facing the genuine prospect of being liquidated. It was at this stage that NSWE stepped in and bought the club. Not to be confused with NSFW, which is what you now need age verification to view in the United Kingdom. NSWE was the original name for billionaire sports bros Wes Edens and Nassef Severitis Holding Company, which bought Villa, and which has since been renamed V Sports. It's not exactly clear what the V stands for, but I choose to believe that it's Very. Very Sports also invested heavily in Villa, but much more effectively, and without the unpaid tax bills or birthday messages for Jimmy Savile. In their first season, very sexy Bruce with Villa sat 12th, and appointed Dean Smith, who oversaw a quite miraculous rise at the Championship table, culminating in himself and his captain Jack Grealish holding the playoff final trophy at the end of the season. I have made an entire video about Villa's rise, should you be interested, and you should because it's very interesting, but the subject of today's video is their recent demise, so all of this is just setting the scene. Well, that in Jimmy Savile Jones. Basically, where other promoted clubs have fallen by the wayside in recent years, Villa, through a combination of major investments, ruthlessness, and a slice of good fortune on occasion, not only survived, but thrived in the Premier League. Dean Smith and Steven Gerrard oversaw the survival part, albeit that might not have lasted long under Gerrard. Meanwhile, Unai Emery has been the principal instigator of the thriving. A major coup by Villa early in the 2022-23 season. The club were 15th when Steven Gerrard was sacked. Meanwhile, Unai Emery had recently won his 4th Europa League crown with Villarreal and had turned down the opportunity to join Newcastle. He accepted Villa's advances, but on one condition. He could run the club like his own personal fiefdom. In an era of head coaches who lay out cones for training sessions and give motivational speeches about light bulbs, or something, Emery is an old-school English manager, in the sense that he exercises an enormous amount of control over the club's operations from top to bottom. Not in the sense that he thinks XG is woke, or has an inexplicable hatred for Paul Pogba. Emery guided Villa from a relegation scrap to Conference League qualification in his debut campaign, Champions League football in his second, and the Europa League in his third. Over the last 3 seasons, only Man City, Arsenal, Liverpool and Newcastle have won more points than Villa, and Newcastle only by 2 points prior to the start of this season, and that includes the disastrous end of Steven Gerrard's tenure. It is a remarkable set of achievements, but they are achievements which have been achieved, primarily, by players that Unai Emery inherited at Villa Park. Villa's star men under Emery, Ollie Watkins, Emi Martinez, John McGinn, were all at the club before he arrived, and whilst his ability to bring the best out of them, something that Steven Gerrard was very clearly failing to do, deserves immense credit, failure to regenerate and refresh the squad isn't a new problem. It's just one which has become a much bigger talking point in light of Villa's terrible start to the season. 9 of Villa's starting 11 against Sunderland last week were at the club when Unai Emery arrived. No other Premier League team had more starters who had been at the club for 3 years or more. That's partly because the players Emery inherited have done such a good job for him, and Villa have fought tooth and nail to keep hold of most of them, but it's also because Villa have consistently failed to strengthen their first team through recruitment. In Emery's first summer in charge, Villa appointed experienced Spaniard Monchi as their sporting director. Though Emery played a pivotal role in Monchi's appointment, having worked alongside him at Sevilla, Villa's first choice was actually Barcelona's soon-to-depart sporting director, Mathieu Alemán. A divisive figure, Monchi undoubtedly oversaw some outstanding recruitment during his first 17 years as sporting director at Sevilla, from 2000 to 2017. When Sevilla first appointed Emery in 2013, fresh off the back of his failed stint managing in Russia, the Basque tactician didn't hold all the cards. Within that relationship, Monchi was top dog, wielding enormous control at Sevilla, especially in terms of recruitment, whereas Emery was tasked principally, especially at the start, with maximising the talent of the players that he was given. He did a very good job at that, as he has done at most clubs, and it proved to be a very fruitful partnership. Emery left Sevilla in 2016 to join PSG, meanwhile Monchi departed with an elite reputation in 2017. Despite links with the likes of Man United, Real Madrid, Barcelona and Emery's new club PSG, Monchi ultimately accepted an offer from Roma, citing the degree of control that the Italians promised him as his primary justification. In his own words, quote, "It allowed me to continue being Monchi and to work as I've always done." End quote. In his first job outside of Andalusia, though, Monchi was a disaster. In just shy of 2 years at Roma, he oversaw a major squad overhaul, and the likes of Mohamed Salah, Antonio Rudiger and Alisson Becker departed, and Patrick Schick, Steven Nzonzi, and Javier Pastore were brought in. Over €250 million was spent, but Roma fell from Serie A runners-up and 4 points off the title the season before he was appointed, to 6th place and 24 points off the title in the season that he departed. If you wanted to be uber generous, anyone would have struggled to replace some of Roma's departures, but Monchi oversaw a particularly poor transition, with many Roma supporters accusing him of setting the club back the best part of a decade and holding him responsible for their financial difficulties and ongoing FFP restrictions to this day. Following his Roma exit, Monchi rejoined Sevilla, where he helped return the club to the Champions League, but not without significant cost. Monchi oversaw unprecedented levels of spending at Sevilla, in direct contrast with his strategy of developing homegrown and undervalued young players in his first 17 years of the club. His first summer heralded almost €200 million of investment, some of which, such as Ronnie Lopez, Munis de Boer, and the very highly paid Chicharito, proved to be badly misjudged. Though Monchi is still very highly thought of at Sevilla due to the huge role that he played in their initial rise, he is also held liable by some Sevistas for their subsequent financial plight, not dissimilar to Roma's. In Monchi's final season at Sevilla, the club fell from 4th to 12th place, and though a Europa League crown papered over some of the cracks of the club's worst league campaign in over 20 years, in the same summer that Monchi left Sevilla for a second time in order to be reunited with Unai Emery at Aston Villa, Sevilla announced that they had debts totaling €90 million and put their entire first-team squad up for sale. In the 2 seasons since then, Sevilla, the kings of the Europa League, have finished 14th and 17th, only avoiding relegation by a single point last season. Sevilla are still under the strictest spending limits in all of La Liga, which is a reflection of the club's ongoing financial crisis, as a hangover from dubious spending, much of it sanctioned by Monchi. It's difficult not to draw some parallels between Roma and Sevilla's regulatory headaches following unwise spending on Monchi's watch, and Aston Villa's current difficulties relating to PSR, though there are some important nuances that must be taken into account. Villa's regulatory woes, for example, somewhat predate Monchi and even Emery's arrivals, or at the very least have most likely already become inevitable further down the line. Villa have only made a profit once over the last 10 years, and that was less than £1 million in the 2021-22 season, in which they sold Jack Grealish to Man City for a British record transfer fee. Some of the club's most reckless financial decisions, like paying a reported £25 million for Danny Ings, plus a reported £125,000 a week in wages, forking out a club record £38 million on the underwhelming Emi Buendia, and, perhaps most notably, signing a washed-up Philip Coutinho for a reported €20 million, on a 4-year deal reported to be worth more than £25 million, all predated Emery and Monchi's arrivals. In fact, since Monchi arrived, Villa have basically been forced to balance the books in terms of player trading, with a net spend of less than £10 million, constituting among the lowest in the Premier League. I saw the journalist Rory Smith, whose work I've often enjoyed, so this isn't a personal or specific thing, stating that Villa had, quote, spent an absolute fortune on a recent episode of the BBC's Monday Night Club podcast, in which he claimed that Villa had spent, quote, colossal sums more than Bayern Munich, AC Milan, and Inter Milan.
They've spent an absolute fortune. They've spent way more money than most teams in Europe. They've spent colossal sums more than Bayern Munich and AC Milan and Inter Milan and all these other sides.
Now, what constitutes an absolute fortune is subjective, I suppose, so that's fair game. Villa have certainly kept themselves busy in the transfer market prior to this season, but I'm not sure where the idea that they have spent colossal sums more than Bayern Munich and AC Milan comes from. Inter Milan, solely on transfer fees, where they spend very little, fair enough, but then again, Brentford, Burnley and Leeds have all also spent more than them over the last, say, 3 or 4 seasons. And even then, Villa actually have a lower net spend. AC Milan, meanwhile, have a higher spend and net spend over pretty much any time frame, insofar as I can make out. And as for Bayern Munich, there is really no comparison. Bayern have a higher transfer expenditure and net spend than Villa, both since Emery and Monchi's appointments, and even their wage bill of €430 million is nearly 50% higher than Villa's and higher than all but 2 Premier League clubs. The only way in which Villa could be described as paying colossal sums more than Bayern Munich, AC Milan and Inter Milan is relative to their revenue, as we will come on to, but I don't think that there is even the vaguest hint that that's what Smith was alluding to. So I think that's a bit of a misconception, specifically in terms of recent transfer expenditure and certainly net spend, which it felt right to touch upon in case it may be widespread. Nonetheless, over £300 million has still been spent in a little over 2 years, with frighteningly little to show for it. Moussa Diaby came and went in a single season, albeit at no great financial cost. Amadou Onana and Ian Matson have failed to justify their combined fees, reported to be in excess of €100 million. And Donyell Marlin arrived for big money and on big wages, but in over 8 months at Villa Park, he has played fewer than 450 minutes, or 5 full 90-minute matches, of Premier League football. Marlin supposedly joined Villa in order to play Champions League football, yet he wasn't even named in Unai Emery's squad for the tournament's knockout stages last season. That was because of the later January arrivals of Axel Disasi on loan from Chelsea and forwards Marcus Rashford and Marco Asensio on loan from Manchester United and PSG, with UEFA only allowing 3 new players to be registered following the January window, with Emery picking those 3 ahead of him. In truth, had Villa known that they would get late deals done for both Rashford and Asensio, it seems unlikely that they would have splashed out, given some of their financial headaches on Marlon, and this has been a persistent problem in recent windows. PSR has become a comforting excuse for bad recruitment and inactivity in a lot of clubs. Even West Ham invoke it, despite being in absolutely no regulatory trouble whatsoever, but it has certainly impacted Villa's business, particularly in the window just gone. Because Villa are cautiously attempting to balance the books, it means that they can't proactively make significant moves in the transfer markets. This summer, for example, it was reported that Villa were open to offers for the likes of Emi Martinez, Luca Dean, and, albeit reluctantly, perhaps even the likes of Watkins and Kamara before the latter signed a new deal, because they were desperately in need of at least one big sale. In the end, despite Martinez most notably waving goodbye to supporters, and bidding farewell to his teammates in the hope of an ultimately collapsed move to Manchester United, Villa never received what they considered to be reasonable offers for any of those players. Jacob Ramsey became the fall guy, since Villa still needed that big sale, joining arguably Villa's biggest rivals in terms of disrupting the Big Six, Newcastle, for a reported £40 million fee. Ramsey's sale could be booked as pure profit, as a homegrown academy graduate, a regulatory manoeuvre that we have seen repeatedly deployed by the likes of Chelsea, Liverpool, and indeed Villa themselves. But unlike Villa's other potential departees, Ramsey wasn't reported to be on especially high wages. It's no secret that Villa's wage bill is almost as chunky as Big John's Chinese takeaway order. In the club's last set of fully published accounts for the 2023-24 season, Villa's wage bill stood at £252 million, the 6th highest wage bill in the Premier League, above Spurs, despite Villa having almost half Tottenham's revenue. What that means, or meant at least, is that Villa spent 91% of their turnover on wages in the 2023-24 season, which was the highest figure in the Premier League. Fellow PSR strugglers Nottingham Forest spent the next most, at 88%. Meanwhile, Villa's Big Six disrupting rivals Newcastle spent just 68%, and the Big Six's lowest spenders Tottenham spent less than half as much of their revenue on wages, with a division-low 42% wage to turnover percentage. This helps to explain why, despite balancing the books in terms of player trading under Monchi and having a pretty low net spend under Unai Emery overall, Villa have still posted pre-tax losses of £85.9 and £120.3 million over the last 2 seasons, and operating losses of close to £300 million during that time. Over the last 3 years as a whole, up to 2023-24, Villa lost £206 million, only avoiding a PSR breach by £12 million as a result of a whopping £90 million of allowable deductions. Villa are big spenders on youth development, £20 million annually in their last accounts, which constituted over half of their deductions. Last season's calculations will likely have been even tighter still, with the 2021-22 season, in which Villa sold Jack Grealish and posted a tiny profit, falling out of the 3-year monitoring period, and replaced by the 2024-25 campaign. That was reflected in the sales of Jean Duran, Moussa Diaby, Douglas Luiz, and a handful of academy graduates, as Villa raised a club record £225 million in player sales, as they desperately sought to avoid sanctions. They also spent almost £190 million last season, though, both increasing the club's ongoing amortisation costs and meaning that the club's burdensome wage bill is not only unlikely to have fallen to any notable extent, but is actually expected to have risen slightly due to various contract extensions and bonus payments. What's more, whilst Villa has so far avoided any sanctions or fines for breaching the Premier League spending regulations, they have had no such luck with UEFA. In July, Villa were fined €11 million or £9.5 million for breaching both UEFA's squad cost control ratios and football earnings rules, along with Chelsea, who were fined £27 million. The danger for Villa, who made no mention of UEFA's spending and loss limits in their last set of accounts, is that UEFA's punishments become increasingly draconian with every breach. Whereas first-time offences are met with fines, which are often deemed to be quite lenient, future breaches guarantee much stricter fines and can carry sporting as well as financial penalties. Part of the problem for Villa is that, again, unlike the Premier League, UEFA took a fairly dim view of some of the club's so-called PSR transfers, with fellow PSR trouble clubs like Chelsea, Everton and Newcastle. The good news for Villa, on that front at least, is that they might not be in Europe next season, though that is of course bad news from pretty much every other perspective. In Jacob Ramsey, Villa not only lost a popular member of the squad among teammates and supporters, as Abrami, who was born 3 miles from Villa Park,
And they paid
who was one of
$3.
the youngest and most energetic starters in an aging and stagnating squad, while earning a modest salary in relative terms. They also lost someone, unlike Martinez, Rodgers and Watkins, according to some reports, who didn't want to leave and, to quite plainly in my view, their biggest direct rivals. What's more, Ramsey left fairly late on in the window, after the first game of the season, against Newcastle, which meant that Villa couldn't use the proceeds from his sale to get any early business done. Evan Gessan, signed for €30 million from Nice, was the only player
What shot was that? What the?
Meanwhile, Unai Emery's 34-year-old
Of all the shots he could have taken, he takes that
was
one?
brought in for a nominal fee from fellow French outfit Brest as a replacement for backup goalkeeper Robin Olsen. Centre-back Victor Lindelof arrived on a free transfer from Manchester United, and both Jadon Sancho and Harvey Elliott were signed on loan. Elliott's loan deal contains an obligation for Villa to make the deal a permanent one at the end of this season for a reported £35 million, structured in that way for PSR.
Oh, shoot it. Oh.
You took a shot every time that I said PSR in this video. Chances are you would have scored more goals this season than Villa. It must be said, despite missing out on Champions League qualification on goal difference,
I'm at least trying to get this 2-0.
Villa were in the bottom half in terms of expected goals last season, and despite outperforming their expected goals, which tends not to be sustainable,
oh my god,
they still scored fewer goals than the likes of Brighton, Brentford, and even 17th place Spurs. They also ranked 10th in terms of progressive carries, 12th in terms of progressive passes, 12th in terms of touches inside the opposition's box, and I could go on. Basically, Villa ranked in the bottom half by an astonishing number of metrics for a team that was playing in the Champions League and knocking on the door of qualifying for Europe's Premier Cup competition again, but they ground out just enough points by being direct and fairly clinical to mask a lot of those underlyings. There was a narrative when Villa lost against Crystal Palace at Wembley in the FA Cup semi-final, 11 days after they had been knocked out of the Champions League by PSG last season, that they had bottled the chance to reach the FA Cup final, when, in reality, Crystal Palace are a very good team who were as good as Villa by a number of metrics last season, and perfectly capable of beating them without needing Villa to fold or crumble under the pressure. As is so often the case,
we cannot hit on
target. How strong and competitive the middle of the Premier League is, everyone from about 4th through to 14th in recent years, and how easy it is to drop down the table if you get just a few big decisions wrong. Clubs like Brighton, Bournemouth, Brentford, Palace and Fulham are ready and waiting to eat your lunch these days. If Manchester United and Tottenham, two of the 9 richest clubs in all of world football, are capable of finishing
wow.
15th and 17th when having off-season.
That shot was unexpected. I ain't gonna
Then
lie.
so too are Aston Villa, and based upon all of the fundamentals, much more easily so in fact. I digress. Villa basically failed to address any of these glaring weaknesses, either positionally, tactically, physically, or in terms of the age composition of their squad over pre-season.
It should be their
Either
highlight,
because they were
if I'm not
prevented
wrong.
from doing so due to financial restrictions, or because they were incapable
It's their
of doing
highlight.
so due to
Oh, it's
their
our
own
highlight.
guise in terms of recruitment. In reality, it was a bit of that. For all of their faults last season,
Pass.
however,
Oh,
Villa
ref.
have been a
Oh
pale
my
image of
God.
their former selves this season, lacking in any kind of
How did he miss that? How was that not pinned?
This
Bro got
is
7 on target.
paper. Whatever you say regarding recruitment is still good enough to finish in the top half, and is certainly good enough to beat a newly promoted
Oh my
Sunderland
God, what
team
a dabble.
with a man advantage for over an hour. The back five of Martinez,
Oh.
Schulze, Mings, and Digne.
Oh no.
Familiar one at this stage, which ought to bring
Oof.
confidence.
They can't shoot either, so we
With the
good.
likes of Ian Matson, Pau Torres, Victor Lindelof, and the GOAT, of course, Marco Bizzo, waiting in the wings. In midfield, Yuri Tillman is a big loss, and Amadou Onana is also currently
Like we're winning the XG battle, bro.
have both been brilliant players for Villa.
Good tackle, good tackle.
Received great reviews throughout all of last season, and is now a full England international, hoping to be in next summer's World Cup.
Right there in the middle. That's back, yeah. Middle.
Since
That's
joining
back.
Villa
What was that? Wait, what?
and then on the bench
Corner?
alone against Sunderland, you had the very talented Harvey Elliott, Daniel Marlon, and Jadon Sancho. Factor in Unai Emery.
Bro, we dominated. Just
managers, not just in English, but all of Europe.
ain't doing shit with it.
And however, early in the season, this isn't a squad that we should be talking about not being able to score goals or compete, and in some quarters, even as potential relegation candidates. Very clearly, therefore, there are other factors at play and other things that have gone wrong for us.
Tackle. Oh my God.
A big problem is the lack of pace and width in the team, which
Oh
was
no.
temporarily masked by
Good
Marcus
clearance.
Rashford and Marco Asensio's loan moves, but now looks
Pass.
to be a glaring weakness,
Oh my
and
God,
one
that
which
was gonna be a
even
corner.
Unai Emery is struggling to identify the solutions to. Whilst Harvey Elliott and Jadon Sancho were welcome late arrivals, following such a quiet window in terms
Take it by yourself.
of
Pass it to
neither
yeah,
of them
fullback.
had the
Okay.
touchline,
Winger.
preferring to drift deeper and more central
Swing,
to
yeah.
get the ball,
Cut in.
nor are
Shoot.
they especially fond of running
Oh
in
my
behind,
God. Let's
putting
go.
on the afterburners, and leaving players for
Let's
dead.
go.
Evan Gessan, likewise, was probably best deployed as an inside forward at Nice, drifting in off the right or sometimes the left flank, finding cliched pockets of space, running at people, and looking to get a shot on goal. Out of the three, Gessan is probably the quickest and most disciplined when asked to stay wide.
We'll
But
make some
he played
substitute.
almost as many games through the middle last season as he did on the right, and his Villa career is yet to ignite. Then there's the fact that almost none of them want to play on the right wing. The struggling Gessan is the only quasi-exception, but everyone else, Elliott, Sancho, Rodgers, Buendia, either wants to play on the left, and typically as a left-sided attacking midfielder or inside forward, or through the middle as a number 10. From the outside looking in, at least, it appears to be a pretty monumental failure in terms of squad planning to have arrived at such a positionally incoherent state several years into a seemingly carefully constructed project, especially in an era and in a league where speed and dynamism reign supreme. Tactically, Villa look a mess. And that's not something that you can typically say about
Offside?
Unai Emery.
Wait, penalty.
Emery is renowned for his
Wait,
intensity
what?
and meticulous attention to detail. He obsesses over games, opponents, structures, and
I don't even know what happened.
he gives long and
I got the
detailed
replays off. That's
meetings and specific instructions. In the past, Villa players have hung on to his every word, which is unsurprising since the results have been so impressive.
Let's go.
And virtually every player that he inherited has played the best football of their careers underneath him. It's also likely laborious and mentally taxing, though, especially when juggling the Premier League with European football and the two domestic cup competitions with a relatively thin squad for a third successive season. The longest that Emery has ever.
Ref, that's not. If that's not red, I don't know.
And even that was well over a decade ago. He spent just
Let's go.
2 years at
God damn, man.
2 years at Almeria, 2 years at PSG, 2.5 years at Sevilla, 18 months at Arsenal, just over 2 years at Villarreal, and barely 6 months at Spartak Moscow. This is a man who's very good at turning clubs around on a short-term basis,
Middle.
improving the players that he
That was a horrible
inherits
decision.
when
I
he
ain't gonna lie.
plays, particularly in cup competitions.
We need to take the left side of the
Tracing
field.
to
That's where they're
maybe
missing that
3
person.
years. This is not someone full
Ooh,
of his strengths, and the Arbit numerous
let's go.
who has built successful long-term projects, regenerated squads, exhibited any significant talent in terms of player recruitment, or integrated large numbers of young players and academy graduates into his side. One is reluctant to even hint at the faintest idea that Emery could be to blame for some of Villa's struggles, since it is in large part thanks to him that they aren't able to regress from such heights at all, but it doesn't seem inconceivable that some of their players are suffering
Oh my God.
Emery-related fatigue.
What a great position from a striker and a great pass from the
Villa
winger.
have actually kept the third most possession
God
of
damn.
any team
Now I
in the
gotta
Premier
watch
League
this.
so far this season, trailing only Liverpool and Chelsea. But they have the lowest expected goals, the fewest goal-creating actions, by far, with only 2.
That's a hell of a
Lowest
shot.
is 6, meanwhile Liverpool have 20, and only Leeds have managed to fashion fewer shots on targets. All of that with nearly 60% possession. This is not an Unai Emery team playing anything that even remotely resembles what we think of as Unai Emery football. Either his football principles 180'd over the summer, for some completely unknown reason, or his players are no longer willing or able to execute his ideas. Emery, unsurprisingly, seems to think that it's the latter, even accusing his own players of being lazy in their defeat against Sunderland, a criticism so scathing that it is very rarely levelled by a coach towards their own players, but Emery is probably one of few managers who feels powerful enough to will it. Beyond the tactics, though more speculative, it seems at this stage that there is some degree of unrest within the Villa dressing room. When Jacob Ramsey was sold to Newcastle, both Tyrone Mings and John McGinn,
we just dominated, pure domination.
took to social media with slightly unusual notes.
Second leg about to be easy.
Don't know the half of
I
it,
could just rotate in the second leg. That's what I'm probably
as
gonna
a
do.
sad day that, quote, seems to be the way that football is set up these days. It wasn't quite as cryptic as prime Tony Gia, RIP to the greatest to ever do it. He isn't actually dead, should be said there. He just hasn't tweeted since COVID. But it was all a little bit strange, and it gave the impression that all was not well behind the scenes, which seems to have been reflected in Villa's start to this season. Added to that, you have got players like Ollie Watkins, Morgan Rogers, and certainly Emi Martinez, who have perhaps had their heads turned at times, and have either contemplated or outright expressed an interest in joining other clubs, but who are still there, Rogers in particular, having looked almost uninterested at times this season, and even being booed by Villa fans, other than when he was on international duty with England and he looked brilliant again. Meanwhile, some players took pay cuts in light of Villa's regulatory headaches, but others refused them, potentially leading to further unrest. And then you are bound to have a few eyebrows raised when the club pleads poverty to several players in contract negotiations, before bringing in Jadon Sancho, who earns a reported £200,000 a week, 80% of which will reportedly be covered by Villa for the duration of his loan, which would make him the highest paid player at the club. There is also an inevitable sense of stagnation caused both by Villa's failure to replenish the squad and a partially self-inflicted and a partially enforced lack of ambition in the transfer market. In the back of many Villa players' minds, and in the front of some of them no doubt, it's probably difficult to escape the conclusion that the team's fortunes and perhaps even their own careers have already peaked, and that a fourth place finish in 2024
What jersey are we?
and that quarter-final defeat
Can't tell. Oh, okay, we're the
as
blue.
good as things are ever going to get. Monchi's departure can be viewed in one of two ways, either as further evidence of Villa's ensuing crisis, or as a timely refresh, with plenty of time ahead of the next winter and summer windows, replacing someone who hasn't done an especially distinguished job, and endured a power struggle with Unai Emery, with someone who has been lauded for the job that he has done at Real Sociedad over the last 7 or 8 years. I mentioned earlier that Monchi went from being top dog at Sevilla, with Unai Emery working below him.
Oh my God, what a pass! Man.
As Villa's second choice, and requiring Emery's approval.
The high line is on. Kill us.
It was a shift in terms
that was a good pass. That was a great pass. The goal was okay. The pass was fucking elite. Look at that. Great finish though. On their first shot too.
and directors of football increasingly reign supreme, was always liable to be a double-edged sword. On the one hand, it gave Villa access to a world-class manager who would otherwise have been beyond their reach, who has scaled unimaginable heights and returned them to the Champions League after more than 4 decades. But it meant that either whenever Emery was poached by someone else, or things started to go wrong, Villa would likely face a very sharp and painful transition. The caveat to all of this, which I've no doubt someone will point out in the comments, is that it is still very early days. We are only 5 games into the season, under a manager who has taken Villa from a relegation scrap to the
Horrible
Champions League,
dribble.
and going toe
Oh
to toe
my
with the best team
God.
on the planet. But it would be head in the sand stuff to pretend that this is just a poor start.
And I think you are an ostrich.
Villa's performances have been as bad, if not worse, than their results in the league so far this season, and had things gone only very slightly differently in a couple of those games, they could very easily have 0 points from what was, on paper, a fairly generous start to the campaign, and the total collapse in form of almost all of their players, and particularly their star players and midfielders and forwards, seems to go beyond a fleeting flash of misfortune.
So the winger.
What's more, Villa
Oh, wait.
have every right to complain.
Oh my, what a fucking pass and a goal.
Then certainly,
Oh,
about how much they may
okay.
charge to watch it. Tickets in the
Oh,
Holton
nah, not VAR.
against Newcastle were priced
Oh man, that's a goal. What they saw?
Tickets for the Champions
Oh,
League group stage last
wait.
season were priced at 85, 94 and 97
So it's a goal.
or 70, 79 and 82 pounds for season ticket holders.
Yes, sir.
If
Yes,
Barry
sir.
Sports keep go with price hikes like that, then pretty soon Prince William will be the only Villa fan left who can actually afford to watch them. Anyway, that is it for today's video, but thank you all very much as ever for watching. It was a struggle for me to get through, as you may be able to tell. I am what can only be described as ill. But I hope you enjoyed it nonetheless. Hit the like button if that was the case. Let me know, or you just feel sorry for me. Why not? I'll take what I can get. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. Make sure you're subscribed and have notifications turned on, not just for this channel, TC7s, but also my second channel, Alfie-Potsama, both of which
Oh my
should be
God, what a
announced
build up.
here on your screens any minute now, along with a couple of videos that you might enjoy watching after this.
Where did the ball go?
You can also find me on various social media platforms, should you be so inclined, typically via the username at HITC7s, and you can now support me additionally, should you be feeling very generous or just want to become a channel member, either via the Alfie-Potsama YouTube channel, or better still, via buymeacoffee.com/Alfie-Potsama. Rihanna's done it, so you might want to join. I will see you all shortly. Please take care.
Oh my. Oh my. What was that fucking shot? What a horrible shot, T.
I'll see you soon.
That was a great pass. That was dead as how they scored.
You may have noticed that the Premier League's promoted clubs recently haven't been very good. All 6 of them over the last 2 seasons have gone straight back down with record low points tallies. Whereas 10 wins or 40 points used to be described as the magic numbers required for survival, West Ham actually went down both of those in the 2002-03 season. In 2023-24, Luton, Burnley and Sheffield United only won 14 games, and 66 points between them, or an average of 22 points each. And in the 2024-25 season, Leicester, Ipswich and Southampton went one worse, winning a fairly pathetic combined 12 games and 59 points, averaging out at less than 20 points each. The 3 promoted teams last season won the same number of points between them as Leeds won on their own in their first season back in the Premier League in 2020-21, only 4 years earlier. These pitiful and worsening points tallies, combined with an ever-expanding financial gulf between the Premier League and the Championship, spending regulations which are unfavourable towards promoted clubs, and the mounting strength and depth of the Premier League's existing 17 teams, led some people to ponder that Premier League survival had become impossible for promoted clubs, turning English football's top flight into a Super League-style closed shop. The
post
has taken a wrecking ball to that theory. After just 6 games, Sunderland are only 1 point off matching Southampton's points tally throughout the whole of last season, and already have the same number of wins, 3 from 6, which currently puts them inside of the Champions League places, above both Man City and the reigning world champions Chelsea. Leeds have won 2, drawn 2 and lost 2, putting them above the likes of Man United, Newcastle and Aston Villa at this stage. And even Burnley, the least impressive of the trio to date, have managed to hold their own.
Wait.
They are one of the
Oh
only
my
two teams
God, bro.
like Sunderland,
Like,
and
we
they've
have
only
good
scored their
misses.
opening
Like,
6
that's crazy to
games
say.
by more than 1 goal. If the 3 promoted clubs maintain their current points per game records across the whole of this season, Burnley, Leeds and Sunderland would win 25, 51 and 70 points respectively, which would put the combined points tallies of the Premier League's promoted clubs over the last 3 seasons at 66, 59, and then all of a sudden 146. That seems pretty unlikely. It would mean Sunderland would almost certainly qualify for the Champions League, but what it illustrates, at least at this early stage, is that the promoted clubs this season are at the very least much, much more competitive. In the blink of an eye, the prevailing narrative appears to have switched from it is impossible for promoted clubs to survive, the Premier League is basically Major League Soccer now, to the last 6 promoted clubs were just terrible, everything's actually fine. But which is it? Well, that's what today's video is all about. So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey from the northeast to the northwest via West Yorkshire, as we take a look at why this season's promoted clubs look so competitive, what is different about either them or this season, or both compared to the last 2, and whether it is this season or the last 2 that are the anomalies when it comes to promoted clubs as a whole. No promoted team with 11 or more points after 10 games has ever been relegated from the Premier League. Sunderland have reached that tally after just 6 games, which is the most points accrued by a newly promoted club at this stage of the season, since West Ham under Sam Allardyce in the 2012-13 season, some 13 years ago. It's worth noting that this is only actually the best start by the promoted trio since the 2017-18 season, when Newcastle, Brighton and Huddersfield collected 25 points from their opening 6 games. It just seems much more remarkable and impressive in comparison with the last 2 seasons. Equally, however, all 3 promoted clubs stayed up in the 2017-18 season, and it is one of the 8 best starts after 6 games by the newly promoted clubs, shoring the Premier League in. In every one of the other 7 seasons, at least 2 promoted clubs survived, and on 2 occasions, 2017-18 and 2001-02, all 3 of them stayed up. The early signs are undoubtedly positive, therefore, but why? The most common suggestion among the pundit class is that this season's intake and their head coaches are less ideological and much more pragmatic. This has been a consistent criticism of promoted clubs in recent years, that they are too wedded to the tactics, systems and principles that won them promotion from the Championship, even if they don't work in the Premier League, and that they are too stubborn to implement a plan B, which might make them harder to beat or win them more points. The promoted clubs this season, by contrast, are portrayed as being much less dogmatic. Burnley under Vincent Kompany 2 seasons ago versus Burnley under Scott Parker now is perhaps the most emphatic or striking example. Kompany played under Pep Guardiola at Man City and Roberto Martinez with Belgium, and before joining the Clarets, he spent 2 years managing Anderlecht. Consequently, Kompany placed a huge emphasis on possession and dominating games, favouring a 4-3-3 or 4-2-3-1 formation, where one fullback would invert and the other would overlap. His Burnley team steadfastly refused to go long, they attempted to make presses, and the team was positionally disciplined in an attempt to create choreographed moves and passing lanes for his young and energetic squad to exploit. In the Championship, this all worked a treat. Kompany was able to instantly implement his ideas with a squad in transition, albeit one that had only just come down from the Premier League, and had one of the division's biggest budgets, but they were among the most dominant Championship teams ever in every respect. They kept a division-high 64% possession, they played the second most passes, trailing only Russell Martin's even more dogmatic Swansea team, they scored the most goals, they conceded the fewest, and they amassed 101 points, 10 more than second-place Sheffield United, 21 more than third-place Luton Town, and the 6th most in the history of the division. It would be fair to say that things went pretty well. In the Premier League, somewhat less so. Kompany didn't compromise on any of his principles, but Burnley found keeping possession much more difficult against elite opposition, They struggled to carve out the same number of opportunities, and their defensive frailties were brutally and ruthlessly exposed. The Clarets kept 47.4% possession, down from 64% in the Championship. They completed fewer than 14,000 passes, as opposed to over 23,000, and crucially, they only won 24 points, as opposed to 101. In fairness, you do play 8 fewer games a season in the Premier League, but I'm not sure that was Burnley's biggest problem. According to a lot of people, Burnley's biggest problem was a refusal to accept that they weren't good enough to pop the ball around £500 million squads inside their own box, beat the press at teams like Klopp's Liverpool or De Zerbi's Brighton, and dominate every, if any, game that they played in. Kompany's refusal to sacrifice his principles or play another way, so the narrative goes, was simultaneously what got Burnley relegated, but also what landed him the top job at Bayern Munich, one of the most prestigious roles in world football, where he regained the Bundesliga title in his debut campaign. Scott Parker, by contrast, seems unlikely to be poached by European giants anytime soon, but his tactics are also a lot less ambitious than Pike, and a lot better suited to keeping a promoted club in the Premier League, at least according to about 99% of English football pundits. From 64% possession in the Championship and 47.4% in the Premier League under Kompany, Burnley
Put my butt.
Burnley only kept 56.7% possession in the Championship this season, despite winning 100 points, and they have kept by far the least possession of any team in the Premier League this season, at just 33.8%. No other team has kept less than 40%, though Burnley fans may take some comfort in the fact that Crystal Palace, who are unbeaten in 18 games for the time being, have kept excellent possession at 40%. Burnley won't see their special purchase scores in the Championship, averaging exactly 1 goal a game, which, again, is pretty modest stuff for a club that won 100 points, but their offensive record was absolutely well, and that is an understatement. Burnley only conceded 16 goals all season, which is, again, by far the fewest of any team in Championship history.
It's offside? Oh my god. Oh, okay.
But even they conceded 2 goals, which is over 84% more, or not far off double, how many Burnley conceded last season. Burnley conceded an average of just 0.347 goals per game last season, which is less than Chelsea conceded, 0.394 goals per game, when they set the Premier League's clean sheet and goals conceded record in the 2003 overall season. Parker's Burnley City, to be hard to beat, and tried to make the best of what they could play to play with 3 fairly speedy forwards. They play with a back 4 or 5, without a remaining 4, or vice versa, when out of possession. They keep the least possession, they both attempt and complete the possession, and they have the least amount of distance covered both on the ball and in terms of passing distances, significantly trailing the likes of Wolves, West Ham and Crystal Palace. After 6 games, Burnley have already conceded 13 goals, just 3 fewer than they conceded throughout the entirety of the season, despite being even more defensive than they were last term, which serves as a reminder, not the one we needed, of the step up in quality between the Championship and the Premier League, and why the last 6 promoted clubs, which of course includes Burnley themselves, have found it so challenging that outside of their recent thrashing at Manchester City, the clubs have competed in every game. Burnley the most extreme example, both in terms of defensive structure, willingness to ball game possession and control, and the contrast between Burnley and Parker, but the same is true to a lesser extent at both Sunderland and Leeds. Sunderland's Regis Labrie is one of the game's great pragmatists, better known for his tactical flexibility and readiness to adapt to the players at his disposal in the opposition with almost anything else. At Sunderland and Lorient, Labrie has played several different formations, most notably 4-3-3, 4-5-1 and 3-4-3. He has both attempted to play up from the back and look to go on from goal kicks, press high and low, and deployed 2 number 10s or a double pivot. There are themes that run throughout, in terms of a basic structural play regardless of the state of the position, a fondness for width and technical abilities, and launching aggressive counter-attacks, attempting to reposition low blows and getting away from the box. But none of these are especially radical, and if you felt that there were a good enough reason, you can just as well imagine him ditching those as well. Sunderland haven't been especially prolific this season, scoring 7 goals in 6 games, but only Arsenal and Palace have conceded fewer goals than them. It's a tremendous record, and if the Blackcaps could not even take up the best they would have an excellent chance of survival. Leeds, by contrast, were incredibly prolific this season, scoring 95 goals, which was 26 more than the league's 6 scorers Burnley, and the 6th most of any team in a single championship season. Defensively, Leeds were also very good by any normal metric, despite conceding almost twice as many goals as Burnley. Nonetheless, there is an awareness that goals may be harder to come by this season. An elusive statement signing at centre-forward never quite arrived, and Daniel Farke is also more than willing to mix things up. Leeds' recruitment this summer signalled a clear focus on physicality, athleticism, and sheer size in terms of the profile of play they targeted, mirroring somewhat the strategy that proved effective in keeping Nottingham Forest in the Premier League a few years ago, albeit not without breaching the Premier League's PSR rules, later landing them a points deduction. So far this season, Leeds have kept 43.5% possession on average, which puts them just above Sunderland, but just below Moyes' Everton. You may have noticed that I have invoked English football pundits on a couple of occasions in this segment, rather than claiming certain ideas as my own, and that's because I think that a lot of the criticisms of more expansive styles and the plaudits of more defensive or counter-attacking systems can be a little overblown. Both Paul Heckingbottom and Chris Wilder were pretty pragmatic and defensive in the 2023-24 season, for example, and Sheffield United kept the least possession, just 35.8%, and played by far the fewest passes in the division. Yet they were still one of the worst Premier League teams of all time because their players weren't very good, along with a series of other factors wholly unrelated to tactics or stylistic preferences. Brentford, by contrast, who came the 2 seasons before them, maintained a fairly ambitious and progressive style under Tom Strang, keeping 44.8%, which was more than anyhow Newcastle, and yet they survived, notably in fact, winning 46 points in 2019, primarily at least with outstanding performance and leadership well, but also to a certain extent, you have to say, because of how effectively they implemented the tactics. The likes of Leeds under Bielsa, Wolves under Nuno, and Bournemouth under Eddie Howe have all succeeded holding closure with ambitious tactics, or, at the very least, not by simply sitting in with back 10 defenders and keeping 30%. To be clear, I'm not saying that pragmatism and tactical flexibility are factors in terms of survival, and it is very difficult to try and dominate a club with inevitably one from.
Let's go.
I'm just saying that the importance of them as a factor, or the almost sole reliance upon them as something can often be overstated. Just as, if not even more important, yet much more rarely cited as a determining factor in terms of the fate of new and promoted clubs, is whether any, and indeed how many, of the 17 existing Premier League clubs shit the bed, for want of a better term. Actually, I don't want a better term at all, that one sums it up pretty well. I mentioned this briefly in a previous video about the challenges facing clubs, but it used to be the case that every season, at least one existing Premier League club would do something really stupid. That might be sacking multiple managers, completely ballsing up their recruitment, or, in most notable cases, entering financial oblivion. If you are over the age of 25, then you're probably able to think of a handful. I am thinking of Terry Connor's Wolves and Steve King's Blackburn Rovers over the 2012 season, or, perhaps most notably, Portsmouth in 2010, when a series of crooks or people being recognised racked up insurmountable debts, their squad was decimated, and they were not 9 points for entering into administration. If you are Wolves, Birmingham, or Burnley, who were the three promoted clubs in the 2010 season, then clearly Portsmouth merely going bust and being prevented from 10 points is about to be very helpful to your survival prospects. Sure enough, two of those survived, with Hull City, who were also teams from England's closest rival clubs, going down along with Coventry. The fact that Premier League owners are almost also wealthy now, their operations are so professional and many of their directors so competent, and locals and Indian owners, the post-coffee spending and lots of minutes across over the sprinter means that we very rarely see those kinds of spontaneous combustions. In fact, we basically never see them at all. When you think that last season, Tottenham, the 9th richest club in the world, also won the Europa League last season, finished 17th in the league, just one place above the relegation zone, and Manchester United, the 4th richest club in the world and also Europa League finalists last season, finished 15th, then yes, survival is nigh on impossible for any of the promoted clubs under those circumstances. That's not to say that Leicester, Ipswich and Southampton weren't terrible. They were pretty bad, weren't they? But it is to say that even if they were mediocre or even quite good by promoted club standards, the chances of them finishing above even an atrocious Spurs team are pretty slim. We don't have anything like Wolves, Blackburn or Portsmouth's outright collapses this season, well not yet at least, and I should think that anything resembling them is highly unlikely, but unlike in the last 2 seasons, there are at least a couple of so-called rich 17 clubs who are mired in what could accurately be described as quasi-crises. Wolves, most notably, who are yet to win a game this season and are currently bottom of the league, have been in regression for at least the last 3 years, and they lost both Mateus Cunha and Ray Nouri to the 2 Manchester clubs over the summer, leaving them looking very vulnerable. West Ham, meanwhile, who currently sit 19th, have reached a crescendo in terms of mismanagement and discontent towards the club's owners. The Julian Lopetegui and Graham Potter experiments both failed, and now they are relying on Nuno Espirito Santo breathing some new life into what is starting to feel like a bit of a dying club. Elsewhere, if anyone is capable of completely self-destructing, it might just be Nottingham Forest, in light of hot-headed owner Evangelos Marinakis having a notable reckless streak. That has so far felt like nothing but good news for Forest supporters, where he has overseen a miraculous rise by hook or by crook, but the public spat with recently appointed West Ham boss Nuno Espirito Santo wasn't especially dignified, to put it kindly, and his replacement, Ange Postecoglou, could hardly play a more radically contrasting style of football. It would take a monumental collapse to fall from 7th last season to relegation, but Forest have only won 5 points from their opening 6 games, and will have to contend with midweek European games this season, so it would take a brave man to fully rule it out. Not as brave as a World War II pilot or anything like that, just a sort of 3 or maybe a 4 out of 10 on the bravery scale. Even Aston Villa, though I would suggest that the likelihood of them actually going down is extraordinarily slim, have had a pretty nightmarish start and are facing a multiplicity of headwinds. They beat Fulham at the weekend, which they will hope can ignite their season, but prior to that, they were winless and had only scored 1 goal from their opening 5 games, which is why they're currently 16th. Everton and Brentford were also touted as pre-season relegation candidates, though I can't see it personally, and I am somewhat drifting away from the central theme of the crisis clubs to just clubs who have the potential to go down, but you get the point. Would it be wrong to mention Manchester United? Anyway, whoever you consider to be a crisis club, and however you assess the extent of their crises, I think that it's fairly inarguable that there are more clubs in peril this season than in either of the last 2, and that is as large of a factor in Sunderland, Leeds and Burnley survival prospects as anything that they have done themselves. There is also an undeniable element of luck, fortune and circumstance, particularly at this early stage of the season. This is never a popular talking point for supporters of clubs who are doing well, and it is always an immensely popular one among supporters of clubs who aren't, but football is a game of such fine margins, and over a smaller sample size, like say 6 games, the league table tends not to be as reflective of the genuine quality of a team as it does after 38. Obviously. I could name 101 examples, but in Sunderland's most recent win against Nottingham Forest last weekend, to name just one, it was from the awarding of a pretty strange free kick, one which 99 times out of 100 probably wouldn't have been awarded, that Sunderland scored the game's only goal shortly before half-time. Sunderland goalkeeper Robin Roos proceeded to make a series of excellent saves, and Chris Wood missed a couple of very uncharacteristic sitters. Forest had 1.68 expected goals to Sunderland's 1.19, as well as having twice as many shots and shots on target. Again, to be clear, none of this is to diminish Sunderland's results at the City Ground or their start to this season, both of which are highly creditable and deserve all of the plaudits they're getting. It is just to say that a lot of Premier League games are played on a knife edge, and on another day, with those underlying numbers, Forest most likely win or at least draw that game. That also isn't a criticism because the fact that the promoted clubs games this season, with only a couple of exceptions, have been decided by such fine margins is a testament to the fact that they are much more competitive overall than the last 6 promoted clubs, who have lost a good number of games even at this early stage by much heftier margins. If Sunderland were 18th with 4 points at this stage of the season, having produced the exact same performances, then you would be saying the opposite, that they had probably been quite unfortunate and were underperforming their underlying data. Sunderland ranked 15th in the Premier League for expected goals so far this season, 6th in terms of expected goals against, that is to say, they have the 6th fewest, and 13th in terms of expected goal difference. Leeds and Burnley, meanwhile, ranked 15th and 20th in terms of expected goal difference, and one suspects that these are probably better indicators of where they are likely to finish this season. Up to this point, I have talked about the 3 promoting clubs as a collective, but of course, they are 3 different clubs with 3 different sets of circumstances. Sunderland are arguably the most interesting, following 8 years outside of the Premier League, 4 of them spent in League One, and having had a humiliating 17-part docu-series charting the dysfunctional way in which the club was run. Sunderland finished 4th in the Championship last season, a whopping 24 points behind both Burnley and Leeds. Sunderland were closer, points-wise, to Portsmouth and Oxford in 16th and 17th than they were to either of their fellow promoted clubs. All promoted clubs face an uphill battle, but that puts the scale of the challenge which faces the Black Cats into some context. Fairly frugal in the Championship, Sunderland had a net spend of barely £1 million over their 3 seasons back in the second tier, which is less than the likes of Millwall and Oxford. Their wage bill, likewise, was mid-table, exactly 12th in the 2023-24 season, for which we have the last set of fully published accounts, standing at £31.4 million, which was below the likes of Bristol City, Stoke City and Watford. They still lost almost £18 million over the preceding 2 seasons. That is part of the course in the Championship, where most teams lose more, but there was a focus on youth and on developing players that kept Sunderland's wage bill relatively low, and saw them benefit from lucrative sales of the likes of Ross Stewart, Jack Clark, and, most recently, Tom Watson and Joe Bellingham. There has been a significant change of tack following promotion, and Sunderland would argue that there had to be, given the loss of Watson and Bellingham, how far they were behind even Burnley and Leeds last season, and the general preparedness, or lack thereof, of their squad for Premier League football. The Black Cats spent over £116 million on new arrivals over the summer, which is the most amount of money that a newly promoted club has ever spent in the Premier League, or any other league for that matter, leapfrogging Nottingham Forest £142 million in the 2022-23 season. Only the Big Six, Newcastle and Forest, spend more this summer, and in terms of net spend, Sunderland were the 5th highest spenders in the Premier League and the 6th highest in all of world football, sandwiched between Manchester City and Real Madrid. It is an unusual position for a club that was losing 5-1 and 6-0 away at Rotherham and Bolton less than 4 years ago to find themselves in, but it reflects the unrivaled economic might that the Premier League affords its constituent clubs. Forest, of course, who spent about £20 million less than Sunderland, but required an even more radical overhaul, succeeded in terms of survival, but were later punished for breaching Premier League profit and sustainability regulations. There is no expectation that Sunderland will do likewise, having sustained far more limited losses in the Championship than Forest had, most likely maintaining a lower wage bill and benefiting from a significantly larger stadium and more substantial matchday revenue as a result. Whereas Premier League clubs are permitted to lose a maximum of £35 million a season after allowable deductions, averaged out over a rolling 3-year period, adding up to a total of £105 million, Championship clubs are only allowed to lose about £13.8 million a season, or £41.5 million over 3 seasons, following a recent minor increase. For newly promoted clubs, the two leagues' loss limits are combined. So for Sunderland, when they publish their 2024-25 accounts, they will be allowed to have lost a maximum of £62.6 million over the last 3 seasons, £27.6 million from their 2 Championship seasons, and £35 million from their 1 in the Premier League. The same is true of Leeds United. Meanwhile, Burnley would be able to lose £97.6 million because 2 out of their last 3 seasons will have been spent in the Premier League and only 1 in the Championship. I apologise if you are bored of hearing about spending regulations. I am too, but they are relevant, so it would be remiss of me not to mention them. Sunderland's spending and revamp is reminiscent of both Forest in 2022-23 and Aston Villa under Dean Smith a few years before them. All 3 of them, incidentally, playoff final wins. But whereas they felt like brand new squads, Sunderland's transition feels a little bit smoother, with the likes of Chris Rigg, Enzo Lefebvre, who was only signed this summer but spent last season on loan at Sunderland, Wilson Isidore, Dan Ballard, Dan Neil, and Luke O'Nien still big characters and, in some cases at least, big players in regular Breeze squad. Though Sunderland made a raft of signings, largely maintaining a focus on youth and sell-on value, their most important signing was a 33-year-old Granit Xhaka. A remarkable signing that isn't talked about anywhere near enough, or at least wasn't until about a week ago. Xhaka finished 16th in 2024 Ballon d'Or voting, above the likes of Bukayo Saka and Cole Palmer, having played an integral role in Bayer Leverkusen winning an invincible domestic double and reaching the final of the Europa League. The fact that, less than a year later, Sunderland were able to tempt him to the Stadium of Light is a major coup which could well come to define their season. Switzerland's captain and most capped player of all time, Regis Lebris handed Xhaka the captain's armband at Sunderland on day 1, and his arrival seemed to lift everyone at the club off the pitch, as well as elevating the level of all those around him on it. In a young and inexperienced squad, particularly at Premier League level, Xhaka brings an air of calmness and quality to the middle of the park, and appears to be revelling in his role as the proverbial big fish in a small pond. That is to say nothing of the fact that he's also quite good at football. Xhaka not only brings a quiet and sometimes not so quiet composure to the Sunderland midfield, his passing is also incisive and direct. Only 5 midfielders, Elliot Anderson, Dominic Szoboszlai, who hasn't even played in midfield most of this season, Bruno Fernandes, Moises Caicedo and Declan Rice, have passed the ball further than Xhaka's 5,316 yards in the Premier League this season. Only 12 players in the division have made more than Xhaka's 34 passes into the final third, and literally only Jack Grealish has made more than Xhaka's 3 Premier League assists at this stage. Elsewhere, the highly rated Nordi Mukele looks to be a real coup for just £9.5 million, rising to £12.5 million subject to add-ons from PSG. And whilst he will be one of the highest paid players at the Stadium of Light, he already looks to be worth every penny and then some. Mukele, who is still only 27, has received most of the plaudits, but he has formed what looks to be an excellent partnership alongside 28-year-old Paraguayan Omar Alderete. Signed from Getafe for a reported £10 million, plus £900,000 in potential future add-ons, Alderete is exactly what you would expect of a Getafe centre-back if you have even a fleeting familiarity with La Liga. He isn't the most technically gifted, and his passing is about as good as Joseph Fritzl's parenting, but he is a proper old-school kick-it-and-head-it type of centre-back with wonderful positioning and anticipation. Alderete ranks in the bottom 3% of centre-backs in Europe's Big Five leagues over the last 12 months in terms of passes attempted and in the bottom 1% in terms of pass completion percentage. He has only completed 71.1% of his passes during that time, both of which are absolutely wild stats, but he already ranks 5th in terms of interceptions in the Premier League this season, and 3rd among defenders. He has blocked 5 shots in 6 games, which is the joint 11th most in the division, and he and Mukele between them have made some 70 clearances, which is the 6th most of any centre-back pairing. If those 3 can stay fit, that is to say, Xhaka, Mukele and Alderete, Sunderland look to have a really solid centre-back partnership and a talismanic presence in midfield, which sets them up nicely to, again, at the very least, compete with the rest of the division. Leeds and Burnley were both light years ahead of Sunderland in the Championship, which is somewhat unsurprising, as recent Premier League clubs still in receipt of parachute payments, who therefore had much larger budgets. They were outstanding Championship teams, each amassing 100 points, but then so too were Leicester City and Ipswich Town the season before them, when they finished above Leeds, and that didn't count for much in the Premier League. Though Leeds were still fairly big spenders, forking out around £100 million gross and £92 million net, and the 3 promoted clubs as a collective spent more than any other promoted trio in the history of the Premier League, it was still a slightly underwhelming window as far as many supporters and onlookers were concerned. For all of the talk of the 69ers' wealth and ambition, Leeds' American billionaire ownership group, the Whites spent the least out of the 3 promoted clubs, and there were areas of the squad in need of strengthening which went unaddressed. The expectation of a couple of marquee signings never quite materialised, with a feeling among most Leeds fans that they were probably 1 or 2 players short. In some ways, that helped to take the pressure off Daniel Farke, who was reportedly close to being sacked by the 69ers after Leeds won promotion, but who many supporters would no longer hold chiefly responsible if Leeds were ultimately to just fall short. Though not the most eye-catching, Leeds' recruitment was certainly heavily targeted, as alluded to earlier in this video, with 9 of the club's 10 first-team summer signings over 6 feet tall, and 4 of them over 6'3". Leeds may be outplayed at times this season, therefore, lacking a little bit of guile, flair, and invention in midfield, but they shouldn't be outrun or outfought. The plan is clearly to win the physical battle and be tough to beat, while maintaining some teeth on the brain. I think we can say that they've probably succeeded in terms of the first, but the jury is still out regarding the second. Leeds have scored 6 goals from their opening 6 games. Not great, not terrible. It is the joint 5th fewest in the division, but they have really struggled in terms of chance and shot creation, especially from open play. That's what was so promising about Leeds' 2-2 draw against a very good Bournemouth team last weekend, which I think was comfortably Leeds' best performance this season, in which they not only dominated physically against a team which is renowned for their exceptional pressing and intensity, but created more chances, had more shots, and more shots on target. In fact, of Leeds' 19 shots on target so far this season, 8 of them came in that game alone. If they can pose that kind of threat and carve out those kinds of chances on a consistent basis, survival ought to be within reach. But that's a big if. The biggest question mark is still in regards to Leeds' centre forwards. Dominic Calvert-Lewin once scored 16 goals in a Premier League season, but that was 5 years ago. He only scored 3 for Everton last season, mired by injuries for the last few years, and Leeds will most likely need him to at least double that tally if they are to have any prospect of staying up, unless Noah Okafor, Lucas Metcher, or, seemingly even less likely, Joel Pirro, can enjoy eye-catching breakout campaigns in the Premier League this season. Burnley spent slightly more than Leeds over the summer, albeit with a lower net spend following James Trafford's move to Man City, and they also lost key players CJ Egan-Riley and Josh Brownhill on free transfers. It's not exactly ideal preparation for life in the Premier League, and goal scoring is likely to be just as big of a problem for them as it is for Leeds this season, if not even more so in fact. Far less prolific in the Championship, if Armando Broja is the answer, I'm not sure what the question is. Which striker will almost certainly get you relegated, perhaps? The big Albanian has only scored 2 league goals over the last 3 years. No, you didn't mishear me there, and none since October 2023, almost 2 whole years ago. In 2025, that is a striker worth a reported £20 million. Well, Oscar has been Burnley's starting centre forward this season, who scored 5 goals in 24 games in his last season in the Premier League, and 2 goals in 28 games in the Championship last season, when midfielder Josh Brownhill led the current scoring charts, and which still made Foster their highest scoring out-and-out striker. So far this season, left winger Jadon Anthony has been a revelation, scoring 4 goals in 6 games. Only Erling Haaland has scored more than the title former Bournemouth man, and if that level of output is sustainable, it wouldn't matter if Pastor and Hoyer didn't turn into prolific goal scorers overnight. Anthony has so far scored 4 goals from 2.1 expected goals, though, with exactly a third of his shots finding the back of the net. That is a far better rate of return, in percentage terms, than either Erling Haaland or Mohamed Salah, for example. And whilst I actually like Anthony a lot, and I wouldn't be at all surprised if he led Burnley's scoring charts this season, the idea that that is sustainable seems somewhat fanciful. One thing about this season, also in contrast with the last 2, is that the mood around the 3 promoted clubs feels a lot more like it used to before the recent era of depression, where, certainly at the start of the season, there's so much energy and excitement around the promoted teams, especially at home, that no one really wants to go there in the first few weeks or couple of months of the campaign. You want to face them around Christmas time or later, when they're a bit more battered and bruised, and some of the novelty of Premier League football has begun to wear off. This is why it used to be the case that teams would sometimes enjoy a newly promoted bounce following promotion, before a painful bout of second season syndrome took them down. Sunderland, in particular, following a decade of despair and 8 years outside the Premier League, are unburdened by the misery and fatigue of losing most weeks, which can demoralise and fatigue yo-yo clubs, with a real feel-good factor around the Stadium of Light, which has a capacity of almost 50,000 and will be sold out every week this season. Leeds have more recent Premier League experience, and therefore somewhat less novelty, but Ellen Road can still be a real cauldron when spirits are high, as they currently are, and Leeds have an outstanding home record. Turf Moor is much smaller than either the Stadium of Light or Ellen Road, but it has a novelty factor as well, as one of the oldest and most antiquated stadiums in the division, with a unique feel all of its own. These are retrospective analyses that it is easy to make in hindsight. You could say the same thing about Ipswich as Sunderland, in terms of time spent outside of the Premier League and excitement, for example, but Sunderland and Leeds in particular just have that feeling of newly promoted clubs of old, capable of making fast starts and playing beyond themselves. At this point, I am going to bring the mood down a little bit by stating that, though I'm not one for making predictions, I do still expect 2 out of the 3 promoted clubs to come straight back down. Sunderland's start isn't sustainable, based on the strength and depth of their squad and their underlying numbers. And if you think that's unfair, please bear in mind that to think that it is sustainable is to believe that they will qualify for the Champions League, but they do pose a threat. There is a nice balance to Regis Labry's squad, and a fantastic atmosphere around the club, which suggests that they will compete. Leeds need to share the goals around because you wouldn't feel confident about any of their forwards hitting double figures. And though they were much more dangerous against Bournemouth, it remains to be seen whether that is consistently replicable. And I also think that there are 1 or 2 defensive frailties that better teams and smarter managers will become more adept at exploiting as the campaign goes on. And Burnley will find it extremely difficult to clean sheet their way to survival with, on paper at least, probably the weakest squad in the division. That is also, incidentally, how I would order their likely survival prospects. If Wolves, Forest, and West Ham's regressions all prove to be terminal, maybe 2 out of the 3 could survive, but in all likelihood, 2 of them, probably Forest and West Ham, will just have too much quality. I mean, if Forest go down with their squad, Marinakis will have masterminded a collapse which is just as, if not even more spectacular, than the club's rise to begin with, but I just can't see it. Regardless of the outcome, though, it is a breath of fresh air to see 3 promoted clubs at least have the prospect of survival. This time last year, the 3 promoted clubs only had 8 points between them, and the season before that, just 6. Sunderland, Leeds and Burnley have 23, and for a wounded pyramid in which sporting competition has been gradually eroded by financial disparities for decades, It represents a flicker of optimism. I don't think the Premier League survival ever became impossible, even when the last 6 promoted clubs never looked like staying in the division, but nor do I think that the first 6 games of this season illustrate that there isn't a deep-rooted problem in terms of the gap between the Premier League and the Championship, or that the majority of promoted clubs, indefinitely, or at least until improbable major changes are implemented, will most likely go straight back down. That is it for today's video, but thank you all very much as ever for watching. Hit the like button if you enjoyed today's video, let me know your thoughts down below in the comments, and of course, make sure that you're subscribed and have notifications turned on, not just for this channel, HITT7s, but also my second channel, Alfie Potsama, both of which should be about to appear on your screens now. You can also find me on most social media platforms, should you wish to do so, via the username at HITC7s. Usually, that is the username. You can also support me additionally now, should you wish to do so, and that is to say, financially, either via the Alfie Potsama YouTube channel, where you can become a channel member or leave a super chat if you want to make a one-time donation, or even better still, via buymeacoffee.com/Alfie Potsama, where you can do the same thing, that is to say, become a channel member or leave a one-time donation. But over there, Google won't take 30% of it. So, out of the two, that is preferable. But either is greatly appreciated, as is just watching. But, if you want to support my work, and especially my work on that channel, then, the option is there. That's it from me. I'll see you all next time. Please take care out there. I love you all, of course. Cheers. Ousmane Dembele ended the 2021-22 season with 2 goals in 32 games. Having cost Barcelona a club record potential €145 million, the Frenchman was widely derided as a flop. Ravaged by injuries, blighted by inconsistencies, and haunted by high-profile howlers, Dembele had his moments in a Barca shirt, but it seemed as though he had become one of all too many tales in football of what might have been. Last month, Dembele became only the 10th footballer in history to have won the Champions League, the World Cup, and the Ballon d'Or. The other 9 are Lionel Messi, Kaká, Zinedine Zidane, Ronaldinho, Rivaldo, Paolo Rossi, Gerd Müller, Franz Beckenbauer, and Bobby Charlton. Not bad company to keep for a supposed flop. Still only 28 years of age, Dembele scored 35 goals and made 16 assists in 53 appearances for PSG last season, averaging a goal contribution once every 68 minutes, and picking up the UEFA Champions League Player of the Season award, the Ligue 1 Player of the Year award, and ultimately the Ballon d'Or. What might have been, in Dembele's case, is now what is. That got me thinking about some of football's greatest career comebacks of all time. Inspired by Dembele, I'm not referring so much to players like Serge Gnabry, Harry Kane, Mohamed Salah, Kevin De Bruyne, or Didier Drogba, that is to say, players whose careers took a little while to ignite, and who perhaps had one early transfer that didn't quite work out, nor am I referring to players like Ronaldo Nazario, Santi Cazorla, or Christian Eriksen, whose form perhaps never fully dropped off, but who made stunning comebacks from career-threatening injuries, or, briefly dying in Eriksen's case. I'm thinking of players like Luka Modric, who was voted by market readers as La Liga's worst signing in his debut campaign at Real Madrid, before going on to become one of the club and indeed the sport's greatest midfielders of all time, Diego Forlan, who never quite managed to find his feet at Manchester United, but he won the La Liga Golden Boot twice with Villarreal and Atletico Madrid, and the World Cup Golden Boot and Golden Ball with Uruguay, or even Joe Linton, who was slated as a misfiring £40 million forward at Newcastle under Steve Bruce, before becoming one of the Premier League's best box-to-box midfielders and breaking into the Brazil team. Except, hopefully even better and more extreme examples, otherwise I should just have included that. So without further ado, whose career could sadly never be fully resurrected at Real Salt Lake, Benfica, Monaco, Belenenses, Rizespor, Philadelphia Union, Bari, Jagodina, KUPS, the Tampa Bay Rowdies, the Las Vegas Lights or Estalon, but he will forever be in our hearts, of course. Here are 7 footballers who were good, then they were bad, and then they were really, really good again. It's all very highbrow. 7. Nicolas Anelka. Born 2 years after Thierry Henry. That isn't him. If you speak to almost anyone who was at the Clairefontaine Academy in France or at Arsenal in the 1990s, alongside both Nicolas Anelka and Thierry Henry, they will tell you that Anelka was both more talented and more complete, and had more potential than his slightly older teammates. Lightning quick, blessed with magic in both feet, and not only lethal in front of goal, but possessing a brilliantly varied range of finishes within his arsenal, no pun intended, Anelka had the world at his feet. Unfortunately, he also had rot in his brain. He scored 19 goals for Arsenal in the 1998-99 season, aged 19 for most of it, preceding a massive reported £23.5 million move to Real Madrid. Now, I know that might not seem like much to some younger viewers. You're probably thinking he must have been rubbish then, but at the time, that was a British record fee for either an incoming or outgoing signing, and it almost broke the world record. Having only missed out on the Premier League Golden Boot by a single goal in his final season at Arsenal, Anelka struggled to score goals at the Bernabeu, where patience and sympathy are in as short supply as intelligence, or any semblance of self-awareness, on the Joe Rogan podcast. It took Anelka 5 months to score his first goal for Real Madrid, even longer to score his first league goal, and he only scored 7 goals in 31 games in the Spanish capital in total. A return to PSG and a loan move to Liverpool yielded mixed results before Anelka's first renaissance at Man City in the mid-2000s. The Citizens were a mid-table team at best at the time, though, and Anelka followed that up with 18 months in Turkey with Fenerbahce, where he only scored 16 goals in 57 games in all competitions. Aged 27 at this stage, it looked as though the opportunity for Anelka to become a world-class centre-forward had been and gone, and he wasn't even included in France's Euro 2004 or 2006 World Cup squads. Enter, stage left, Sir Sam Allardyce. Officially just Sam Allardyce, of course, as his native must have been lost in the post, who brought Anelka to Bolton Wanderers in 2006. It was at the Reebok Arena, alongside the likes of Kevin Nolan and former Real Madrid teammate Ivan Campo, that Anelka reignited his career. Most notably at the start of his second season, bagging 11 goals in 22 games and convincing Chelsea to fork out £15 million on him mid-season. Expected to be an understudy to lone striker Didier Drogba by some people, Anelka nailed down a starting berth on either the left or the right of a front three, and over the next 4 years, he scored 59 goals and made 28 assists from 184 appearances for a fantastic Chelsea team. In his first full season at Stamford Bridge, Anelka won the Premier League Golden Boot, and he topped Chelsea's scoring charts for a second time, 3 goals ahead of Drogba, in the 2010-11 season under Carlo Ancelotti. Anelka still never hit the heights that he was truly capable of, which was becoming a generational forward who made Ballon d'Or podiums, but he went from being an outcast at both club and international level, whose time at Fenerbahce could only convince Bolton to take an interest in him, to starring for one of the best teams in the world and topping the Premier League scoring charts, ahead of the likes of Wayne Rooney, Steven Gerrard and Cristiano Ronaldo, and that is sufficient grounds for him to kickstart our 7. We will just skate over his time at West Brom. Hey, look, no comeback is indefinite. 6. Karim Benzema. I know what some of you are thinking. Karim Benzema? He never had a failed 18 months at Fenerbahce, or was branded a €145 million flop at Barcelona. When is he supposed to have been down and out? Well, our brains can sometimes play tricks on us, and Karim Benzema's majestic start and end to his Real Madrid career can smooth out our memories of what happened in the middle. What happened in the middle, specifically in the 2016-17 and most notably the 2017-18 seasons, is that Benzema wasn't very prolific, he was booed and jeered by Real Madrid supporters, and there were widespread calls for him to be sold. Benzema only scored 5 La Liga goals in the 2017-18 season, and 12 in all competitions. Meanwhile, Cristiano Ronaldo scored 44. There was a game against Las Palmas in late 2017, where virtually every one of Benzema's touches was greeted by a cacophony of boos by Real Madrid supporters, whose own players had to plead with them to stop. It was a frequent occurrence throughout that campaign, and it is a little surreal to look back on Reddit posts like this one, and many others like it, which are prefaced with, "No matter how bad Benzema is, this is still disgusting to me," and where the top comment reads, quote, "At this point I feel pity for him, he should leave and maybe build what he has left at another club," end quote. In truth, right up to the summer of 2018, following 9 years at the club, and despite already having scored more than 150 goals for them, many Real Madrid fans had a lukewarm relationship with their French number 9 at best. When Cristiano Ronaldo departed for Juventus in 2018, the overwhelming view of Real Madrid supporters was that the club needed a more prolific centre-forward than Benzema, who just had his worst ever season with them, and a poll by AS found that a majority of supporters surveyed favoured starting Mariano Diaz, brought back to Madrid from Lyon that summer, ahead of Benzema. There was a feeling that perhaps Gareth Bale or maybe even Isco could step up and become Madrid's main man in Ronaldo's absence, but few felt that Benzema could. Over the next 5 years, however, between the ages of 30 and 35, the man that most Madrid fans had wanted sold in 2018 scored 162 goals in 236 games, playing the best football of his career and reaching a deafening crescendo in the 2021-22 season, in which he scored 44 goals and made 15 assists in 46 appearances, inspiring Real Madrid to a Champions League double and winning the Ballon d'Or by the second widest margin of all time, 356 points ahead of second place Sadio Mane. The perception of Benzema's low was far greater than his performances at that time, I would suggest, but the fact remains that he went from his every touch being booed, fans wanting him sold, and scoring 5 league goals in 32 appearances in an entire season, to winning a Ballon d'Or by a wider margin than Lionel Messi ever has. It's a pretty staggering career comeback by any metric, even if his lowest ebb was higher than most of the players still to come. Fifth, Granit Xhaka. A recent example, but a classic of the genre nonetheless. This is a visual representation of Granit Xhaka's career, and that is a perfect career trajectory in order to earn a spot in this seven. Xhaka, who was born in Switzerland to Kosovar Albanian parents, made his senior international debut at Wembley against England in a Euro 2012 qualifier, and he was only 18. A rising star at Basel, Xhaka was soon snapped up by Borussia Mönchengladbach for a reported €8.5 million. By the time they joined Arsenal in 2016, this time for £30 million, the word abates around who was able to sign it between Xhaka and N'Golo Kante. Arsenal themselves had backed out of it under Kante, largely due to what they deemed to be excessive agent fees, but also because of Xhaka's form in the Bundesliga and the Euro 2016. Xhaka's first few seasons at the Emirates would absolutely be described as a mixed bag, as his range of passing and occasional wonder goals impressed, but his defensive discipline and recklessness drew criticism. It was evident, as always ought to be the case, that Xhaka was not a similar profile of player to Kante at all, and that he was at his best playing alongside a midfield destroyer, rather than being expected to perform that role himself. Nonetheless, Arsenal persisted in their delusion for far too long. Xhaka was drained of all confidence and belief. Performances reached a nadir in 2019-20 and 2021-20. In October 2019, Xhaka was booed and jeered by Arsenal supporters, who celebrated when Unai Emery substituted him, prompting Xhaka to clap his ear and goad the Arsenal supporters before throwing his shirt to the ground and walking straight down the tunnel. When Xhaka left Arsenal in the summer of 2023, following a mini resurgence in his final season in North London, returning to the Bundesliga with a later season, he was on the verge of turning 31. He only played Champions League football once in 7 seasons at the Emirates, and that was in his first season, through qualification achieved before he arrived. It seemed as though Xhaka's prospects of playing a starring role for an elite-level team were done and dusted, but Xabi Alonso had other ideas. Partnered with Robert Andrek, a genuine midfield sitter and destroyer who allowed Xhaka to focus on his playmaking, the former Basel star was a new man. Xhaka's role was not dissimilar in some ways to the one that Alonso played at Liverpool or Real Madrid, alongside the likes of Javier Mascherano or Sami Khedira. And though Florian Wirtz was Leverkusen's star man, arguably no one was more important to them that season and how they played than Xhaka. No outfield player played more minutes, as Leverkusen went invincible domestically, winning both the DFB Pokal and their first ever Bundesliga, finishing 17 points ahead of Stuttgart and 18 clear of Bayern Munich, in addition to reaching the final of the Europa League. The following season, which is to say last season, was a bit of a come down. Almost anything would have been, but Leverkusen still finished as Bundesliga runners-up, reached the DFB Pokal semi-finals and the Champions League round of 16, with Xhaka starring once again. From being berated by Arsenal supporters, and his withdrawal during a game being celebrated like a goal at the age of 27, Xhaka finished 16th in Ballon d'Or voting, above Fede Valverde, Cole Palmer, and any Arsenal player at the age of 32, in addition to making both the Bundesliga and the Europa League teams of the season. Signed by Sunderland in the summer just gone, Xhaka has also been a revelation at the Stadium of Light, where he is the team's talisman and already has 3 assists in 6 games. 4. Johan Cruyff. With all due respect to saying that, there is a slight step up in class to one of the greatest footballers of all time in 4th place. Gifted European footballer to have ever lived, Johan Cruyff was untouchable at his best, but also occasionally mercurial and a bit volatile. He was scoring a goal a game at Ajax at the age of only 18, seemingly became bored with putting the ball in the back of the net, and so he decided to pioneer a Dutch variation of total football, alongside head coach Rinus Michels in his early 20s instead. 3 successive European Cups and 3 successive Ballon d'Ors were the culmination of that project, as Cruyff became the undisputed greatest player on the planet before leaving Ajax for Barcelona. There, he transformed Barcelona not just in an instant, inspiring the club to their first La Liga title in 14 years in his debut campaign, but for a lifetime, shaping the ideology which defines Barcelona and La Masia to this day. And that was all before he turned 30. Cruyff retired in 1978 after leaving Barcelona, despite being among the best players in the world still, but a series of poor investments led him to come out of retirement a year later, with Los Angeles Aztecs in the lucrative North American Soccer League. It seemed like a cash grab, because it was, but Cruyff was still named as the NASL's MVP in his first season back, in a league which starred the likes of Carlos Alberto Torres, Gerd Muller, and his old pal and adversary, Franz Beckenbauer. Cruyff returned to Europe in 1981 with Spanish Segunda Division side Levante, having initially come close to joining relegation-threatened First Division club, Leicester City. Cruyff struggled for fitness at Valencia's second club, and fell out with the club's hierarchy, which meant that he only played 10 games and scored 2 goals before returning to the NASL with the Washington Diplomats. Now aged 34, and not having played international or top-flight football in Europe for over 3 years, it appeared as though Cruyff was finished as a force at the highest level. Ajax enjoyed a slow start to the 1981-82 season, though, losing games against FC Twente, Sparta Rotterdam and AZ, and so they launched an audacious bid to bring Cruyff home. Cruyff's homecoming was confirmed in December 1981. He proceeded to score 7 goals in 15 games that season, and Ajax regained the Eredivisie title. They retained it the following season, and Cruyff won his first Dutch Footballer of the Year award in 12 years. Despite that fact, at the age of 36, Ajax decided not to offer Cruyff a new deal. A scorned Cruyff joined Ajax's bitter rivals Feyenoord instead, where he partnered Peter Houtman and Ruud Gullit in the club's forward line for one last dance, winning an Eredivisie and KNVB Cup double, which was Feyenoord's first league title in 10 years, and first double in almost 20. Ajax finished 3rd. You should have offered him a new deal, lads. 3rd, Isco. Propelling us right back into the present day, Isco's career trajectory is not dissimilar to Ousmane Dembele's, only more extreme, at least in terms of the lows. Sensationally talented, Isco joined his hometown club Malaga from Valencia as a 19-year-old in 2011, and in his debut campaign, he won the La Liga Breakthrough Player and Golden Boy awards, recognizing him as the best young player on the planet. His second season was even more impressive, as Isco scored 12 goals and made 6 assists, as Malaga made it through to the quarter-finals of the UEFA Champions League. A €30 million move to Real Madrid followed, as Isco became Carlo Ancelotti's first signing at the Bernabeu, and his first few seasons were full of promise. Isco was no longer the star man, alongside the likes of Bale and Ronaldo, but he initially appeared to be developing nicely. It was only when Ronaldo left Real Madrid, in 2018, that a 26-year-old Isco was expected to kick on. Instead, he did the exact opposite. In the 2020-21 season, Isco didn't score a single goal, and he only registered 2 assists from 29 appearances. Beyond the numbers, though, his performances lacked the spark and invention that had made him one of the most highly regarded youngsters on the planet. Following 4 seasons of disappointment, and that is putting it mildly, Isco was released by Real Madrid in 2022. He joined Sevilla, but after just 4 months, his contract was terminated by mutual agreement, with manager Jorge Sampaoli stating that Isco, quote, did not meet the club's expectations. This was in a Sevilla team that would go on to finish 12th that season. Isco subsequently came close to joining Union Berlin before that deal collapsed, leaving him without a club for more than 6 months. By the time that Isco joined Real Betis in the summer of 2023, he was 31 years old, he had scored 2 La Liga goals in over 4 years, and not even some of his own family members were probably anticipating a major revival. They would be proved wrong, though. Isco rolled back the years in his debut campaign with Sevilla's bitter rivals, scoring 9 goals, making 7 assists, and winning 6 Man of the Match awards. For the first time in his career, he made the La Liga Team of the Season. Last season, Isco, now age 33, replicated the feat, making 23 goal contributions in only 33 games, as well as winning the UEFA Conference League Player of the Season award as Real Betis reached the final. Earlier this year, Isco was recalled by Spain, the reigning European champions, for the first time in 6 years. A recognition of an extraordinary and at one time seemingly highly improbable career turnaround that season kickstarts our podium places. Second, Ferenc Puskás. I didn't want to include players who just came back from injuries or out of retirement in this video, because that is a slightly different kind of career setback to actually performing poorly and being written off for that reason, which made Ferenc Puskás a bit of a difficult case to assess. One of the greatest forwards, goal scorers and footballers to have ever lived, Puskás made his name with Budapest Honvéd and Hungary's golden team, scoring 382 goals in 367 games for the former, and 84 goals from 85 caps for the latter. Widely recognised as the best European footballer throughout most of the 1950s, Puskás left Hungary in 1956 for Budapest Honvéd's European Cup first-round tie away at Athletic Club. He wouldn't return to Hungary until 1981. While the Honvéd squad were in Bilbao, the Hungarian uprising was suppressed by the Soviet Union. The Honvéd players decided not to fly home, instead going on a world tour, playing exhibition games in Italy, Portugal, Spain and Brazil. Every team in Europe wanted to sign Puskás until he was issued with a 2-year ban by UEFA. By the time that it expired, Puskás, who had been living in Austria and Italy, was 31 years old, unfit, and overweight. He tried and failed to find a Serie A club who'd sign him, since he was living in Italy, all of them put off by concerns around his age and weight, before a proposed move to Manchester United fell through owing to complications. Then Puskás received a phone call from Real Madrid president Santiago Bernabeu. Those who had doubted Puskás, as with a 36-year-old Cruyff, was soon made to look very foolish. Following 2 years out of the game and into his 30s, he scored a hat-trick in only his second game for Real Madrid, which would be the first of 4 hat-tricks that season and the first of 23 in a Real Madrid shirt. Only Cristiano Ronaldo and Alfredo Di Stefano have scored more for the club. In 8 years with Madrid, aged 31 to 39, Puskás scored 242 goals in 262 games, including an astonishing 47 goals in 36 games in his second season, which probably ought to have won him the Ballon d'Or. He finished second that year, behind Luis Suarez, not that one, and never got his hands on the Golden Ball. Puskás won 5 La Liga titles and 3 European Cups in 8 seasons with Los Blancos though, leading the La Liga scoring charts 4 times and the European Cups twice, and even becoming a Spanish international, following 85 caps for Hungary, in 1961. Puskás never had an extended spell of poor form, which is why I debated about including him in the 7 and why he doesn't take top spots, but he spent 2 years out of the game in which he entered his 30s, was dismissed by many onlookers, and then bagged a goal a game for Real Madrid until he was almost 40, so second feels just. First, Jose Font. Alright. I know what some of you are thinking again. How can Jose Font top a list where Ferenc Puskás and Johan Cruyff are second and fourth? Admittedly, Jose Font's peak probably wasn't as high as those two. I am happy to concede that point before I am referred to an asylum, but I still think that his career comeback was arguably even more remarkable. Cruyff was just disinterested for a few years, and once he got the fire in his belly, especially when motivated by bitterness, and after his investment in a pig farm went south, he was able to turn on the style. Meanwhile, Puskás was just wrongly dismissed following 2 years out of the game before reminding everyone that he was the Don. Neither of them looked like cart horses running through treacle at West Ham before being banished to China, though. Yet that is exactly what happened to Jose Font between 2017 to 2018. A fantastic servant to Southampton for 7 seasons, West Ham signed Font for £8 million in January 2017, thinking that they had bolstered their defensive ranks by adding invaluable leadership and experience. Southampton's captain as they finished 6th in the Premier League only the previous season, Font had been unable to agree a new and improved deal with the Saints, claiming that the club hadn't even offered him a contract. Southampton's reluctance to tie Font down on a big contract might have had something to do with his poor performances in the first half of the 2016-17 season, though, and things immediately got off to a bad start at West Ham. West Ham co-owner David Sullivan stated that his children had, and I quote, begged him not to sign Font, which is probably a comment best kept in-house. Nonetheless, on this occasion, Sullivan probably should have listened to his kids. On his debut, Font was run ragged by a brilliant Man City forward line, as West Ham lost 4-0 and he conceded a penalty. Just as his Hammers career looked to be rebounding at the start of the following campaign, Font suffered an ankle injury and he failed to re-establish himself at the London Stadium. In February 2018, after 13 months, West Ham cut their losses and sold Font to Chinese Super League outfit Dalian Yifang, probably not pronounced like that, let's be honest, where he played 9 games before his contract was terminated after just 5 months. Age 35 then, Font joined Lille in the summer of 2018, who had avoided relegation from Ligue 1 by just a single point the previous season. His career looked to be in a tailspin, but over the next 3 years, Font reasserted himself as one of the most solid and dependable centre-backs in Ligue 1. He played a pivotal role as Lille won a shock Ligue 1 title, dethroning PSG, and he returned to the Portugal team, with whom he won the UEFA Nations League in 2019, starting alongside Ruben Dias and keeping a clean sheet, as Portugal beat the Netherlands in the final. Font won his last Portugal cap in 2022. Aged 39, he joined Braga in 2023, and he is still playing top-flight football in Portugal now, aged almost 42, for Lisbon-based Casa Pia. It's not quite Dembele's Ballon d'Or or Puskás's 3 European Cups, but on the unlikely scale, if you'd have asked most people to predict Jose Font's next 7 years, following failed moves to both China and West Ham United, I think that it would rank pretty close to the top. This could have been about a 7-part series in truth, with the likes of Fabio Cannavaro, Luca Toni, Branislav Ivanovic, Paul McGrath, Robert Huth, Antoine Griezmann, Edwin van der Sar, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Dutch Real Madrid trio, Wesley Sneijder, Ian Robben, and Rafael van der Vaart, Ryan Gravenberch, Jesus Navas, Kevin Davies, Jermaine Defoe, Juan Roman Riquelme, Hudson Ben Arfa, and Joselu all making my shortlist, among many, many, and I really do mean many others. The most remarkable career comeback of all is surely still Thiago Silva at Fluminense from 2007 onwards, covered extensively in my 7 greatest redemption arcs in football video, but since it was almost solely injury and coming out of retirement related, It's who missed out. Anyway, that is it for today's video. I hope that you enjoyed it. Apologies if not. Hit the like button if you did. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. And of course, make sure that you are subscribed and have notifications turned on. Not just for this channel, HITC7s, but just as, if not even more importantly, some would argue, for my second channel, Alfie Potts Armour, both of which should be about to appear on your screens any minute now, along with a couple of videos that you might enjoy watching after this one. You can also follow me on social media. It's usually the username at HITC7s. And you can now support me additionally, either via becoming a channel member on the Alfie Potts Armour YouTube channel, or via buymeacoffee.com/Alfie Potts Armour, where you can do likewise, but Google won't take almost a third of it. That's it from me. I will see you all very shortly, I hope. Take care out there. Have a magnificent weekend. I love you all. Cheers. Ticket prices for the 2026 World Cup are a disgrace. Alright. I know what most of you are thinking. A tournament organised by FIFA, hosted predominantly in the United States, being a festival of greed and an exercise in rank exploitation, is hardly headline news, is it? What's your next video going to be about, Alfie? How cigarette manufacturers don't actually have your long-term lung health at heart? Why casinos prefer it if you don't win too often? How ISIS have some problematic attitudes towards LGBT issues? And look, I get it. It would be more of a surprise if the 2026 World Cup wasn't a blatant cash grab, which priced out anyone whose preferred methods of transport are mega yachts and private jets. But however bad you thought that things were, or would be, in terms of the sale, pricing, and distribution of 2026 World Cup tickets, I can assure you that they are in fact much, much, much worse. This is the first World Cup where fans have been asked to cough up thousands of dollars just for the chance to buy tickets at a future date, let alone tickets themselves. It is the first World Cup with so-called variable pricing, meaning that the exorbitant prices set by FIFA could climb yet higher still subject to demand. And it is the first World Cup where FIFA's resale platform won't resell tickets at face value, but for thousands of dollars and many multiples of what those tickets originally cost. The 2026 World Cup isn't a little bit more expensive and scammy than those which preceded it. It is on an entirely different scale. Whereas the cheapest tickets for the 2022 and 2018 World Cup finals were priced at $600 and $450 respectively, which is hardly cheap, is it? The cheapest tickets for the 2026 World Cup final start at over $2,000, almost 3 times more than any other World Cup, and there will be about 8 of those seats in total, so high up that you could have personally handed that money to God yourself instead. We're talking about a tournament where a ticket to Mexico's opening game costs more than the average Mexican earns in a month, where a group game between Benin and Uzbekistan could set you back over $600, and where hospitality tickets can cost more than an American medical bill. Today, I feel robbed. So sit back, relax, and join me on a slow descent into madness, exploring World Cup NFTs, dynamic pricing, and 101 ways in which the 2026 World Cup is organised theft. Again, I promise you, it's much worse than you think. Do you remember NFTs? No, this isn't the start of a Peter Kay routine. They were those photos of apes that crypto bros insisted were worth millions, because they were unique digital assets recorded on a blockchain which represented ownership of a digital or physical item, creating artificial scarcity. And a few months later, they were all worth nothing because who cares? They were a big deal for a while, though, in the sense that lots of already rich people got even richer out of them, whilst lots of not very rich people lost lots of money speculating on them. It's weird how that keeps happening. You may recall that several football clubs were quick to jump up on the NFT train. A bunch of crypto and NFT bros bought League 2 Crawley Town, and John Terry even launched his own NFT scheme, 8 Kids Club, which lost 99% of their value in less than 6 months. Which was a real shame for me because I just assumed that John Terry's 8 Kids Club would be a safe haven for my retirement funds. Well, FIFA was hardly going to pass up on a perfectly good opportunity to scam people. Sorry, not scam. A perfectly good opportunity to, quote, provide football fans around the world with the chance to affordably own unique digital collectibles. So in September 2022, at the height of NFT mania, they launched FIFA Plus Collect. I know, catchy. By 2024, NFTs were as dead as Henry Kissinger, so FIFA pivoted to marketing their FIFA Plus Collect items not solely, or even principally, as NFTs, but as collectibles that could be redeemed in exchange for something of value in the real world, like FIFA World Cup and Club World Cup tickets. As someone who is, or at the very least was, trying to get 2026 World Cup tickets, I was inundated with emails about these FIFA Plus Collect items, which FIFA describes as right to buy or RTB packs. There are literally hundreds of these, but for now, we'll just focus on one. The right to final, as the name suggests, is an NFT or collectible which guarantees the buyer the right to buy a 2026 World Cup final ticket, so long as their team reaches the final. Originally priced between $999 to $1,500, I am pretty sure when I first saw them, but now priced at $299 to $999. That is because there is a wide range of teams' right to final packs available, and most of the actually likely finalist packs have already sold out. FIFA, therefore, is charging fans up to $1,500 for the chance to buy one World Cup final ticket in an unspecified category, at an unspecified price, in an unspecified location in the stadium, and at an unspecified date, solely if their team reaches the final. To be clear, because I have seen a fair bit of confusion about this among people also trying to buy World Cup tickets. On the cost of a ticket, and nor does it carry any kind of discount whatsoever off the ultimate price of a ticket that you may or may not have bought the opportunity to purchase at a later date, depending, in some cases, upon results. If you either don't take up that offer or your team doesn't make the final, in the case of the right to final pack, and a reminder at this stage that only 2 teams can make the World Cup final, of course, then your right to final pack becomes worthless, it is non-refundable, and you are between $299 to $1,499 down. It is basically a very expensive gamble where the reward, in the best case scenario, is being charged the same extortionate prices for a ticket as everyone else. 8 countries' right to final packs have already sold out. Argentina, Spain, France, England, Brazil, Portugal, Germany, and the Netherlands. There are roughly 50 packs for each national team, so that is over 400 NFTs sold for in excess of $400,000, without a single World Cup final ticket actually having been sold, plus all of the non-sold out teams like Italy and the United States, who both sold over 20 right to final packs. When only 2 teams can reach the final, meaning that a maximum of 100 right to final packs will ultimately have any value or be redeemable, out of over 1,700 that are currently for sale or have sold, and you won't know if your team will make the final until after the semi-finals, if they even get that far, leaving you with a matter of days to fork out several $1,000s on travel, accommodation, and, don't forget, your actual ticket, which, and this really cannot be emphasized enough, you haven't actually bought yet. 2 poor Uzbekistan fans have coughed up the $299 required for the right to buy a World Cup final ticket if their team, who are 2,000 to 1 outsiders to win the World Cup, are ranked 54th in the world, and have never qualified for the tournament before, somehow managed to reach the final. This is the equivalent of Mansfield Town or Doncaster Rovers fans, also priced at 2,000 to 1, being asked to pay £222 for the right to buy an FA Cup final ticket, on the outside chance, and I am being generous there, that their team makes the final, and then thousands of pounds more for their final ticket if, by some miracle, their team actually makes it. And even that's not a totally fair comparison, since presumably it is easier for most Mansfield and Doncaster fans to get to Wembley on short notice than it is to get from Uzbekistan to New Jersey. I have checked now, and surprisingly, I was right. It is a 17 to 27 hour flight, Stopping off in the UAE, and that is assuming that you live in the Uzbek capital of Tashkent. Uzbekistan, for reference, is bigger than Japan, and that only gets you to JFK International. It is at least another hour onto the MetLife Stadium in New Jersey. I'm probably going too deep on Uzbekistan travel arrangements at this stage, but you get the general idea. Some of these teams weren't even qualified for the World Cup, let alone reach the final. 24 Italy fans, at the time of recording, have parted with close to a combined $25,000 in total for the right to buy a World Cup final ticket if Italy are in it. When Italy haven't qualified for the World Cup in over 10 years, they haven't played a knockout game in almost 20, and they are currently second in their qualifying group, 6 points behind Norway, who recently beat them 3-0. Call me a cynic, but at this stage, you can probably tell that I don't think that these FIFA Plus collectible right to buy NFT packs represent especially good value. And the right to final pack is just one of hundreds of RTV products offered by FIFA, many of which have sold out. If you want to guarantee your right to buy, to buy a final ticket, regardless of which teams are in it, then I'm afraid that that won't come quite so cheap. Oh, come on. You really thought that you could buy the right to buy a football ticket for several $1,000s for as little as $999 without taking any risks? Honestly, some football fans are absolute entitled chances these days. The cheapest route to a guaranteed right to buy a final ticket currently offered by FIFA was the Final Thrills Mega Bundle, now sold out, I am very sad to report, which guaranteed holders the right to buy one ticket to each of the 4 World Cup quarterfinals, 2 semi-finals, and the final for a cool $18,499. Only 16 Final Thrills Mega Bundle packs went on sale, all now sold, for almost $300,000 in total. Again, without a single actual ticket having yet been sold. That wasn't the most expensive FIFA Plus Collect right to buy NFT. No, of course not. That would be the Mega Glory Bundle FIFA Club World Cup and World Cup 26 pack, which granted access for one person to 25 group games of the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. Actual tickets there, I know, who can believe it? And 25 right to buys for the 2026 World Cup, including the round of 16, the quarterfinals, semi-finals, and the final, all for the bargain basement price of just $23,000. The 2025 Club World Cup tickets were actual tickets, as opposed to right to buys, because no one wanted to go to FIFA's latest Saudi-sponsored cash grab, so they were basically giving tickets away by the end. That pack has now been archived, meaning that they are no longer available, because the Club World Cup has been and gone, but 59 out of 60 Mega Glory Bundle FIFA Club World Cup and World Cup 26 packs were sold, generating FIFA over $1.35 billion. There is also the Final Thrills Mega Bundle R16 pack, which includes the right to buy 2 tickets to a specific round of 16 tie, match 91 at the MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, and the right to buy 1 ticket for 3 other round of 16 ties, the 4 quarterfinals, 2 semis, and the final, priced at just $20,999. They are practically giving them away these days, all 16 of which have sold out, generating FIFA an additional $336,000. That's just 3 or 4 packs. The Athletic estimates, based upon conversations with industry insiders, that FIFA's Collect Plus RTV packages have already generated well in excess of $10 million. One last time for those of you at the back, without a single 2026 World Cup ticket having been sold. The strategy from FIFA is pretty straightforward. Rob people blind. I'm just kidding. No, that too. But I am going to be briefly a little bit more analytical. They are attempting to prey upon people's fears about missing out on World Cup tickets due to high demand, thus convincing them to part with enormous sums of money in order to guarantee themselves the opportunity to buy a ticket for an even more enormous sum at a future date. FIFA aren't especially ambiguous about this fact. The sales pitch for right to buy reads, quote, "Access to FIFA World Cup matches is famously difficult. Millions of fans enter ticket lotteries where overwhelming demand means a ticket is never guaranteed. This is where the right to buy, RTB, comes in. An RTB is an official FIFA allocation for FIFA Collect users that secures your opportunity to purchase a ticket to a FIFA World Cup 26 match." End quote. Another press release reads, quote, "Tickets for the World Cup are traditionally allocated through a lottery system where fans submit requests and hope for a random selection to secure their tickets. This process can be highly unpredictable and leaves many fans empty-handed. In contrast, RTBs provide a unique advantage by allowing fans to purchase tickets directly through FIFA Collect, bypassing the uncertainty of the lottery." End quote. As with so many things that FIFA does under Gianni Infantino's presidency, there is a brazenness which you almost have to admire, almost being the key word there. Issuing correction on a previous post of mine regarding the territory pipe sill, you do not, under any circumstances, gotta hand it to them. It's notable that FIFA hasn't disclosed anywhere, insofar as I and seemingly anyone else can tell, how the RTB system will actually work, what tickets fans will be able to buy, or when. This would seem like quite important information, given that the prices of tickets in different categories vary, they vary quite a lot. A Category 1 ticket for the USA's opening game of the World Cup, for example, which is most of the stadium, costs $2,735, whereas a Category 4 ticket, of which there are about 4, costs a bargain basement $560. No, they're dirt cheap. Thank God there aren't very many of them, otherwise the stadium could have been full of only very wealthy people, as opposed to the super rich, and I think we can all agree that would be disgusting. You may assume that if you purchase right to buy access, then you'll be the first fans to be offered tickets, giving you priority over which category you pick, and therefore, what price you pay. Wrong, or at least, probably wrong. The first 2026 World Cup tickets have now been sold via a select sale among Visa cardholders, and right to buy owners report not having heard anything yet. For the 2025 Club World Cup, where there was even less of a reason to fork out a right to buy packs because there was such a lack of demand, but FIFA still managed to convince some people into doing so with the same sales pitch, buyers reported a lack of communication over when they could actually purchase their guaranteed tickets, and complained that the only tickets available to them, despite paying for priority access, were Category 1 tickets, which are the most expensive tickets. In fairness to FIFA, and again, you don't actually have to hand it to ISIL, they don't make any promises or guarantees about timelines, categories, or prices, But it isn't unreasonable, it would seem to me, for people to assume that if they are paying an arm and a leg significantly in advance of a formal sale process, solely in order to guarantee themselves a ticket ahead of other people, that they might be granted some degree of early access. You can never assume with FIFA though. The only safe assumption is that they are going to do the worst possible thing at absolutely every given moment and try to shake you down for everything that you've got. I have focused a lot on right-to-buy packages up to this point, because I think that they are an absolute scandal that most people who haven't been actively attempting to get hold of 2026 World Cup tickets probably don't even know about, as they have been quite underreported, at least from what I've seen, and because whilst FIFA ripping off football fans is nothing new, this is. But how much will 2026 World Cup tickets actually cost? FIFA, it seems, didn't want anyone to know. Until the Visa sale went live just last week, the first of multiple rounds of ballots, in which 15% of World Cup tickets went on sale, exclusively to Visa members who entered the ballots, because Visa are one of FIFA's 7 primary partners.
Oh my
FIFA had
God,
released
was that a
virtually
bicycle
any
key?
information about ticket prices. All they would say,
What
rather
the?
conspicuously,
What a
is that
pass and what
tickets
a
will be
goal.
priced
What the
from
hell?
$60. The
Damn.
reasons for FIFA's reluctance to divulge more information are clear, as it was left to the lucky few who were successful in the Visa balance to
What a goal
release
from
information
Campos.
about World Cup
Wow.
ticket prices
Can't
themselves.
even be mad about that.
The only $60 tickets are Category 4 seats for group games, and there are fewer tickets designated Category 4 seats for sale than there are hairs on Gianni Infantino's head. It's almost amusing, in a macabre sense, to look at the 2026 World Cup seating maps. Whereas at other tournaments, it can be difficult to get hold of the cheapest category tickets because they always have the most demand, at the 2026 World Cup, it is difficult to even locate them on maps of the grounds. Category 4 is always labelled in green just to give you a helping hand here. So in Boston, if you look closely, you'll see that it is those two slivers of green on the very top corner on one side of the ground. In New Jersey, it is those 4 tiny subsections at the top of 4 blocks at each corner of the stadium. And in Kansas, perhaps most amusingly, it is literally those 4 points at the top of each corner of the stadium which look like they're just rounding out the ground. In Atlanta, the Category 4 seats are somewhat easier to identify on a seating plan than elsewhere, but that's only because they are a bunch of tiered temporary benches, known in the US as bleachers, at the very top of the stadium, which, at least according to people on Reddit, are so high up that you can't even view the halo screen at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium. FIFA won't reveal how many Category 4 tickets are actually for sale, either at specific venues or across the tournament as a whole, and that's because the answer is virtually none, and they will be harder to get hold of than the Epstein files. Oh, and they still cost up to $560 for the most expensive group game, up to $410 for the quarterfinal in Los Angeles, $450 for the semifinal in Dallas, and $2,030 for the final in New Jersey. We might as well disregard Category 4 tickets, therefore, since getting hold of them is about as realistic as factoring in a lottery win into your family budget, in which case, group stage tickets are priced between $120, that is solely for Category 3 in Monterrey and Guadalajara, the 2 cheapest venues, and $620 for Category 1 tickets to group stage games in LA, San Francisco, and New Jersey, excluding the host nation's 3 opening games, which are priced between $715 and $2,735, and each of the host's other 2 games, which are also more expensive. Round of 32 tickets start at $135 for Category 3 tickets in the cheapest venues, and rise to $665 for Category 1 tickets at the most expensive. That rises to $220,
Like that one?
$890
Okay.
$485 to $1,690 for the quarterfinals, $660 to $2,780 for the semis,
What a place.
and of course, $2,790 to $6,370 for the final. It's worth noting that there aren't even that many Category 3 tickets. If you take the MetLife Stadium in New Jersey, which will host the World Cup final, to give just one example, And it's not even the most extreme one. As you can see, the entire lower and middle bowls, except for a small number of seats behind each of the goals, are designated as Category 1 seats, the most expensive tickets. The vast majority of the upper bowl are Category 2 seats, the second most expensive tickets, and only the upper tier behind each of the two goals are Category 3 seats. Let's not even depress ourselves again by mentioning the Category 4 seats. At previous World Cups, for example, even adjusted for inflation and currency fluctuations, a Category 1 ticket for an opening game had never exceeded $725, which is still insane for a football ticket, but at the 2026 World Cup, there are 3 designated opening games, and the Category 1 tickets to them cost $1,745 in Canada, $1,825 in Mexico, and $2,735 in the United States. Or, in other words, 140%, 151%, and 277% more than any other opening game in World Cup history. For normal group games, adjusted for inflation, the 2018 World Cup in Russia had the most expensive Category 3 tickets, priced at roughly $138. In 2026, there are 2 Mexican cities, Monterrey and Guadalajara, where you can get Category 3 tickets for that price, but in 5 US cities, the cheapest Category 3 group stage tickets are $215, over 50% higher than at any previous World Cup. It is also worth noting, tickets were significantly cheaper in Germany in 2006, or Qatar in 2022, for example. For the final, as reported by Henry Bushnell in The Athletic, Category 3 tickets had never previously cost more than $700. In 2026, they are priced at $2,790. None of this is normal, nor is FIFA's 2026 World Cup resale platform, which recently went live following the first Visa ballot and ticket sales. Unlike at previous World Cups, FIFA's resale platform won't prevent fans from selling tickets for more than face value. In fact, there are no restrictions at all on resale prices. So, Category 4 tickets for the final, the cheapest tickets, priced at a mere $2,030, are now listed for resale on FIFA's official reselling platform for between $10,999 and $30,000. Category 3 tickets, purchased for $2,790, are listed for resale at between $15,000 to $24,500, and Category 1 tickets, priced by FIFA at $6,370, are now yours for just $49,000 to $60,000 via FIFA's official resale platform. These are constantly updated listings, just in case the screenshots provided don't correlate exactly with the figures that I just quoted, though those prices have remained fairly stable since the resale platform went live. FIFA have defended the exorbitant resale prices, not to mention the exorbitant RRPs, on account of American cultural norms, whilst claiming that it will deter ticket scalpers and touts from listing their tickets on third-party websites like Ticketmaster and StubHub. That's right, FIFA, at long last, has finally found a successful formula for defeating third-party websites which promote scalpers and touts, and that is by hosting the scalpers and touts themselves. It's genius, I tell you. Why didn't anyone think of it sooner? It has even been reported that much of the right-to-buy sale activity was conducted by touts, hedging their bets when it comes to certain packs guaranteeing them tickets for certain games, which they feel confident they can sell on to actual fans for significant profits. FIFA have another motive in allowing prices to skyrocket, rather than trading between genuine fans at face value, and that is because they take a 15% cut of every ticket sale via their resale platform at both ends of the transaction. So if a seller sells a $140 ticket for resale at $1,000, they get $850, while FIFA is $850. Meanwhile, the buyer will actually pay $1,150, $1,000 for the ticket, and $150 to FIFA as a service or transaction fee. For a $50,000 final ticket, of which there are multiple listed on the FIFA resale platform, FIFA would take a $15,000 commission on the sale and purchase of a single ticket for a single game. Look, I told you, no matter how bad you think that things are, they are worse. These prices don't even include being bundled into the back of a riot van by armed ICE thugs and deported to a concentration camp in El Salvador. No, that's on the house. Interestingly, Mexican law actually prohibits ticket touting, that is to say, the resale of tickets for more than face value, which has forced FIFA to create a separate resale system for tickets to games in Mexico, although I noticed that while group stage games are all listed at face value, tickets to the round of 16 game in Mexico City are listed for huge markups and several thousands of dollars. I guess Mexican law just doesn't apply beyond the round of 32 or something. Oh, and all of this is before FIFA's variable pricing kicks in on the initial price of tickets. Put another way, the prices quoted up to this point are starting figures, and they could yet climb even higher. Demand for the tiny number of Category 4 tickets for the final, for example, could cause a significant increase from their baseline price of just $2,030. This is also the first World Cup to employ variable pricing, better known as dynamic pricing, and even better known as robbing people, which we got a taste of at the 2025 FIFA Club World Cup. In that case, the dynamism had the opposite effect of what FIFA had intended, as a lack of demand depressed prices, leading to tickets selling for far less closer to games, as FIFA desperately sought to fill stadiums, than months before the tournament began. That was the first Club World Cup under an expanded Saudi-sponsored format, though, with dubious interest and prestige. FIFA doesn't expect to face the same kinds of challenges with the actual World Cup, but are they right to? Insofar as there will be far more interest than there was in the Club World Cup, of course, the World Cup is the biggest sporting event in the world, and demand for the host nations' fixtures, the major footballing nations, and the latter stages of the tournament, and especially the final, are likely to be intense. For other games, however, I wouldn't be quite so sure. $620 to watch a group game between Argentina and Japan is one thing, but to watch Cape Verde versus Uzbekistan, yeah. I mean, I know at least two Uzbeks who would probably be willing to pay it. They have got right to buy packs for the final and are backing their boys all the way. And I've also sorted out their travel arrangements for them. But for neutrals, it's a tough sell. Which is why FIFA, along with other governing bodies, carry out a lot of their early ballots, in which the vast majority of World Cup tickets are sold before the World Cup draw is carried out, so people don't actually know which teams, outside of the host nations, will be playing in the games that they buy tickets for. Nonetheless, we see depressed crowds, especially in the group stages, for less desirable fixtures of most World Cups. Combine that with by far the most expensive World Cup tickets of all time, and what many consider to be a hostile environment in the US, in particular right now, especially towards people from other countries, and I think that the prospect of empty seats, and even cheap late sales for certain games in a desperate attempt to fill those seats, is a pretty likely one. You can, as I'm sure some people watching this video would, say that those concerns are unfounded. You'd be wrong, I think, but regardless, it is the perception that matters, and especially for those from countries in Latin America, like Brazil and Argentina, who usually travel in impressive numbers, the prices and perceived risk are a toxic cocktail that will convince many to keep their powder dry for future tournaments and trips instead. Even in the full stadiums, because of the sheer demographics, dominated by sponsors, corporate clients, and the rich, atmospheres are likely to be lifeless and sterile. FIFA has repeatedly defended World Cup ticket prices, including before they were even revealed by normal members of the public, usually hiding behind American culture and norms when it comes to ticket prices, both in terms of RRP and resale, for major sporting events. In a recent statement, FIFA stated, quote, "The pricing model adopted generally reflects the existing and developing market practice in our co-hosts for major entertainment and sporting events, soccer included. We are focused on ensuring fair access to our game for existing, but also prospective fans, and are offering group stage tickets starting at $60, a very competitive price point for a major global sporting event in the US." End quote. As we've already established, the $60 tickets are a red herring FIFA may as well have one seat on top of one stadium for $1 and claim that they've made it the most affordable World Cup of all time. It is true to say that American attitudes towards ticket prices are different to those in Europe and throughout most, if not all, of the world. You see this in a lot of the responses to the relief of World Cup ticket prices. If you flick from the US soccer to the Scottish football subreddits, for example, two very distinct attitudes towards ticket prices and price gouging can be found, with some Americans remarking that a couple to a few $100s for a group game isn't that bad, and even upwards of $1,000 for a knockout game. Most would rather they were cheaper, of course. They are Americans, not aliens, and can see the absurdity of the practically non-existent Category 4 tickets, but it's just different. However, FIFA had the opportunity to illustrate that, though price gouging may be the norm in American sports, making them inherently exclusionary to huge sections of society, and indeed most ordinary people, football is different. This is supposed to be the global game, once the working man's game, of course, and to say, that's great and all, you can do that, but this isn't the Super Bowl, it's the World Cup, and it should be open to all. Instead, not surprisingly it must be said, but disappointingly all the same, they have chosen to adopt all of the worst aspects of rampant American profiteering and exploitation, and a World Cup where football's governing body hopes to generate in excess of $3 billion solely through ticket sales. FIFA, it should be said, has sole control over pricing at the 2026 World Cup, as they do at all World Cups. Hiding behind the veil of America's proud tradition of ripping people off, therefore, is absurd. Exorbitant ticket prices for sporting events is a distinctly American phenomenon, but so too are mass shootings and obesity, but I can't imagine that FIFA are planning on making them integral parts of this World Cup as well. This is a World Cup of the rich, by the rich, and for the rich, hosted predominantly by the home of the brave, the land of the free, and the capital of robbing people blind. An American president worth between $5 to $7 billion plans to be front and centre of it. Despite knowing less about football than either of my two dogs, it is orchestrated by a FIFA president who earns over $4 million a year through the profits of his exploitation, and virtually every stadium will have a higher net worth than the GDP of some of the teams competing at the tournaments. For all of its ills, I love the United States, though I haven't been for a long time, and I have been planning to attend the 2026 World Cup pretty much since it was announced as the winning bid, ahead of Morocco, back in 2018. My plan, until very recently, was to go to both Mexico and the US. But the combination of the hostility of the current American regime and the eye-watering prices for World Cup tickets, which I knew would be bad, but which are even worse and even more shamelessly bad in every respect than almost anyone could have imagined, has eroded almost all of my enthusiasm, at least in terms of travelling to the US. I'm now thinking of just going to Mexico, where resale prices are at least capped, and you don't have to provide details of all of your social media accounts in order to enter the country. It's just a shame that there are no games in either Canada or Mexico beyond the round of 16. Maybe you just watched this video because you were interested in hearing about World Cup ticket prices, or wanted to listen to me go on yet another rant about FIFA, or maybe you were, or still are, interested in attending the World Cup. I would be interested to hear other people's plans in the comments if that is the case, and how, if at all, they've changed in recent weeks. I could, of course, get free hospitality and corporate tickets from sponsors, so none of this need be a problem for me, just as I could accept ad deals, which mean that I could afford the tickets themselves, but I won't do that because I am just so bloody principled, and so much more honourable than everyone else on this platform. And so much poorer, but what does that matter? Now, who needs money when you have got hundreds of thousands of adoring fans? That's my motto. If I go to the World Cup, I shall undoubtedly make a video for my second channel, which is named Alfie Potshamer, great name, and where I recently finished editing my latest video about the Basque Derby, which will be uploaded very, very shortly, so feel free to check that out, and subscribe to me there if you haven't already. You can also support me additionally these days if you want to support my work, as I continue to bat off corporate sponsors and ad reads, either via the Alfie Potshamer YouTube channel, where you can become a channel member, or via buymeacoffee.com/Alfie Potshamer, where way you can do the same, but Google won't take 30% of it. They've got enough, honestly. Breathe really is the cornerstone of this video. I didn't even have time, it should be said, to get into the hospitality packages, which are priced up to $73,000. Oh well, that's probably enough for today. Thank you all very much, as ever, for watching. Hit the like button if you enjoyed today's video. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments, and of course, as I say, make sure that you are subscribed and have notifications turned on both for this channel, HITC7s, and also my second channel, Armor, both of which should be about to appear on your screens now, along with a couple of videos that you might enjoy watching after this one. You can also find me on various social media platforms, typically by the username @HITC7s, as Rihanna has done. As I say, you can now become a channel member via the, I won't repeat that bit, just scroll back if you missed it. But that's all from me. I will see you very shortly, I hope. Please take care out there. Don't buy a right to buy package, whatever you do. I love you all. Cheers. France is a country which almost has it all. Delicious food, groundbreaking artists, and a big old bunch of nukes. France boasts the bustling metropolis of Paris, the sun-soaked beaches and deep blue seas of the Côte d'Azur, and the stunning scenery and world-class ski resorts of the French Alps. They've even got the greatest country to have ever existed right on their doorstep, connected to them by the Channel Tunnel. It's no wonder they're so bloody arrogant. She's wielding that baguette like a baseball bat, isn't she? But if there's one thing that the French don't have, aside from deodorants, it is local football rivals. A stalwart of most countries' footballing scenes, especially in Europe, some of the most heated and competitive rivalries in the world are intra-city derbies. Milan has the Derby della Madonnina between AC Milan and Inter Milan. Buenos Aires has the Super Classico between Boca Juniors and River Plate. And Istanbul has the infamous trifecta of bitter resentment among their big three, Besiktas, Fenerbahce and Galatasaray. In England, the likes of Liverpool, Manchester and various London clubs contest some of the world's most watched rivalries. In Portugal, the Derby de Lisboa between Sporting and Benfica routinely stops an entire nation in its tracks. And in Scotland, the old firm between Glasgow Giants, Celtic and Rangers is a rivalry arguably without peer anywhere else in the world. Even in the United States, a much larger and less densely populated nation than France, with a far less deeply entrenched football culture, Major League Soccer still boasts two crosstown rivalries in the country's two largest cities, New York and Los Angeles. The same cannot be said for France. Two-time World Cup winners, ranked second in the world, and home to both the reigning European champions and one of Europe's big five leagues, which doesn't have a single major city rivalry of any description, and hasn't done for almost 100 years. In fact, following Paris FC's promotion from Ligue 2 last season, this is the first time since the 1989-90 season, over 35 years ago, that there has even been two teams from the same city competing in Ligue 1. PSG and Racing Paris were the two Paris clubs who briefly coexisted in the top flight during the late 1980s, before Racing drowned under the weight of unsustainable debts and losses, and were relegated to the local amateur leagues. Prior to that, you've got to go back to the 1978-79 and 1972-73 seasons, then followed by the mid-1960s, before PSG were even founded, to find two Parisian clubs competing in Ligue 1 at the same time, and even then they were two clubs from the suburbs, Racing and Stade Francais, actually outside of Paris's strictly defined city walls. The last time that there were two teams from the same city that wasn't Paris competing in France's top flight was the 1938-39 season, on the eve of World War II, some 87 years ago, when Olympique Lillois and SC Fif shared a place in France's 16-team Division 1 for the last time, before merging to form Lille. Outside of Paris, then, France just doesn't have any two-team cities. The second best team in Marseille, a city with a population of 900,000 people, a metropolitan area of 1.8 million, and a higher population than Turin, Seville or Liverpool, which is the second largest city in France behind Paris, competes in the amateur sixth tier of French football. Their 3,500 capacity stadium is rarely filled, and I can virtually guarantee that you have never heard of them. They're called Union Sportive Marseille Undum Catalan. The biggest derby in French football is La Classique between Marseille and PSG, who are further apart than Paris and Milan, Paris and Dortmund, or Paris and Sheffield. France is practically unique, certainly in terms of major footballing nations in this regard. But why? Well, it's funny that you should ask, because that's what today's video is all about. So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey to the land of Descartes, Napoleon, and Anelka, as we take a look at why French football is almost entirely devoid of two-team cities and local rivalries, whether that will ever change, and why, as with so many things, you can in large part blame the Nazis. I'm not saying that it's the worst thing they ever did. That would be for historians to determine, but you can add it to the list. We think of France as being one of the world's great football nations, because it is, but that wasn't always the case. The French were relatively late and fairly reluctant adopters of football, which has had many long-term ramifications. Paris and its suburbs may be the greatest talent-producing region in all of world football these days, but in the late 1800s, the French treated football with a great deal of suspicion. Whereas in Britain, where modern football was first codified, football rapidly spread from private schools and elite universities out into northern industrial towns, becoming known as the working man's game and establishing an audience, which consisted primarily of the proletariat, as would come to be the case in almost all countries. That wasn't so in France. Cycling, athletics, tennis, and rugby union were France's mass participation sports, with football widely perceived as being the preserve of an aristocratic or moneyed class of metropolitan elites, as it was introduced to France by wealthy British expatriates residing in Paris. Rugby union, incidentally, which is strongly associated with the middle and upper classes in the United Kingdom, had almost the inverse reputation in France, where it became especially popular in the southwest of the country, often in rural and less affluent communities. This remains the case, albeit to a lesser extent to this day, and rugby union is currently enjoying a major popularity boom in France, at least in part due to people feeling disillusioned and disenchanted with football. It is difficult to overstate the extent to which the early era of French football was just British people playing football in France, not specifically those guys, though it should be said. The first French football club was founded in 1863, making it arguably the first association football club founded outside of Britain, but it was French in name only. In fact, France's first football clubs weren't even French in name, they had English names, like Standard Athletic Club and the White Rovers, because they were founded by Englishmen. France's first genuinely French club was founded almost 30 years later, in 1890, and they were literally called Club Français so as to distinguish themselves and their Frenchness from all of the British teams on the Paris football scene. AS Strasbourg sometimes stake a claim to be France's oldest club, since one of the clubs that they were formed through a merger of in 1920 was also founded in 1890, but even then, Strasbourg was a German city, and FB Strasbourg were a German club, as opposed to a French one at the time. Standard Athletic Club, which was a British social club in Paris, and indeed still is, won 4 out of the first 5 French football championships, which was twice as many as PSG had won until the Qataris arrived in 2011, and at the Dubonnet Cup, which was an invitational tournament and the precursor to the Coupe de France, intended to increase French interest in football, there was so little appetite for the sport among the natives that they had to invite English clubs. Swindon Town, Clapton Orient and Fulham were the 3 Dubonnet Cup winners, defeating Barnsley, Millwall and Queen's Park Rangers in the 3 finals of the short-lived competition. I am very pleased to see that it still takes pride of place on Clapton Orient, now Leyton Orient's list, of honours on their Wikipedia page. Hey, why not? Of course, football is now the most popular sport in France, in terms of both viewing figures, attendances and registered players, but it wasn't all plain sailing to get to that point. France only adopted professionalism in 1932, and even that would be short-lived. An impressive showing by an excellent France team at the 1958 World Cup in Sweden wasn't capitalised upon by either the French Football Federation or the LFP, at a time when Stade de Rome also reached 2 out of the first 4 European Cup finals, losing both against Real Madrid, and a slump for France's national team and overall football scene followed. Whilst France's rugby team won the Five Nations, now the Six Nations, 5 times during the 1960s, their football team failed to qualify for the 1962 World Cup. They went out in the group stage having failed to win a single game in 1966, and then failed to qualify again for both the 1970 and the 1974 World Cups. By the 1978 World Cup, where France went out in the group stage yet again, they hadn't won a single game at a World Cup since reaching the semi-finals 20 years ago. It wasn't until the 1980s, remarkably recent when you think that football has been the most popular sport in several countries for over 100 years, that French football enjoyed a major surge in popularity, inspired by an outstanding national team for the first time since the 50s, and the exploits of 3-time Ballon d'Or winner, in 3 successive years, Michel Platini. Les Bleus lifted the Euros in 1984, their first ever major tournament, having not even qualified since 1960, as well as reaching the semi-finals of the 1982 and 1986 World Cups. This time, unlike in the 50s, their success would be capitalised upon. This is an advert brought to you by me. A lot of people stop me in the street and say, "Wow, it's Alfie Botsama. You're the best football YouTuber in the world, and somehow even more handsome in real life than online. Please may I have your autograph, take a photo, and sleep with you?" And I had to say, look, I'm very sorry, that is awfully kind of you, but I do have a girlfriend. The other thing that they often say, I mean, almost always really, is there any way that I can get more of you? Is there perhaps a second channel of yours that I could subscribe to where you make to-camera documentaries about various interesting topics? And I say, yes, it's called the Alfie Potshamer YouTube channel, and funnily enough, I just uploaded my latest video there about the Basque derby between Real Sociedad and Athletic Club, the history of Basque sport and culture, and why that game is so unique among major football rivalries. I know, it sounds fascinating, and it is, which is why I am advertising it to you now. No payments were made in exchange for this advert. HITT7 and Alfie Potshamer are the same person. T's and C's apply. Now back to the video. In the late 80s and early 90s, French clubs began consistently signing top European players for the first time. Monaco attracted the likes of Glenn Hoddle, George Weah, and Jurgen Klinsmann. Marseille welcomed Chris Waddle, Dragan Stojkovic, and Rudi Voller, and PSG brought in Brazilians like Ray, Leonardo, and, a little bit later, Ronaldinho. Marseille won the newly rebranded Champions League in 1993, defeating Fabio Capello's AC Milan in the final, and football status as France's most popular sport was cemented in 1998, when France won their first World Cup on home soil, with a generational squad boasting the likes of Lilian Thuram, Laurent Blanc, Marcel Desailly, Patrick Vieira, Didier Deschamps, David Trezeguet, Thierry Henry, and their talisman Zinedine Zidane, who would go on to rival Michel Platini as the greatest French footballer of all time. Even then, though, there were setbacks. Marseille's Champions League, the only time that a French club had been crowned as European champions until PSG last season, was immediately followed by them being found guilty of bribery and attempted match fixing, which saw them stripped of their Ligue 1 title, administratively relegated to Ligue 2, and their president jailed. France's national team, meanwhile, despite having gone on a virtually uninterrupted run of producing immense talent since 1998, crashed out of both the 2002 and the 2010 World Cups in the group stage, along with Euro 2008, finding a real knack for scandals, training ground bust-ups, and spectacular meltdowns, alienating much of the French public in the process. As a result of that complex history and all of those factors, France's football culture remains very distinct from neighbouring countries like England, Germany, and Spain. Whether the French are less passionate about football as a whole, owing to the sport's slow start and choppy pass there, is difficult to measure and is subject to some debates, but what is certain is that there is much less of a match-going culture. Whereas over 20 million people attended live matches in Italy and Spain in the 2023-24 season, according to data gathered by Transfermarkt, over 30 million in Germany and over 44 million in England, only 14.9 million people attended games in France. That's despite the fact that Germany is the only country out of those 5 which is larger than France. Football clubs require match-going fans, especially throughout the 20th century, before broadcast and commercial revenue became so significant, and France just didn't have very many of them. Whereas cities like Liverpool, Seville and Turin, mentioned earlier as all being smaller than Marseille, have enough match-going fans to sustain multiple clubs, and multiple big clubs, few cities in France could historically, and arguably still to this day. Then there is the sheer geography and demographics. Paris is an enormous metropolitan area, home to over 13 million people, or approximately 20% of France's population, but outside of that, France is fairly evenly and sparsely populated. France is over 4 times larger than England, for example, but only has 1.2 times the population. France just doesn't have that many major cities then, compared to its European peers. Marseille is the only city outside of Paris with a population in excess of 525,000, which is less than the population of Sheffield. Saint Etienne, who are France's third most successful club, behind PSG and Marseille, is a city of just 172,000 people, making it smaller than Southend, and even its metro area, of 500,000 people, is smaller than either the Middlesbrough or Bournemouth full metro areas. Saint Etienne is about the same size as Garden Grove in California or Ludwigshafen in Rhineland-Palatinate, as additional context for any American or German viewers. Apologies to any non-UK, US and German viewers. I'm afraid you're just going to have to get your HITC7's audience stats up if you want your own personalised population comparisons in the future. The 20th largest population centre in France is Villeurbanne, a commune in the Lyon metropolitan area, which doesn't even have a professional football club. The 20th largest population centre in England by comparison is Kingston upon Hull, a city of over 250,000 people, which is also the largest city in the wider East Riding of Yorkshire, which has a metro area population of over 600,000 people. Their football team competes in the Championship, and if you are a regular viewer of this channel, then you will know far more about them than you need to. Combine France's smaller cities with fewer match-going football fans, and the lack of multi-club cities starts to make sense, but it's a little bit more complex than that. French football has never been especially profitable. In fact, it would just be more accurate to say that it has never been profitable at all. Historically, low attendances and relatively weak appetite for the sport resulted in depressed gate receipts and broadcast revenue compared with France's European peers, none of which has actually changed, despite the increase in popularity from the 80s onwards, and most Ligue 1 clubs still struggle just to keep the lights on, with the DNCG constituting just about the most draconian football finance regulators on the continent. French clubs, therefore, were for many years reliant on subsidies and local government support. From the perspective of cities, councils, and local municipalities, it didn't make much sense to fund 2 or more local clubs to beat it out with each other. They would much rather focus all of their efforts and resources on one club in the hope of making them as strong and as popular as possible, in the hope of them organically growing their own revenue, and so that they are best able to represent the city and region on the national stage. On an even more fundamental level, of course, it is just cheaper to build one stadium and help fund one club than it is 2, 3 or 4, at least without significantly diluting that support to the point of it no longer being adequate. France also tends to have very strictly and tightly defined city walls, and sometimes city councils and municipalities will refuse to fund anything that falls outside of the city and outside of their jurisdiction. PSG, perhaps most notably, were formed through a merger of Paris FC and Stade Saint-Germain in 1970, and initially played their home games at the Stade Georges Lefebvre in the commune of Saint-Germain-en-Laye, a little over 4 miles outside of Paris's strictly defined boundaries. In 1972, therefore, just a couple of years after they founded, the Council of Paris threatened to withdraw their support of PSG unless the club changed their name from Paris Saint-Germain to Paris FC, ridding themselves of their suburban Saint-Germain roots, and relocated to a stadium inside of Paris's city walls. PSG refused, which led to Paris FC demerging and refounding independently, taking PSG's place in the First Division, and PSG being relegated to the Third Division. PSG now play at the Parc des Princes, of course, and have done since seeing their top flight return in 1974, And if you look closely at the dotted lines on this map, you can see that the Parc des Princes lies on the very edge of Paris' city boundaries, less than 50 feet from it to be precise, as does the Stade Jean-Bouin, located just across the street from the Parc des Princes, which Paris FC just moved into ahead of their long-awaited return to Ligue 1. These are the more innocent reasons why French football doesn't have any intra-city rivalries. Now comes the time, as in all of my videos, where we have to talk about the Nazis, but on this occasion, actually for good reason. In 1940, German soldiers pumped full of crystal meth successfully invaded and occupied France in about 6 weeks. The Nazis occupied the north and part of the west of France, while installing a collaborationist government to administer a so-called free zone in the south of the country as a puppet state, known as Vichy France. We haven't the time to get into all of the details on this occasion, but as the history buffs among you will know, they were highly problematic, very anti-Semitic, very Russophobic, and very Anglophobic, which, if you ask me, has to be the worst type of racism. Vichy France also had some rather unusual ideas about football. Almost on day one, they mandated that all footballers must have second jobs, effectively abolishing professionalism, which had only been introduced in 1932, in a move that was formalised with a hard limit on the number of, by that stage, only quasi-professionals that a team could even name in their squad. The Vichy regime's motive was to promote participation, not just in football but in all sports, many of which they amateurised, in an effort to improve athleticism and physical health. There is very little evidence to suggest that the de facto ban on professionalism had the desired impact, but it was successful in setting French football back decades. Now, some would say that was a failure, wouldn't they, Spencer? Then again, it's easy to cast aspersions about Nazi collaborators, isn't it? Easy and both morally and just factually correct. That's Pierre Laval, by the way, who was the leader of Vichy France and therefore a Nazi collaborator, which is odd because looks Indian, doesn't it? Anyway, moving on. The Vichy regime also changed the length of matches from 90 to 80 minutes. Again, didn't catch on for some reason, as well as abolishing all transfers because they were communist or trans or Jewish or something. I lose track, to be honest. Sometimes the justifications will be bogus.
Sometimes the complaints will be false.
Okay. Good. The Vichy regime also played a key role in the decimation of two-team cities and city rivalries. Despite all of the obstacles outlined in this video, and frequently cited as being the major reasons why the geography of French football differs from its neighbouring countries, pre-Vichy and pre-World War II, France did have several two-team cities. In the earliest days of the French National Championship, which operated as a knockout competition, all of the clubs were based in Paris. This had diversified by the start of the 1930s, which was the beginning of the professional era and a nationwide league, split into 2 groups from the 1932-33 season onwards, but there were still 4 Paris clubs among France's 20-team top flight. In the 1937-38 season, shortly before the outbreak of World War II and France's Nazi occupation, there were 16 teams representing 13 cities in France's Division 1, with Paris, Lille and Roubaix, a city of just 100,000 people, all having 2 top-flight teams. This would never happen again post-World War II. Vichy's attack on professionalism, for a start, drove several clubs out of business, immediately reducing the overall number of clubs and the number of multi-club cities and city rivalries by extension. Clubs who were deemed to have ties to socialist and union movements or any foreign or Jewish associations also faced repression or forced dissolution and mergers, further depleting the total stock of clubs. The greatest blow came in 1943, though, just a year before France was liberated by the Allies, when the Vichy regime fully reorganised French football, replacing clubs with federal and regional organisations with just 1 representative team. Overnight, the top flight of French football went from looking like this to this. Not just cities, but each region was reduced to just 1 representative team, the sole exception being the Île-de-France region, which is by far the largest of France's 18 regions, which was represented by 2 teams, 1 for the city of Paris, called EF Paris Capitale, and 1 for the city's suburbs and the wider Île-de-France region, called EF Paris Ile-de-France. This reorganisation was, of course, short-lived, in the sense that it formally only lasted for a single season, due to Germany's defeat in World War II and the puppet Vichy regime falling in August 1944, but the impacts of it can still be felt over 80 years on. Football had been dealt a massive blow by amateurism and brainless Vichy reforms, and it wasn't as easy as simply waving a magic wand and reforming all of the pre-Vichy clubs as they were pre-war. Infrastructure had been damaged or repurposed, administrators had moved or been killed, and many players had either given up on football because Vichy amateurism meant that it was no longer a viable career option, or had also been killed. Professionalism returned post-war under President Charles de Gaulle, but with scarce public resources, this was the beginning of cities and municipalities refusing to fund more than one club, making the return of multi-club cities and city rivalries practically an impossibility. France's first post-war champions, following the return of professionalism, were Lille, who had been formed by a basically forced merger of former city rivals Olympique Lillois and SC Vives in 1944. Post-war, there was no effort or appetite to revive the two individual clubs, and so Lille became the city's only successful club. Had it not been for the Nazi occupation of France and the imposition of the Vichy regime, in all likelihood, whilst France's geography and football culture would still provide constraints compared to countries like England or Germany, cities like Lille would almost certainly still have two competitive clubs. Instead, whilst France has a near total dearth of city rivalries, it is blessed with some notorious regional derbies. Lille, for example, contests one of France's most bitter rivalries, the Derby du Nord against Lens. It's not quite the Etihad to Old Trafford, Anfield to Bramley-Moore Dock, or Stamford Bridge to Craven Cottage, but the two teams are less than 20 miles apart as the crow flies. Formerly intensified by socio-economic and political differences, with Lens considered a more industrial and working-class city versus the more middle-class and cosmopolitan Lille, that aspect has been watered down in the modern era, but the two teams are still among the closest to each other geographically of any two teams that regularly compete in Ligue 1. There is a similar class dynamic to the rivalry between Lyon and Saint-Etienne, sometimes referred to simply as Le Derby, with Lyon traditionally considered to be more affluent and Saint-Etienne more industrial and working class. Again, a lot of these dynamics have been diluted by deindustrialization, but the two cities are only about an hour apart. Both clubs have dominated French football in different eras, and both are among the best supported and most loyally followed clubs in France. Unfortunately, Saint-Etienne were relegated last season, putting Le Derby temporarily on hold, but they have averaged over 33,000 fans at their home games in Ligue 2 this season, which is more than all but 5 Ligue 1 teams. The two closest teams in France's top flight, before Paris FC's promotion under the wealthiest private ownership group in world football last season, was AS Monaco and OGC Nice, who compete in the Derby de la Côte d'Azur. Though Monaco is a sovereign state, which isn't part of France at all, it is barely 11 miles from Nice's Allianz Riviera to Monaco's Stade Louis II as the crow flies, and the two cities are so close together that I once ended up in Monaco by accident after I missed my stop on a train from Nice. Unfortunately, despite Monaco dominating the rivalry in terms of results, the fact that they have so few fans and are situated in a tiny tax haven full of pensioners means that the Derby de la Côte d'Azur lacks the fire and intensity of France's biggest rivalries. Other regional rivalries include the Derby course between Ajaccio and Bastia on the French island of Corsica, the Derby du Languedoc between Montpellier and Nîmes Olympique, the Derby de la Lorraine between Metz and Nancy, and the Derby Breton, which is sometimes used to refer to any game between Brittany's 5 strongest clubs, but is most notably the rivalry between Nantes and Rennes. These rivalries are intensified, if anything, by the total absence of city rivalries, which show little sign of re-emerging in French football after a century in the wilderness, at least anytime soon. The sole exception is in Paris, the only true two-team city in the whole of France. Right now, despite their acrimonious split in the early 70s, just 2 years after PSG were founded, there is little animosity, certainly from PSG fans towards Paris FC, since the two teams last met in a competitive fixture all the way back in 1978, with most PSG fans that I've encountered broadly supportive actually of Paris FC, not yet viewing them as any kind of threat, and joking that they could instead leapfrog their actual rivals Marseille. Paris FC are no joke though. They are immensely rich, they have very capable operators behind them, and a long-term strategy which is already ahead of schedule. They have won 3 and lost 3 of their first 7 games this season, competing in Ligue 1 for the first time in almost 50 years. There is every chance, in the long run, that Paris FC could become PSG's greatest competitors in French football, or at least one of them, in which case, France's first genuine post-war top-flight city rivalry would become inevitable. Paris is the largest metropolitan area in the European Union, and by far the richest in terms of overall GDP. It's only slightly smaller than the London metropolitan area, but whereas London is home to 7 Premier League clubs, 3 Championship clubs, and 17 professional football clubs in total, including 3 out of the 10 richest clubs in world football, this is the first time in over 3 decades that Paris has had just 2 Ligue 1 clubs. Even accounting for differences in terms of match-going culture and history, Paris and the wider Ile-de-France region should comfortably be able to sustain multiple competitive clubs. I have made an entire video about the Red Bull-backed LVMH project at Paris FC, titled How Europe's New Richest Club Plans to Rival PSG, should any of you be interested. I found it quite interesting, but that is it for today's video. I hope that you enjoyed it. It is a not very often discussed quirk of the French game, and it allowed us to touch upon a lot of the weird, wonderful, and at times not so wonderful stories and tales of the history of French football as a whole, so, you know, what's not to like? I would like to issue a formal apology, though, for my deodorant joke at the beginning of this video. That was just some good old-fashioned Anglo-French banter. I have been to France a few times, and I have to say, personally, I didn't find it to be that smelly. Or at least not the people. Maybe the cheese. Interestingly, the stereotype about French people smelling bad or not washing also originated during World War II, spread by American GIs stationed in France, who encountered some rather smelly French people. Of course, France had been occupied for about 4 years, had a large rural population, and limited access to hot or cold running water, so I guess it isn't all that surprising that they perhaps weren't smelling their best at the time. They had more pressing issues, you could say. In a 1998 poll, only 47% of French respondents said that they showered or bathed daily, compared to 80% of Dutch and Danish people consulted, furthering the stereotype. But as of the 21st century, the French are Europe's total and per capita highest consumers of shower gels, shampoos, and, most crucially of all, deodorants. So my joke was just factually incorrect, and I apologise sincerely to any French people who may or may not have been offended. Hopefully you took it in good spirits, and it doesn't result in another 100 years war between us. Thank you all, as ever, for watching. Feel free to hit the like button if you found today's video to be remotely interesting or informative, and I really do mean even if only remotely. And why not consider subscribing to both the HITC7s and Nalpi Potsama YouTube channels, the second best and the best channels on all of YouTube, some might say, both of which should be about to appear on your screens any minute now, along with a couple of videos, one from each channel, that you might enjoy watching after this. If I remember, one of them should be the Paris FC video that I mentioned only a moment ago. Meanwhile, the other is a brand new video of me at the Bastard Derby, which is one of the most unique rivalries in world football. Both well worth a watch, of course. You can also find me on various social media platforms, typically via the username at HITC7s, and should you wish to support me additionally, you can now do so either via the Alfie Potsama YouTube channel or, even better still, via buymeacoffee.com/Alfie Potsama, where you can become an official channel member. No OnlyFans yet though. Please stop asking. Thank you all for watching. I'll see you next time. Until then, please take care out there. I love you all. Cheers. Roman Abramovich owned Chelsea for 19 years. During that time, the Blues spent and lost more money than any other club in the history of English football. They burned through 17 different managers, and they became highly successful. Having only won one top-flight league title in almost 100 years before Abramovich arrived, Chelsea won 2 Premier League titles in the Russians' first 3 seasons at the Bridge. They added a third, fourth, and a fifth before Abramovich was sanctioned by the UK government, owing to his ties to the Kremlin, in addition to 5 FA Cups, 3 League Cups, 2 Europa Leagues, and, most notably, 2 Champions Leagues. It has been over 3 years since Abramovich sold Chelsea to Blueco, the £2.5 billion proceeds of which remain frozen, though he looks as though he's still doing alright, and since then, as expected, Chelsea have significantly curbed their spending. Yes, just the £1.5 billion has been spent in those 3 years, or £700 million net. They have ended the constant revolving door of hiring and firing managers. Enzo Maresca is only their 4th in 3 years, and they have drifted into obscurity, winning the Conference League and the Club World Cup last season, qualifying for the Champions League in the process. Come to think of it, are we absolutely sure that Abramovich has sold the club? Wait, what's that? Oh no, I am getting word that he has definitely left the club, allowing him to focus even more of his time and resources on funding illegal Israeli settlements and dispossessing Palestinians in East Jerusalem. I'm glad that we cleared that up. With Chelsea's penchant for signing players, regardless of who owns them, I thought that it might be interesting to take a look back at the last players signed by Roman Abramovich at Stamford Bridge, only 3 to 4 years ago, it's worth noting, and see where they are now. And if you disagree, then you shouldn't have clicked on this video, because I was explicitly clear with the title and the thumbnail that that is what it would be about. I'm only going to be including first-team signings, not development or academy signings, who would otherwise have taken up 5/7 of this list. In case you are interested, though, I will rattle through them quickly at the end, including a young forward who is currently ripping it up in League One, on loan from Hull City. Right, without any further ado, who was never signed by Chelsea, here are Chelsea's last 7 first-team signings under Roman Abramovich's ownership, and where those players are now. How many of them do you think are still at Chelsea? Have a quick guess now and leave your score as to how many you got right down below in the comments at the end. 7. Sol. Flamengo. Roman Abramovich had a Sol back in the 2021-22 season, but not a soldier. No, they were all busy invading Ukraine. It is actually pronounced Saul, I'm reliably informed, but the play on words didn't work quite as well if I pronounced his name correctly. Saul Niguez joined Chelsea on loan with a view to a permanent from Atletico Madrid on August 31st, 2021, after the Blues had missed out on Sevilla's Jules Koundé. The Andalusians rejected multiple advances from Thomas Tuchel's team, refusing to sell Koundé for any less than his €80 million release clause. A year later, Koundé joined Barcelona for €55 million. A bit of a strange signing. It wasn't clear where Saul would fit in at Chelsea, and the answer, as it transpired, was that he wouldn't. Not unique in that sense among Chelsea signings over the years, Saul was a player of some pedigree, having made close to 350 appearances for Atletico by the age of 26, where he had won La Liga, the Europa League, and reached a Champions League final. Saul's form had undoubtedly dropped off over the previous season, though, which some have attributed to a punctured kidney, which forced the Spaniard to play with a catheter in. Others have cited possible mental health struggles, which Saul has since opened up about himself. And then there were accusations of complacency or a lack of motivation after Saul had penned a practically unheard of 9-year contract with Atletico in 2017, aged only 22. Chelsea clearly caught wind of that and thought, what a bloody good idea that is. We'll keep that in mind later on. Saul's contract length may have inspired the Blues, but his performances certainly didn't. He only made 10 Premier League appearances at Stamford Bridge and 23 in all competitions, the only memorable one coming at home against Spurs in the first leg of a League Cup semi-final. In and out of the team, as Mason Mount, Jorginho, Mateo Kovacic and N'Golo Kante proved difficult to dislodge in midfield, Saul was unable to build up any kind of momentum, and Atletico must have been thinking to themselves, we better recall Saul. At the end of the season, Chelsea turned down the opportunity to sign Saul on a permanent basis, telling supporters, that's all, folks, instead. No, in all seriousness, Saul's career regression is actually a real shame. At his peak, probably around 2016, he looked like one of the most complete midfielders in the world. Sol spent last season on loan with Sevilla, who also chose not to sign him on a permanent basis, and over the summer, his long-term contract with Atletico was prematurely terminated. Still aged only 30, Sol joined Brazilian giants Flamengo in the summer, where he will hope to reignite his career, playing under former Atletico teammate Felipe Luis and alongside his former Chelsea teammate Jorginho. 6. Romelu Lukaku, Napoli. Brought back to Chelsea in the summer of 2021 for a club record £97.5 million from his plan, Romelu Lukaku proved to be a brilliant signing. If Chelsea's aim was to lose as much money and as catastrophically as was humanly possible. A much maligned centre-forward, who has in fact had an outstanding career, Lukaku first joined Chelsea from Anderlecht in 2011 as an 18-year-old. By that age, Lukaku had already scored 41 goals in 98 games for Belgium's biggest club, in addition to becoming the starting centre-forward in Belgium's emerging golden generation. Lukaku had visited Stamford Bridge as a schoolchild, describing it as his dream to play for the club years before the Blues came in for him, and citing Nicolas Anelka and Didier Drogba as being two of his biggest influences. It is a slightly tragic tale, therefore, that whilst he scored prolifically almost everywhere else that he has played throughout his career, Lukaku failed not once, but twice at Stamford Bridge. The first was a simple case of a young and inexperienced forward failing to break into an extremely competitive team, see also Mohamed Salah and Kevin De Bruyne, but Lukaku returned supposedly as the finished product. An attacking behemoth, he just scored 64 goals in 95 games in 2 seasons as Inter Milan's talisman, in which the Nerazzurri had won the Serie A title and reached the Champions League final, and Lukaku had won the Serie A Footballer of the Year award. Chelsea, meanwhile, had just won the Champions League, and I will never forget, because it was so quickly airbrushed from history, that every pundit on Sky Sports was firmly in agreement following Lukaku's debut, in which he scored in a 2-0 win away at Arsenal, that the Belgian had been the missing piece of the jigsaw, and that Chelsea were now favourites to win the Premier League title. Chelsea ultimately finished third, 18 points behind Liverpool and 19 behind Man City. Lukaku told Sky Sports Italia that he wanted to rejoin Inter only 4 months into the season, for which he was forced to apologise, and he ended the season with just 8 Premier League goals. Loan moves to Inter Milan and Roma followed, as Chelsea desperately sought to reclaim their losses on Lukaku, who they'd also made among the highest paid players in the Premier League. A permanent departure came in the summer of 2024, when Napoli signed Lukaku for €30 million as a replacement for Victor Osimhen. In his debut campaign, last season, Lukaku led Napoli's scoring charts with 14 goals in 36 games, as Napoli won the Serie A title under former Chelsea and Inter Milan boss Antonio Conte. Age 32 now, who knows? If Lukaku returns from injury and has an equally impressive second season at Napoli, Chelsea will probably have a third bite at the cherry. This is an advert brought to you by me. A lot of people stop me in the street and say, "Wow, it's Alfie Botsama. You're the best football YouTuber in the world, and somehow even more handsome in real life than online. Please may I have your autograph, take a photo, and sleep with you?" And I have to say, look, I'm very sorry, that is awfully kind of you, but I do have a girlfriend. The other thing that they often say, I mean, almost always really, is there any way that I can get more of you? Is there perhaps a second channel of yours that I could subscribe to where you make to-camera documentaries about various interesting topics? And I say, yes, it's called the Alfie Potsama YouTube channel, and funnily enough, I just uploaded my latest video there about the Basque derby between Real Sociedad and Athletic Club, the history of Basque sport and culture, and why that game is so unique among major football rivalries. I know, it sounds fascinating, and it is, which is why I am advertising it to you now. No payments were made in exchange for this advert. HIDP7 and Alfie Potsama are the same person. T's and C's apply. Now back to the video. Marcus Bettinelli, Manchester City. A first-team signing in name only, there are British Royals who do more work than Marcus Bettinelli. Signed by Chelsea after his contract with their West London rivals Fulham expired, over the next 4 years, Bettinelli made a grand total of, drumroll please, 1 appearance for the Blues, which came in a 5-1 FA Cup third-round victory against non-league Chesterfield. It's a tough life. He didn't even keep a clean sheet. Following 4 years watching Kepa Arrizabalaga, Edouard Mendy and Robert Sanchez from the sidelines, Bettinelli decided that it was time for a new challenge, so he swapped Chelsea for Man City, and now he gets to watch Gianluigi Donnarumma, James Trafford, and Stefan Ortega from the stands instead. It's a drastic switch. If you sense any resentment at this stage, yes, it is because I'm jealous. He's living the dream, isn't he? In fairness to Bettinelli, he must have joined Man City expecting to be their number 3, thinking that in an extreme injury crisis, he might rack up one appearance in a cup competition there as well, only for Pep to go out and bring in Gianluigi Donnarumma and bump him down to 4th place in the pecking order. Everyone thinks that was bad news for James Trafford, who thought that he was joining Man City as their number 1, but please spare a thought for Bettinelli, who got kicked off the team bus entirely. Age 33, Bettinelli hasn't played regular first-team football since he was on loan at Middlesbrough in the 2020-21 season, yet he technically won a Conference League and a Club World Cup at Chelsea, and he is back in with a decent chance of winning silverware at Man City too. 4. Edouard Mendy, Al-Ali. One of the men who Marcus Bettinelli watched on from afar at Chelsea, like the football equivalent of a cuckold, Edouard Mendy was Chelsea's final first-team signing of the 2020-21 season. An emergency signing in some senses, as €80 million man Kepa Arrizabalaga struggled to justify his enormous transfer fee. Mendy had taken the long road to the Premier League. Mendy was playing amateur football at 22 and briefly found himself back there at 25. He was still playing in Ligue 2 at 26, and he had joined Ligue 1 side Rennes for just €4 million the season before Chelsea signed him. The Blues parted with a fee of around £22 million in order to bring Mendy to Stamford Bridge, but it pretty quickly appeared to be a shrewd piece of business. Mendy went straight into Frank Lampard's starting 11, he retained his place under Thomas Tuchel, and he ended the season with 44 appearances for a Chelsea team that lifted the Champions League. That was enough to see Mendy crowned as the best goalkeeper in the world at FIFA's The Best Awards, ahead of 4th, 3rd and 2nd placed Alisson, Manuel Neuer, and Gianluigi Donnarumma. For a goalkeeper who was playing second-tier football in France just 3 years earlier, Mendy was scaling some fairly remarkable heights. Things got even better still in the following season, as Senegal won the Africa Cup of Nations, and he collected another Best Goalkeeper award. Mendy's fall would be almost as rapid as his rise, though. He suffered a nasty shoulder injury midway through his 3rd season in West London, by which stage his form had already begun to regress. Meanwhile, Kepa Arrizabalaga had finally picked up. Mendy never regained his form or his starting berth, joining Al-Ali in the summer of 2023 for a reported £16 million. Mendy captains Al-Ali, with whom he won the AFC Champions League Elite last season, also winning the Best Goalkeeper award. But Kai Havertz, Arsenal. The first player to reach 50 and 100 Bundesliga appearances. I sang Kai Havertz's praises relentlessly during his time at Bayer Leverkusen on this channel, only for him to slightly underwhelm, at least relative to expectations, in the Premier League. Signed by Chelsea for a potential £71 million in September 2020, which made him the club's second most expensive signing ever, behind Kepa Arrizabalaga at the time, there are parallels perhaps with Florian Wirtz's starter life at Liverpool. It's not that Havertz was bad at Chelsea. He most notably scored the only goal in the Champions League final in his debut campaign. It's just that he looked to be a generational talent at Leverkusen, and that never quite panned out at Stamford Bridge. Havertz scored 20 goals and made 7 assists in 42 appearances for Leverkusen in the 2018-19 season, none of them playing as a centre-forward or second striker, might I add, earning himself a place in the Bundesliga team of the season and Germany's starting 11 before it even turned 20. At Chelsea, by contrast, Havertz failed to hit double figures in his debut campaign, despite playing 14 games up front in a Chelsea team, which lacked a talismanic number 9, and despite scoring one of the club's most important goals of all time. His second and third seasons felt like stagnation for a player who had been likened to Michael Ballack in his early years, and there was a fair amount of surprise when Arsenal parted with £65 million to bring him to the Emirates 2 years ago. Still not prolific, and still yet to nail down a specific position in Arsenal's starting 11, Havertz has scored 14 and 15 goals in his first 2 seasons in North London, now facing competition from Victor Gyökeres up front, alongside the likes of Eze, Ranieri, and Ødegaard in attacking midfield. He is still only 26, by the way. He's actually younger than Gyökeres, which I don't think a lot of people realise. If you did, then, well, I apologise for wasting your time with that needless additional information. Second, Thiago Silva, Fluminense. There were some rogue signings during the second half of Greg Abramovich's time over Chelsea. Bakayoko, Morata, Drinkwater. But Thiago Silva was among the shrewdest acquisitions of his entire tenure. On the verge of turning 36 when he joined Chelsea on a free transfer from PSG, you could be forgiven for thinking that the Brazilian's best days were behind him, his game time would be limited in the Premier League, and that he would primarily serve as a mentor for a season or 2 at most. Silva only penned a 1-year deal at Stamford Bridge, with a 1-year option, which was unsurprising given his age. In actual fact, though, he went on to play over 150 games at the club over the next 4 years, playing a starring role as the Blues won the Champions League, captaining the club, and becoming one of the most consistent and formidable centre-backs in the English game. With his final goal for Chelsea away at Sheffield United, at 39 years and 198 days of age, Silva became the 3rd oldest goal scorer of the Premier League era, trailing only Teddy Sheringham at West Ham and Hull City legend Dean Windass. Silva, Sheringham, Windass. Now that's the spine of a world-class five-a-side team if I've ever seen one. After 4 years of outstanding service, and on the cusp of turning 40 now, Silva joined Fluminense in the summer of 2024, who he still captains and stars for in the Campeonato Brasileiro now, aged 41. It's not bad going for someone who almost died of tuberculosis at the age of 19 and retired from football before his mother convinced him to change his mind. AC Milan, PSG and Chelsea fans have a great deal to thank him for. First, Malang Sarr. One of the Chelsea players of all time, Malang Sarr joined Chelsea on a free transfer in 2020. Ranked 5th in a list of the best players to watch under the age of 20 by the CIES Football Observatory in 2018, Chelsea obviously viewed Sarr as a risk-free investment who was available on a free transfer, still aged only 19, and who had bags of potential. They farmed him out on loan to Porto within 5 weeks of his arrival, where he split his time between the Portuguese Giants' first team and reserves. There was a brief period under Thomas Tuchel in which Sarr was included in the Chelsea squad, and he made 21 appearances in the 2021-22 campaign. Following a change of ownership and a change of manager, Sarr found himself back out of favour again though, with new signings like Kalidou Koulibaly, Marco Correa, and Wesley Fofana pushing him further and further down the pecking order at Stamford Bridge. He went out on loan to Monaco, where his minutes were limited by injuries, and he didn't play a single minute of first-team football at Chelsea, despite now being fit, throughout the entire 2023-24 season. Sarr's contract situation was complicated by his reported £100,000 a week wages, with Chelsea desperate to recoup at least some of the money that they had invested in him in the event of a sale, which proved to be difficult in light of his astronomical wages and the fact that his stock had fallen significantly since then. Several clubs were interested in the summer of 2023, but Chelsea were only willing to waive their demand for a transfer fee if Sarr also waived his demand of a payoff, with his wages set to fall substantially anywhere else. Sarr's camp claimed that Chelsea repeatedly shifted the goalposts in terms of their demands, resulting in a potential move to La Havre collapsing. Whatever the truth of the internal machinations, the end result was that Sarr went an entire season without playing any football, having not played much for the 3 years before that, and Chelsea forked out a further reported £5 million in wages for someone whose name Mauricio Pochettino didn't even seem to recognise in a press conference. Sarr left Chelsea on a free transfer in the summer of 2024, joining Lens, where he made 23 appearances under current Southampton boss Will Still last season. Those were Chelsea's last 7 first-team signings under Roman Abramovich's ownership, but a quick word, before I leave you, for Ben Chilwell, Timo Werner, and Hakim Ziyech. the three other first-team signings from Abramovich's penultimate season at Stamford Bridge, who now play for Chelsea's sister club Strasbourg, Bundesliga Blue Boys RB Leipzig, and, no one. Hakim Ziyech is currently a free agent, age 32, having been out of contract for the last 5 months, ever since a 4-month stint at Qatari club Al Duhail came to an end. As for development signings, who didn't go straight into the Chelsea first team, Mason Burstow was actually the final signing of Roman's reign, who currently leads the League One scoring charts at Bolton Wanderers, on loan from Hull City, along with the likes of Dylan Williams, now of Burton Albion, Travis Ockermeyer, who now plays for Gillingham, Bradley Ryan, who recently joined non-league Holmesdale, Jaden Wareham of Exeter City, Peterborough United's Declan Frith, AK Athens B team goalkeeper Sami Tlemkani, Alexei Haino, who is currently a free agent, and last but not least, fellow goalkeeper Teddy Sharman-Lowe, who is a teammate of Mason Burstow's on loan at Bolton. So, if you guessed that 0 of Roman Abramovich's last 7 signings would still be at Chelsea, give yourselves a big pat on the back. In fact, including development signings, out of the last 19 players signed on Abramovich's watch during his last 6 seasons owning the club, not a single one of them is still at Stamford Bridge. Teddy Sharman-Lowe is the only one who is still contracted to the club, signed from Burton Albion 5 years ago, but he is currently on loan at Bolton and has literally never made a single first-team appearance at Stamford Bridge. He has made 3 matchday squads, though, against Sheffield United, Plymouth Argyle and Southampton, so that's something, isn't it? You know, it's not nothing.
Are you broken? Have you got a head injury?
I can't quite. That is it for today's video. Thank you all very much, as ever, for watching. Hit the like button if you enjoyed it. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. And, of course, make sure that you are subscribed and have notifications turned on. Not just for this channel, HICC7s, but also my second channel, Alfie Botsama, where I recently uploaded, as I said earlier in this video, my latest video, which is me in the Basque Country, watching the Basque derby between Real Sociedad and Athletic Club. Critics are describing it as masterful. So, see if they're right and watch it. You can also find me on various social media platforms, typically by the username at HICC7s, and you can now support me additionally, should you wish to do so, either via the Alfie Botsama YouTube channel, where you can now become a channel member, or even better still, since Google don't take almost a third of it, via buymeacoffee.com/Alfie Botsama, where you can also become a member. That's it from me. I hope to see you all very shortly. Stay safe out there. I love you all. Cheers. The remote village of Charleroi on the Baltic coast is home to just 813 people. There's no post office, no petrol stations. There's not even a staffed grocery store. The village's only shop went bankrupt in 2023 due to a lack of customers outside of the summer months, when a number of tourists come here to pitch up their campsites. And yet, Harlevik is the unlikely home of Sweden's best football club. Mjällby IF, known to locals simply as MIF, were 1 game away from relegation to Sweden's 4th tier less than 10 years ago. They only had 2 full-time members of staff at the time, and the club was drowning in close to £400,000 of debt. Mjällby secured survival in the Allsvenskan, the top flight of Swedish football, for the first time in 2010, but back-to-back relegations in 2014 and 2015 had left the club on the brink. Failure to win on the final day of the 2016 season would have seen Mjällby become the first team in the history of Swedish football to suffer 3 successive relegations from the 1st to the 4th division. Less than 9 years later, Mjällby are Swedish champions, heading for the bright lights of the UEFA Champions League. The second smallest town or village club in any major European league, and the smallest to ever win a top-flight league title, Mjällby enjoy a double-digit lead at the top of the Allsvenskan, leaving established giants of the Swedish game like Malmö and Aika in their wake. With just 1 defeat to their name all season, Mjällby are well on course to record not just the greatest upset in the entire history of the Allsvenskan, but also the league's highest ever points tally. And they've done it all without the backing of a Gulf state dodgy billionaire or an American asset management firm, in a country with an even stricter variation of Germany's well-known 50+1 rule, which mandates that only majority member-owned clubs operating as non-profits are allowed to compete in the Swedish league system. As a result, Mjölby have just a fraction of the resources of many of their divisional rivals. Their revenue, at £6.6 million, is equivalent to the average team in League Two, the fourth tier of English football, and is approximately an eighth of the turnover of Sweden's richest club now. Mjölby's manager was, until recently, the head teacher at a local school. Their assistant manager had never worked in professional football before joining the club, and their chief scout is a 27-year-old part-time postman who lives 6 hours away from the team stadium. In terms of Mjölby's size, budget, and isolation, this is less 2015-16 Leicester City, and more like if Forest Green Rovers were to win the Premier League title without any external funding. So just how is any of this even possible? How has virtually Europe's smallest top-flight club gone from the brink of extinction to the Champions League in less than a decade, all without selling their soul? Well, as you may have gathered by this stage, that is exactly what today's video is all about. So sit back, relax, and join me on a journey to Mjölby, the birthplace of legendary Swedish mathematician Lars Hermander, who was renowned for his pioneering work in the field of modern theory of linear partial differential equations, as we grapple with the altogether far more difficult task of putting together Mjölby's tiny budget and even smaller population, and attempting to figure out how they came up with arguably the best team that Swedish football has ever seen. Hey, it was a tenuous segue, but I enjoyed it. Until a few months ago, when it became clear that something quite extraordinary was taking place in the Allsvenskan, few people, especially outside of Sweden, knew a great deal about Mjölby. I am going to start this video, therefore, with some history and geography about the area, which I think is useful to understanding the club's culture, rise, and current situation, as well as providing general context and just setting the scene. I also think that it's quite interesting, so there's that, but if you are only interested in the pure nuts and bolts of Mjölby as a football club, their staff, players, tactics, recruitment, and all of those specifics, divorced from where they are in the world and how they came to be, then skip to the minute shown on screen now, which I will add in the edit. A warning, you will be left clueless about the 1658 Treaty of Roskilde, and why Mjölby is so culturally distinct to everywhere else in Sweden. So more for you, I guess. But if you're not interested, you have the option, and you are then forbidden, legally, I believe, from complaining about me rambling about irrelevant shite in the comments. Alright, I think we got rid of them. Let's go. The village, or territory, as it is classified in Sweden as Mjölby, has only previously made international headlines for its fur farming, which attracted criticism from the 1980s onwards, and for a neighbourhood in the Territory suburbs, which was forced to change its offensive name in the early 2010s. More on both of those later on. Something that has confused a lot of international observers is that Mjölby IF aren't based in Mjölby itself, but in the nearby territory of Halevik. That's because Mjölby, the football club, weren't named after the village of Mjölby, but the municipality of the same name, which no longer exists. Founded through the merging of two clubs by local mink farmer Axel Benson on April Fool's Day 1939, the aim was to create a more competitive club representing the whole municipality, as opposed to each individual village, hence the name. Mjölby's intimate 6,000 to 7,000 capacity home, Strandvallen, was built in Harlevik on Bengtsons farm. Strandvallen translates into English as either the beach field or the beach embankment, owing to its close proximity to the ocean, and it is sometimes only half-joked that a particularly bad shot towards the stadium's south stand goal could end up in the Baltic Sea. There haven't been too many of those this season, or not from the home team at least. Mjölby have the highest shot accuracy and shot conversion rates of any team in the Allsvenskan. Mjölby municipality was absorbed by Sölvesborg municipality when it was founded in 1971, meaning that Mjölby IF no longer made total sense for a club hoping to represent a broader region, but by that stage, the name had stuck. Mjölby, therefore, don't just draw support from the Tartuts of Mjölby or Halevik, which are home to about 1,200 and 800 people respectively, as is sometimes portrayed by international outlets. years. They are the biggest club in the Solvesborg municipality and in the wider region of Blekinge, but even then, the entire Solvesborg municipality only has a population of 17,412, and Blekinge is the smallest province in mainland Sweden. In truth, the vast majority of Mjölby support comes from Solvesborg, nearby Karlshamn and Bromölla, across the border in Scania County, providing them with a likely catchment area of a little over 50,000 potential supporters within about half an hour of them. What Mjölby may lack in numbers, though, they more than make up for in passion. This is a part of Sweden which feels almost separate from the rest of the country, and for good reason. Mjölby is not only remote, it wasn't actually part of Sweden for about 400 years. The whole of Blekinge became a Danish province during the early 1200s, around the same time that the Magna Carta was sealed and Genghis Khan died, and it stayed that way until it was returned to Sweden in the Treaty of Roskilde in 1658, less than 400 years ago. That means that for about half of the last 800 years, Mjölby wasn't part of Sweden. Mjölby itself, the village, not the municipality, is the largest settlement in Listerlandet, which was once effectively an island, cut off from the Swedish mainland by the Väsand Strait. Listerlandet became a peninsula when the vegetation in the Väsand Strait became overgrown, and the lake was eventually drained to make way for farmland. Due to its isolation, Listerlandet used to be a separate county, and it is even believed to have been its own small self-governed kingdom around 1500 years ago. Though Listerlandet obviously isn't self-governed or an island anymore, it retains a distinct culture and dialect, the latter of which is known as Listerlandska. Influenced by the peninsula's island history, seafaring, and 4 centuries of Danish governance, Listerlandska has both unique pronunciations and its own words. Mjölby's fight song, or anthem for example, titled Gura Mulka, which I am hopefully reliably informed, translates into something like Score a Goal Boys in English, is written and performed in the regional Listerlandska dialects. Sometimes the Listerlandska dialects can be so distinct, and the accent so strong, that ordinary Swedes may struggle to understand it, not dissimilar to how someone from the most rural parts of the West Country in England, or deep into the Scottish Highlands may be only partially comprehensible to many English speakers. This is primarily the case among older residents in Listerlandet and the Solvesborg municipality, with the distinctness of the dialect and how often it can be heard eroded with every passing generation. In case you were wondering, my dialect is the East Yorkshire variation of Swedish and Listerlandska, which consists primarily of butchering all of the pronunciations in vain. Please respect my culture, rather than mocking me in the comments. Listerlandet might not be an island anymore, but there is an island less than 5 miles from Strandvallen, Mjölby's home ground, and that is Hörna. Just 2 square kilometres in size, the car-free and carefree island is home to about a dozen people, and it is probably best known for serving as Britain's naval base for 2 years during the Napoleonic Wars. There is a cemetery on the island where 15 British soldiers were laid to rest, and the Royal Navy still make occasional stops at Hörna in order to pay their respects. Mjölby aren't separated from their Allsvenskan rivals by water anymore then, but it is typically still a fair old trek there by road. Hans Larsson, Mjölby's sporting director, told The Guardian earlier this year, quote, "When teams come here on the bus, they drive and drive through the farms, past the fishing harbours. They keep driving, and then, when they can't drive any further, they find our stadium." End quote. Mjölby's nearest away days, Malmö and Ystad, still require 3-hour round trips on a good day. Meanwhile, it takes at least 12 hours to get to any of the 4 Stockholm pubs and back, and even further still to reach Eco-Sirius to the north of them. For the first 4 decades of Mjölby's existence, after Axel Bengtsson allowed them to play on his farm, this wasn't too much of a problem, because Mjölby competed primarily in Sweden's regional lower leagues. They reached the Allsvenskan for the first time in 1980 and brought in maverick former England striker Frank Worthington on loan from Birmingham City, but the fairy tale wouldn't last long. Mjölby was sent straight back down, finishing bottom of the division with only 3 wins and 11 points to their name. Worthington, who was nicknamed Elvis, scored 4 goals in 12 games. Mjölby returned to the Allsvenskan in 1983 and 1985, but they were sent straight back down again on both occasions, as the difficulties of competing with the nation's elite as an isolated small-town club operating on a shoestring budget were laid bare. It wasn't until the 2010 season that Mjolby survived in Sweden's top flight, securing a memorable sixth-place finish and only missing out on European qualification by 4 points. At the time, this was considered not only as good as things had ever got for the club, but, in all likelihood, as good as they would, or even could, ever get. That theory appeared to be borne out over the coming few years, as Mjolby suffered back-to-back relegations in 2014 and 2015, and were being crushed under the weight of negative equity. Mjolby had debts totaling 4.5 million Swedish kronor in 2015, which is equivalent to almost $500,000. For a third-tier Swedish club, with no substantial revenue streams to speak of, it was potentially fatal. They say the darkest hour is right before the dawn, and that was certainly the case for Mjolby. In a stroke of good fortune, almost exactly 10 years ago, which would come to define the club's next 10 years, business executive Magnus Emius had recently relocated to the local area. A man who is more familiar with plastic than Simon Cowell's face, Emius spent almost 11 years working for Swedish plastic and silicon manufacturers Nalato, 6 of them out of the country's Central European offices in northwest Hungary, before joining Nordic injection molding specialist the IV Group as their CEO in 2010. He joined Malmö-headquartered fellow plastic injecting molding specialist, the Rosti Group, who rather disappointingly don't manufacture any potato Rostis, at the start of 2013, but in 2015 he rejoined the IV Group, since renamed the Albi Group, as their CEO once again. An extremely experienced business executive, Emius took on the daunting challenge of becoming Mjolby's chairman in 2015, citing his passion for football and the local area as his motivation. His first mission was to stabilise the club's finances, which, at that time, basically meant not spending any money. Emius took this to the extreme. Instead of staying in hotels the night before an away game, Emius booked campsites, which was fitting, I suppose, given that the team's stadium literally runs parallel to one. Some people called him a penny pincher. Emius, most likely, would suggest that he had no other options. Without any resources to sign or even pay players, Emius focused on the club's own youth ranks and developing young players, both to populate Mjolby's first team and, with time, he sold on for a profit. Emius's thinking has always been big picture and long term, but in the immediate term, he and Mjolby faced a firefighting mission just to stay in Sweden's third division, and to avoid becoming the country's first club to suffer 3 successive relegations from the Allsvenskan. The cost-cutting had been effective, but the building blocks put in place for the future would be undermined if Mjolby were relegated to the amateur 4th tier of the Swedish game. They went into the final game of the 2016 season inside of the relegation zone without a win in 5 months, and knowing that defeat against Prespa Birlek, a club founded by ethnic Swedish Turks and Macedonian Turks, with ancestral ties to the Prespa region of the former Yugoslavia, would seal their fate. In 90 minutes that would dictate their next decade, Mjolby won comfortably. They led 3-0 before half-time, and a Prespa Birlek red card made for an even more comfortable afternoon and an even more jubilant journey back to Sölvesborg for the travelling Mjolby supporters. Following survival, Emius made his first major appointment, and arguably his most important. Hasse Larsson, better known at Mjolby as Hans, knows the club better than anyone else. He joined Mjolby in 1979 as a 17-year-old player, and he never played for anyone else. Throughout his 14 years as a one-club man, 9 of them as Mjolby's captain, Larsson had more ups and downs than a Sölvesborg sailor out in especially choppy waters, as the club developed a reputation for yo-yoing between the divisions. He began coaching local amateur team Sölvesborg upon his retirement in 1993, where he won promotion, before taking the reins at nearby Olofström, a village best known for its large Volvo factory, where he won back-to-back promotions to Division 2, putting Olofström just 1 division below Mjolby themselves. That didn't go unnoticed by Larsson's former club, who offered him their top job in 1999. In his debut campaign, Mjolby only missed out on the playoffs by 2 points, and in his second and third, they qualified for them in successive seasons through third-place finishes in the newly reorganised Superettan, but suffered back-to-back playoff final defeats, the first via a penalty shootout. That season, incidentally, Mjolby missed out on automatic promotion to Malmö, who had an 18-year-old Zlatan Ibrahimovic leading their line in his breakout campaign. Budget cuts were made following the failure to get over the line, and that, combined with the demoralised squad, resulted in Mjolby finishing bottom of the league and getting relegated in 2002. Larsson departed, wearied by playoff and relegation heartbreak, and turned his back on football. Over the next 13 years, Larsson took over his family's farm, he worked in a gym, and he invested in paddle courts. He was really ahead of the curve on that one, wasn't he? His key involvement with football came in the form of role with Karlskrona and Sölvesborg, as Larsson overcame multiple health scares, including prostate cancer and a brain tumour, which required emergency surgery. Emmius brought Larsson out of his temporary retirement and back to Mjolby as the club's head coach in 2015, but he couldn't keep the cash-strapped club in the Superettan. Ahead of Mjolby's great escape in 2016, Emmius appointed Larsson as the club's sporting director instead. Because the club had no money, Larsson did the job unpaid for them. which Mjolby will rebuild brick by brick. The perfect appointment, Larsen provided a bridge between chairman, manager and players. His vast experience meant that he had excellent contacts with the Swedish lower leagues, and throughout their meteoric rise, he's ensured that everyone has remained grounded and that the soul of Mjolby hasn't been lost. Larsen is still Mjolby's sporting director, over 10 years since 10 years brought him out of retirement, but from an unpaid one-man band a decade ago, he has become a master delegator as the club has grown. The man who replaced him as Mjolby's head coach was Patrick Rosengren, another Sölvesborg native and Mjolby legend, who spent 14 years playing for the club. He became a youth team coach at Mjolby after hanging up his boots, going on to serve as Larsen's assistant and his successor as head coach in 2016. He only managed Mjolby for 8 months, but after stepping down as head coach, he returned to Mjolby's youth setup with the under-19s, before being appointed as the director of Mjolby's academy and their football high school. His son, Otto Rosengren, came through the academy that his father directs, and after almost 50 appearances in Mjolby's first team, he was sold to Malmö for roughly £1.2 million, where he's since become a full Swedish international. Patrick, meanwhile, was replaced as Mjolby's head coach in 2016 by yet another club legend, Mattias Asper, a two-time Swedish goalkeeper of the year and former Swedish international, who both started and ended his illustrious playing days with Mjolby, and who ultimately oversaw their great escape. Mjolby's CEO Jakob Lennartson, meanwhile, who works alongside chairman Magnus Emius and sporting director Anton Larsen in the day-to-day running of the club, also previously managed Mjolby's academy and under-19s. Now aged 35, and only 30 when Mjolby appointed him as their CEO, Lennartson juggles his roles as an executive of Mjolby, with coaching local 16 team Bordeaux in. The point being here, Mjolby are a family club, whose rise has remained synonymous with the club's spirit and culture, and who have consistently promoted from within. The same is true of the man making all the headlines in Sweden right now, Mjolby's affable and endearing coach, Anders Torstensson. Another graduate of the club's own youth ranks, Torstensson made Mjolby's first team squad in 1985, but he never registered a senior appearance. He retired from football and enlisted with the Swedish Armed Forces, where he spent the next 10 years. After leaving the military, Torstensson went into education, becoming a head teacher or school principal. In the early 2000s, he attempted to combine his school duties with coaching football, becoming Mjolby's assistant in 2007. When Mjolby won promotion to the Allsvenskan in 2010, Torstensson took a step back from education to focus on football at the time, and he served as Mjolby's head coach most of the 2013 season, in which they finished 11th. After the back-to-back relegations now, which meant that Mjolby could no longer afford to pay their staff, Torstensson, who was no longer head coach, returned to his role as a head teacher. He stepped in again, this time
he missed that?
Christian Yardler was sacked in the 21 season, by which stage Mjolby had returned to the top flight, but it was only intended to be a temporary measure. In 2023, however, Emius offered Torstensson the top job long term. Torstensson, in his own words, told the Mjolby chief that he had, quote, barely been in professional football since 2013, and everything had changed. Quote, I said, I'm not the best instructor, not the best coach, not the best tactically. And they replied, yeah, pretty much, but we don't care because you win games. I recognised that if I turned them down, my prospects in football would be over. I loved my job, but it felt like now or never. End quote. It is an unusual approach to a job interview, it must be said, but it did the trick. So Torstensson took over the reins from Andreas Kranskor.
Oh my god, what a save.
In his first season,
what a save.
8 points above the relegation zone. In his second, they finished fifth, only missing out on qualifying for Europe for the first time by 4 points, in what was their highest ever league finish. In his third, this season, they are Swedish champions en route to the Champions League.
Oh my god.
The 2023 Swedish Cup final at Torstensson's maiden campaign, in which Mjolby lost 4-1 at home against Häcken, proved to be another turning point. Yet there is still Mjolby. While following their excellent in the final itself, the ones that you would expect, perhaps they just had the occasion yet to them, something which put them in good stead.
Nah, so if it's the last minute goal.
Throughout their extraordinary title card this season. It
Oh
also
my
took
God.
special
Oh wait.
as a fortunate team.
Oh,
We have such a young squad.
that's
With
game,
many
bro.
is supposed
Yeah.
to so new and development, the average age
After the
of
kick
the
is gonna
squad
blow the
this
whistle.
season is 24.8, and even that is distorted by just a handful
As long
of
as they
more
lose.
experienced players.
I thought we were
5
gonna
young
lose.
players,
Yeah, can we kick the ball?
all who the inspired team, are in their 30s. Tom Peterson, who is the oldest at 35, can play it either centre-back or in central midfield, and previously played for Henry Cincinnati. And member incoming boss, Brian Potter and another 30-year-old club captain Jesper Gustafsson, who plays in central midfield, was part of the Mjällby squad that suffered back-to-back relegations a decade ago, and started in their all-important third-tier survival clash on the final day of the 2016 season. Mjällby's goalkeeper, Noel Turnquist by contrast, aged only 23, has already played close to 100 games for the club. Meanwhile, fellow star man Elliot Stroud,
I swear I thought we played Ghent already. Did we not play Ghent?
Several of Mjällby's younger players live in the
Oh, this
same
the other.
building, and in a
Wait, right?
tight-knit community,
Oh no, we
Mjällby
played Ghent.
players routinely
Playing
socialise
Gent.
not only with one another, but also with supporters. There's a great deal of self-deprecation about Torstensson, downplaying his skills as a coach and as a tactician, of the kind that is so common in Sweden and throughout most of Northern Europe, but it is true that he was generally regarded as being a very effective man manager who relied upon more basic tactical principles and fundamentals. For a long time, Mjällby have been associated with playing a strong, direct, and aggressive style of football, befitting of their reputation as a region full of burly farmers and fishermen. There is a word in Swedish, which I'm no doubt going to pronounce flawlessly, football, which literally translates as pig football, which is used to describe teams who are deemed to be a bit dirty, dogged, and direct. Think of Stoke City's reputation under Tony Pulis, or Burnley's under Sean Dyche. It's Brexit football. Anti-woke nonsense. Grisfotboll is a term that was used frequently in association with Mjällby. They were notorious for being tough to break down and battering on in games after they took the lead, but for struggling to get back into games or break a team down after going behind. Well, at the start of 2024, with the appointment of their secret weapon, Karl-Marie Saxon, Mjällby implemented utter woke nonsense. Following 9th and 10th place finishes, Mjällby worked best with just consolidating Indial's medicine. Historically, when the yo-yo club, Mjällby's nickname was the team that always returns, but Enius's own mantra is one of incremental constant improvement and never setting restraints. Admittedly, it's not quite as catchy, but really roll off the tongue, nothing like
Oh, that's not us. Oh my God, let's go. Oh, we missed that?
They would have to keep more ball, in turn more control, and be more progressive in possession. So they began looking for an assistant who could aid and support them. Over 80 candidates applied for the job, and most of them, unlike Karl-Marie Saxon, had probably worked in professional football before. A 35-year-old Norwegian whose career as an amateur footballer ended in 2020, acted as a massive psychology.
That was a goal. Oh, how do you miss them? That was a clean shot. He just shanked that shit.
Before making the decision, it is an age-old phenomenon that a relatively new subject of analysis that Axon claims to have analysed more heavily than any other person. That's the type of complexity you don't say for a second down. A prolific host from
3-2.
Axon is transparent, insightful, and even somewhat amusing. The fifth post on his podcast, which has over 14,000 followers, is a 15-post thread on the topic of why football coaches need to fall out of love with rondos in practice. In it, Axon argues that rondos, which are common training exercises where typically a greater number of players attempt to keep while a fewer number of players attempt to intercept the ball, only have a small number of skills which are relevant to the game, and that, in some cases, they can subconsciously encourage bad behaviours, like playing too many strong passes, stifling creativity, and preventing players from properly scaling. Axon gives a whole new meaning to the term a student of the game. He writes in detail about the first and second movement playing made in all its great art history direction, and how changing the basic dynamics forces players to improvise, creating the unpredictability of a real game. Axum obsesses about how training sessions relate to these situations, and how to help players practicing physically and mentally to best prepare them for those tasks. The aim is to orient games, implement before they take the world match, but to provide players to make their decisions spontaneously. It's not just tactics about always installed in football, having spoken previously about regarding teams. Instead of yelling woke and going broke out, you'll be available cross with access to nonsense, having been a revelation at Strand Park. From just 32 goals in the quarter, they scored 44 goals last season, which is an increase and none of the goals becoming the second highest. Those goals are shared by the team, with no Calvin player would be free despite their success. On score, they've done it all while not only receiving their defensive now having that far best defensive record from averaging 43.77 which was about the lowest in the division, he'll be kept 51.4% of this season, and that increased control of their game important. And some great chances again. Early on in the stylistic transition, Palmer straight at the he's at the SSD, said that the Albion players like to have the ball this year, but they're not very good at it. That is a comment we've seen in this stuff in before and after. The direct quote while shouting scoring at the end of a lovely classic game. To leave that Palmer during the rather bad season, 2 games before we lost 3-1 at home. It would be fair to say that usually have been highly effective with the ball this season. But more joyfully, Axum had only worked in the coach for all week in front of, but now his methods have been played with football circles far. It's a great credit the place is so great it's so little and being so receptive to the ideas some instances, they may run contrary to what comes naturally. All topics are greatest who has been practiced by a 30-something with a PhD. He is by no means averse to the elders and even maintains an Excel spreadsheet which monitors every player updated by Twitter from each player's rank which includes players possession, goals, but also speaking up in team meetings, visiting local schools, and the objective models are massive. When players score loads, action plans are created to limit the fun. Tilston is also if we are going to lose by 3 goals and there are less than 30 the only undevelopable players by the Army's recruitment is now overseen by Army reporting to him with Roland and was appointed as president in 2020. Working remotely, 6 hours a day plans in Charleroi in Oxford. We've worked 8 hours a day as a postman, and you have to say he did so with great success. You thought I was going to make a joke about delivery. Age 27 now, but just 25 when he was first appointed, Franzen is supported by fellow Mjölby scout David Löfqvist, another Mjölby legend during his playing days, who was nicknamed the Onion by supporters. Meanwhile, youth recruitment is headed by 28-year-old Lavino Bejarano. Franzen's work has been so impressive, and Mjolby's success so emphatic that the club offered him a full-time role this season, putting his postman days behind him. It is easy to put people in boxes, or letters, I suppose, but there is a reason why, as a collective, Mjolby's staff and executives have created such a perfect and harmonious blend. Magnus Emmy has put the building blocks for Mjolby's success in place more than a decade ago, and the combination of his business nous, financial prudence and high standards, with Hansa Larsson's ability to coordinate, delegate, and bridge the divide between two different eras, Jakob Lennartson's meticulousness and constant grounding effects, Anders Torstensson's man management, motivation, and organisation, and Karl Marius Axum's tactical insights, studious training sessions, and ability to effectively implement a more progressive brand of football, among many others, have created one of football's ultimate underdog stories. Every so often in football, everything clicks at a club to create something magical. Mjolby are perhaps the ultimate expression of that phenomenon. The question now is whether or not it can be sustainable. Whilst rarely, if ever to this extent, Swedish football is full of overachieving minnows and underachieving giants. Owing to the system of fan ownership and tight regulations, the Swedish football league pyramid is among the most fluid and open in the world. Malmö have proven to be a rare exception in recent times, but even they finished 7th in 2022, closer to relegation than the title, and are currently 4th, and no one other than them has successfully defended an Allsvenskan title in over 20 years. Östersund, albeit somewhat controversially now, as covered in a previous video, climbed from the 4th to the 1st tier in 5 seasons, and even qualified for the Europa League, where they made it through the group stage and won one leg of the round of 32 against Arsenal, but are now back in the 2nd tier. Dalkurd, who were only founded in 2004, had climbed from the 7th tier to the Allsvenskan by 2018, but had dropped back down to the 4th tier by 2024, and were declared bankrupt in 2025, and Gävle, Saviska, and Siranska have all fallen from the Allsvenskan as far as the 3rd, 4th, and even the 6th tiers of the Swedish game. There is no doubt that Mjolby will lose staff and players. In fact, it has already started. Part of what makes Mjolby's success this season so impressive is that they've already been stripped of some of their best players over recent years. Their net spend over the last 5 years is almost €5 million of profit. They have lost Noah Persson to Swiss side young boys, Otto Rosengren and Colin Rosler to Malmö, and Nicholas Roykjaer to Norge. Christopher Augustsson, who is one of Anders Torstensson's 2 assistants alongside Karl Marius Axum and managed 4 of Sweden's underage teams before joining Mjolby, has already announced that he will leave the club at the end of the season. Mjolby are under no illusions. There will be more departures to come. Axel Noren, who was called up by Sweden's national team in June, is believed to have several admirers. 21-year-old Gambian international Abdoulaye Mane, who has scored 3 goals from 5 caps to date, perhaps has the highest ceiling of any player in the Mjolby squad, and should fetch a chunky fee, and promising goalkeeper Noel Turnfest, also recently called up by Sweden, has already been sold to Como for a reported €1.5 million, with Johnny Mjolby for their title calendar plan. When Mjolby lost Colin Rosler, though, they replaced him with Pakistani international Abdullah Patel, who has been already mentioned, when Rasmus Lundstrom departed, and when Ilan Gagrin replaced by Gothenburg, Mjolby knocked out Ludwig Malakovsky's around. Keeping hold of transcendent sport, they prove more important than any individual fighter. Mjolby will also be tested by significant additional weight representation. For each of the qualifying rounds of life, Mjolby will pocket €4.25 million, and group stage revenue is further even including the game, which is equivalent to roughly 140% of Mjolby's current revenue, which will already be produced by increasing agency and sales, domestic prize money amounts to profitability, player status. According to an article by Noah Backman in the Swedish newspaper Expressen, when the Aldi Salamander, 50% of that revenue is earmarked to be reinvested in spending, 40% is saved to fund the club's day-to-day operations, and 10% is set aside to be reinvested in areas where the club feel they can make improvements, whether that be the academy facilities or scouts. Some of that money, and some of the away money, may have to be set Strandvalen appears to be perfectly satisfactory, and it's common for among right? It doesn't meet multiple UA requirements, either. Without significant rapid renovations and expansion, Yilby will be forced to play their UA games away from their actual home season, at least an hour and a half away, most likely at either the Labour Stadium in Alba or the Gulbag Arena in Alba, which, to me at least, seems a little sad. For now, though, the mood at Strandvalen could hardly be any better. In addition to cutting costs, Enya went to work and really keep the strategy. Offering free tickets for children and improve the atmosphere of the game. Many of those children have become fans of it. Maybe, of course, I have sustained results and the president will be now sell out their stadium. In such a remote part of Sweden, and with such a modest area, that is no small thing. Elderly locals and pensioners filling tickets in the south of Strandvalen for years, the stadium has become a meeting point for fishermen, families, children, and yet once the game starts, all these ultras are increasingly organized with phenomenal support in their limited resources. The provinces of Blekinge and particularly neighbouring Skåne have sometimes been associated with far-right tendencies, which some have attributed to a disproportionate number of Swedish Orthodox supporters who settled there after fleeing persecution by Denmark post-World War II. To this day, the Sweden Democrats, a far-right party with Nazi roots, having been co-founded by 81-year-old back in 1988, secured the highest percentage of their vote share in two Skåne constituencies and in Blekinge in Sweden's most recent general election in 2022. The first two were the only constituencies in Sweden that the party actually won, meanwhile they narrowly missed out to the Social Democrats in the game. Jimmy Öfversson, who has led the Sweden Democrats for the last 20 years, was born in nearby Bromölla and was taken to Florida, meanwhile his one-time ex-girlfriend, served as the neighbour's Corps from 2019 to 2022. Despite that, there appears to be few far-right tendencies among the Yilby's organised supporters. An article in the Swedish newspaper Aftonbladet this year was titled, quote, Yilby IF stands for everything that Andersson usually hates. Stilla Stevana, Yilby's only official supporters association, which has been active since 2022, has adopted an explicitly anti-racism and anti-sexist stance, describing themselves as being, quote, politically non-aligned, when stating that the group, quote, welcomes everyone, regardless of gender, age, or background. In a world of pimp spots, dodgy millionaires, and an assortment of unknowns of the kind documented through to Optimus channel, he will be served as a rare and joyous reminder of what football can be, when it can aspire to be, at its very best. What a series about the Division called Nurturing Speaker, which started during the 1960s and was adapted into a television series during the 1980s. Written by Max Lundgren, the book told the story of four criminals who defied all of the odds to climb up the Swedish Football League pyramid. Yilby have made the tale a version of reality, only more extraordinary, successful than Lundgren, and in total young readers. Therefore, takes its name from the old Norse word player, which translates roughly as dead man. But there is nothing about learning the language. There is a party of history and it's going on long enough. That is it for today's video, or at least it would be, were it not for the fact that I promised you a far-farming, defensive neighbourhood information on. The video ended up being too long, so I had to scrap both segments of them, along with a few others from my network. But this is the People's Channel, I would never you, and so I'm happy to clarify for you. But farmers not only take back their land and provided with the video, they also supported the government on and at risk of being applied back. Unfortunately, as well as supporting their land, they also bred and raised animals primarily solely for the purpose of watering them with their health and their raising some ethical concerns and making process a hotly debated one since the 1980s. Sweden is one of the last match day tickets, then I will come and make a video about the mighty mix on my second channel, Alfie Potsdam. The offensively named neighbourhood on the outskirts of Mulby was named, in English, basically N-word Village. And it was allegedly colloquially named that because the neighbourhood's properties were thought to resemble huts found in parts of Africa, and because they had distinctive black chimneys. It doesn't get any better. Due to utter woke nonsense, I reckon Sean Dyche would even favour a bit of woke nonsense in this case, N-word Village was renamed Erstaba in 2012. Some older residents reportedly insisted on continuing to refer to the neighbourhood by its original name, even after the updates. Of course they did. Right, anyway, that is it for today's video. That is really it. A fascinating one, I'm sure you'd all agree, and if that is the case, then why not consider smashing the like button harder than Robert Huth used to smash a free kick. Thank you all as ever for watching. Let me know your thoughts down below in the comments. Subscribe to both this channel and my second channel, Alfie Potsdam. If you have impeccable taste and want to discover similarly fascinating things in the future, and you can follow me on various social media platforms should you feel so inclined, typically by the username @HITT7. Both channels should be about to appear along with a couple of videos with the mighty pro watching on, hopefully through the watch all the videos and build the right you can also support me by the Alpha channel, where you can become a channel member, or via buymeacoffee.com, where you can do this safely. All of it goes towards becoming more serious. It was not. But it's not that. Arsene Wenger spent 22 years in Arsenal. For a time, he won 3 Premier League titles, 7 cups, and revolutionised the English game. Wenger's first years at Arsenal were defined by signings like Marco Glasgow, paper, and usurping Alex Ferguson. Whereas his last few years at the club were defined by signings which Conrad establishing Paris using 10 to an identification, but the likes from AMTV out of the country. Football can be a real roller coaster. In all seriousness, thanks Frank. Wenger is a seminal figure in the history of Arsenal, and one of the most iconic managers of all time. His 3 Premier League titles in 10 years, with the combination of a lower net spending, and in 10 years following on from the Gunners never failed to qualify for the Champions League, despite having a lower net spend than Sunderland, Stoke and QPR. Wenger's glorious somewhat son of Gordon Arsenal came to an end in West Yorkshire in 1823, when the Gunners won Wenger's 1,231 March, away at Huddersfield Town. Sunderland's Granit Xhaka, and Marseille's Pierre in our future European had built against the Derby with a new combination. But what about the Arsenal match? Well, it's funny you mention it because that's what today's video is about. So without further ado, and with an urgent reminder to subscribe not just to this channel, but also to the Arsenal channel, here are the 7 Arsenal reviews from Arsene Wenger's final game of Charleroi and where those players are. So, at base, Old Chelsea United. There was no better check in the Arsenal squad for Arsenal. Spending 1 million and third place Arsenal goalkeeper was made an a graduate of Arsenal training strength, Casey only had mates who were there. But that is all. They don't know the sort of players that have a play. Standing at 200 centimetres, or 6 feet 7 inches tall, Casey is 10 and 17 tall, with a couple of centimetres tall. Signed by the Burton on a free transfer. On, Casey saved a penalty in both RC Maniac and as the World Cup's in its journey, we will see the defence goal. One of his boots was the 83rd. Perhaps 104 times by UK, Miles is happy going Arsenal for him and he wants sometimes not to do as he sees possible, and lack of acceleration. A brilliant centre-back. He only made 7 Premier League appearances in but he made 221 appearances for the club in all competitions. That's 10 more than Cole Campbell and 1 fewer than Gabriel Reckley. And it makes Mertesacker the smallest player who goes more than 2 minutes. Mertesacker immediately became Arsenal manager, having agreed to take the role and retired from the club. Mertesacker is still Arsenal manager, where he has been credited for the emergence of players like Ethan Ranieri, Alvin Skelly, and most recently Matt Jackson. Nacho Monreal, football legends. The only other retiree of the Arsenal legacy is Nacho Monreal was a back in the 2007 playing at both left back and centre. He started in Arsenal's all-important Europa League semi-final tie against Atletico Madrid, Arsenal lost, but he was dropped to the side last match and introduced in place of the Boston after 6 games. Despite the appointment in the former Monreal now used the ball. He did just making him up to 200 comes from Valencia before returning to our legal points. At 22 times, Monreal needs the former Steve Powell, which is still which eventually now age 39, Monreal and the football working on behalf of the ATP Global Actors, who are based in his native country. Should his foreign ground by the actors, translators, emphasis, global emphasis, nothing to do with also, despite that, the group's clients are focused fairly heavily on capacity, with 7 of them playing and Monreal's first club was 4. Ainsley Maitland-Niles, the 20th youngest Arsenal debut, the 11th youngest Arsenal debut, and the 2nd youngest in the League. Ainsley Maitland-Niles made his first appearance in 2014 to 17 years. 131 appearances followed, including 28 He didn't start, but he was confused and makes balance when he gets the 7. Evidently talented, Maitland-Niles could never quite nail down his starting role, which some of it attributed to him. As opposed to a full, Maitland-Niles dismissed the played right back every week by but it was right for a forward that he was taking and rejecting and staying at Arsenal in favour of joining West Ham, because they were the only club in college to play there. In 2023, Maitland-Niles' contract expired at Leon, where he has since played 18 games, the vast majority of them run. Say what you want about him, who would all 5 as England captains, but there are few players out there who are cool from 12 yards. But Joe Will, Newcastle United. Just 18 years old at the time, Joe Willock made 11 appearances in Arsenal this final season, as one of the club's most highly-regarded academy graduates of the year. His true breakout was and Bruno in which he made a whopping 54 appearances as a 20-year-old. That match with the joint house, of any player in the Arsenal. For instance, in which Mikel Arteta won one of his play for his only signed Willem London in the summer of 2020. Only 4 years on, the uncapped Londoner has made 132 appearances as a big club, but he has never quite replicated the form, certainly in terms of goal scoring, that he exhibited during his loan spell. Ravaged by a whole series of injuries, particularly a couple of setbacks relating to his Achilles 2 seasons ago, Willock has never fully recovered. Aged 26, there is still time for him to return to his best, but proving his fitness and consistently maintaining it might just be his biggest challenge. Second, Danny Welbeck, Brighton. I feel like few players have had more underappreciated or unanticipated career turnarounds than Danny Welbeck, who looked very good in Alex Ferguson's penultimate season at Manchester United, failed to quite develop as hoped, joined Arsenal, then Watford, where he was relegated from the Premier League, before rocking up at Brighton. For a club that is synonymous with outstanding recruitment, a lot of people question Welbeck's arrival, but they ought not to have doubted the Tony Blue machine. Now in his 6th season with the Seagulls, Welbeck has scored 41 goals and made 17 assists in 170 appearances on the South Coast, providing a fantastic foil for the likes of Neil Maupay, João Pedro, and wide forwards like Kaori Matoma and Yanko Baminte during that time. Brilliant at pressing from the front and retaining possession, Welbeck scored 11 goals in the season, which was his best return to Premier goal since the 21-year-old played at the club. Now aged 34, Welbeck has already scored 4 goals in the season, putting him on course for his best ever goal season. An early part of the Premier League's only with a net goals so far this year. On current form, the argument should have been of earning the first 2 quarters in 26. The last time was on the that Arsenal, in Arsenal's final season, in which he scored 10 goals in 43 games. He was the first substitute, replacing the back end. But Eddie Nketiah, Crystal Palace, the final player named on Arsene Wenger's last ever Arsenal. It's a bit mad just to think that Eddie Nketiah has been playing first team football for over 7 years. Wenger's last season at Arsenal was Nketiah's first in the first team squad, aged 18, though he played 10 games and scored 2 goals. Always on the fringes of establishing himself in the Arsenal team, a bit like Maitland Niles, without ever naming down his career, Nketiah made 160 which is more than Alexis Sanchez, and indeed Mikel Arteta. A whopping 9 games in February as a substitute now, and following reduced game time in 2014, Arsenal and Nketiah decided to part. A move to Nottingham Forest Plus reported in 2013 before his deal was supporting £25 million, rising to 30 million was struck with Crystal Palace. Nketiah had a bit of a string last season in South London, as Jean-Philippe Nketiah's final goal time, and again he scored 3 Premier League goals, but he struck 4 times in cup competitions, including 2 goals in the Cup, which Palace went on to win. Ultimately, now in Nketiah is still a mountain of winning, but his 25 to 30 million sale looks like smart business by Arsenal. That is it for today's video. A short one, but around the time that Arsene Wenger left Arsenal as a captain. I don't think that people call the country only the captain. But for longer documentary videos, head on over to the Arsenal channel, where there are already 7 found probably expecting this today, that's all down to them. Thank you all for watching. Click the like button and make sure that you are subscribed to our channel and also the Apple channel if you want to be absolutely bombarded with our passport content, like the football you do with colliding directly with your brain on a weekly basis. Not the other. You can also find me on the by I am now 10,000 gold in this round. And last am hoping that the multi-sided process of these members, like Rihanna, will be able to dictate where they send me, what I see there, and all of that sort of thing. And check that out. Until next time, please remember, I love you all. They say that money makes the world better. Does it, of course? Angular momentum left over from a swirling cloud of dust and gas in our solar system over 4.5 million years it does. But money is certainly very important to the world. Over the past 35 years, we have seen an explosion of wealth in the gap. The world record fee has risen from £2 billion to £200 billion. Elite clubs' revenues have risen by more than 2,000%, and the average wage in the Premier League has risen from £77,080 a year to more than £20,000. That's a 5,000% or a 2,300 when factoring in inflation. But just which clubs have been climbing the rise in spending year on year? Well, in today's video, we're going to take a look at the biggest spenders in terms of both overall spending and asset which is interesting both in itself, but also in terms of what it tells us about how the wealth and power of football is shifting over time. We will also take a look at some of their biggest signings, how they scored, and whether each team event spending resulted in success. No, it sounds like an absolute collapse, but it will be. So what the bloody hell are you waiting for? Without further ado then, who was ever signed by a club that spent the most money in the season? Here are the highest spending clubs in world football every season from the 1990-91 through to the 2025-26 season. 1990-91, Juventus. From the late 80s to the early 2000s, one league rose supreme. In terms of talent, expenditure, and prestige, and that league was sound. In the 1990-91 season, the 5 highest spending clubs in world football season, as per 8 of the top 10. Marseille and Bayern Munich were the only most money clubs in it. As clubs like Pisa and Torino outspent Real Madrid, and literally every club in Italy. In fact, pre-Premier League, Chelsea and Liverpool were England's highest spenders in the 1990s, ranking 18th and 19th in the world months, only narrowly ahead of FC Milan. Lazio, Bologna, Inter Milan, and Roma. The league today, was Juventus. Juve spent over 30 million, wasted 3 times as much as Roma, as they welcomed the likes of Ronaldo, and Paolo Di Canto in the new Stadio Charleroi. Their spending proved to be fairly minimal, as the old lady held on board between the season 70s. With only Baggio, who was signed for a world record fee and finished 8th in 1999 formatting, living up to expectations, following his extremely controversial arrival from rivals Fiorentina. Juventus also had by far the highest net spend. 1991-92, Juventus. If at first spending an absolute fortune doesn't work out, try again. That's exactly what Juventus did in the 1991-92 season after finishing 7th, as Italian clubs once again dominated all of the spending charts. Serie A clubs constituted 7 out of the world's 10 highest spenders, with Marseille being the most notable exception, as they forked out almost €15 million under Bernard Tapie in a desperate attempt to win the European Cup. Paris, who are now a second-tier club, were the second highest spenders in world football and the highest in terms of net spend, as they recruited the likes of David Platt and Frank Borini. Not that it did them much good, mind you. They were relegated the following season. Juventus narrowly pitched them solely in terms of expenditure, as Jurgen Koller, Dino Baggio, and Antonio Conte, among others, joined Giovanni Trapattoni's Galacticos. Juventus were much improved, but still went trophyless, finishing a distant second behind Claudio Capello's and Stockport East and losing in the final of the Coppa Italia against Parma. 1992-93, Inter Milan. Blackburn Rovers were the 7th highest spenders in world football in the inaugural Premier League away once again. The world's sixth highest members were in Serie A, as Juventus were very narrowly outdone by Inter, and the difference was less than 1 million points, having fallen to a jittery little location. Inter appointed Osvaldo Bagnoli over 30 million pounds on the likes of Salvatore Sarri, and notably Darko Pancho. Pancho proved to be a total disaster, but Inter climbed from 8th to 7th, only missing so their relentless crosses and rivals AC Milan had the highest net spend in 1973, as they welcomed Ballon d'Or winner Rafael for a world record win. 1993 Juventus, the biggest spenders in creative time, in which they failed to win a single Serie A title. Juventus were at it again in 93-94. Angelo Di Livia was but it was a fellow signing from Chelsea, go on to the minus 9. Inter Milan had the highest net spend, but it was AC Milan who won the league yet again, as Juve and Inter finished second and third. Inter only avoided relegation to Italian League by a single point, yet they lifted the UEFA Cup in what was merely one of the biggest upsets in the history of football. 1994-95. Rome. Everton had the highest net spend in World Football in 1992, and the third highest in Premier overall, yet they went on to finish 15th in the Premier League, only 5 points above them. Big spending Blackburn won the Premier League in their most but it was Juventus, and Roma who were the world's biggest spenders. Roma did it, as Daniel Fonseca arrived. But it was Juventus, bolstered by the arrival of Didier Deschamps, who finally lifted the Serie A. Roma finished second. 1995-96. Inter Milan. Inter Milan owned active president, well written in the 1995 splashing out places like Roberto Carlos from Tottenham, Javier Zanetti from Brazil, and Paul Ince from Manchester United. Venera Zeri led the way in terms of net spend and their yet they fell from 6th to 7th place, burning through 3 victories. They ended the season with 1 start, and Roberto Carlos started after a single season. The rise of the Premier League was becoming ever apparent, as Newcastle were the world's second list, Liverpool was 5th, Arsenal was 6th, and there were 11 English clubs among the top 20, but for now, Serie A league still just about all. 1996-97, Real Madrid. For the first time during the 1950s, an Italian club didn't lead the world Nazi, replaced by plucky Spanish upstart Real Madrid. The 1996-97 season saw a radical departure from the 1990s World Cup as the world's 4th highest league club, successful, led by Valencia, Barcelona, Real Madrid. Barcelona signed Brazilian wonderkid Ronaldo alongside the likes of Barisco Smoke on the ball as well, but Real Madrid very narrowly welcoming the aforementioned Roberto Carlos, along with Sevilla's David Villa, Sampdoria's Carlos, and their most expensive signing, Valencia's Predrag Mijatovic. Carlos became a club legend, meanwhile Schuka led Real Madrid scoring charts as they climbed from 6th the previous season to win the La Liga title under new boss Javier finished as La Liga runners-up at one club level, with Ronaldo in charge hard to make the league. Unlike the great all-time 1997 Barcelona. It was the La Liga double-header again in the 1997-98 season, this time courtesy of Barcelona. As Spain's biggest club benefited from independent litigation. This would earn La Liga versus 40 country but in the short term, it meant that Atletico and and Juninho from the Liga, eccentric club president Peter Snell authorised an enormous spending spree with by far the highest net spending of all, and Barcelona could go out and sign Michael Leipziger, Sonny Anderson, and most notably Rivaldo, as new boss Louis van Gaal's squad was bolstered by world-class recruits and the highest overall expenditure. Barca's recruitment paid dividends as they won a leading cup double in Van Gaal's campaign, with Rivaldo leading their scoring. The Aeri led La Liga with 24 goals, but Atletico still only finished 7th, and they were relegated a couple of years later. 1998-99. Lazio weren't just up the world against their rivals later in the 1998-99 season. They were also leading the way as the highest spenders, in both net terms and in all of world football. Returning that crowd to Serie A, Lazio had the highest spending season in the entire history of football, as owner and president Sergio Tragliotti backed down with Stefan Anderson, with the equivalent of more than 100 million euros in the transfer market. Subject to football-specific inflation, that's about 450 million euros in today's market. Lazio brought Christian Vieri back to Italy, along with the likes of Stanisha Mihajlovic, Dejan Stankovic, and Sergio Conceição, culminating in a second-place finish in Serie A, Milan, meanwhile they won the UEFA Cup Winners' Cup. Inter, who were Italy and the world's second-highest spenders in the as Real Betis came third, after breaking the world record season by Nielsen, who they were shortly relegated. Blackburn Rovers led the way the Premier League. And in a reminder of just how much the power dynamics of football shifted, Rangers were the world's 7th highest spenders, above Man United and Barcelona. 1999 to 2000. Inter Milan. No team spent more money in either nets or upside than Inter Milan during the 1999 and in food, it wasn't being club. The Italian giants walked out an estimated 455 million euros, which was 155 million euros more than this, and yet they didn't win a single Serie A title or Champions League throughout the entire decade. They won 3 UEFA Cups, but they also finished 8th twice, 13th once, and were very nearly relegated. Overall, they were more than the 1999 to 2000 season eclipsed all previous records, as Inter splashed out over 150 million euros, including a world record-breaking 49 million euros on that man again, Christian Vieri. He led into scoring chart for the following season, but they could still only finish 4th in the football finish, as Lazio lived in only their second and yet their last Serie A title. 2000 to 2001. Lazio were back to being the biggest spenders in town following their Scudetto, albeit there was next to nothing to put themselves in Real Madrid at the start of the 2000s. Los Blancos spent 121.95 million euros as newly elected president Florentino Perez actually becomes Lazio, with signings like Ford Makelele, Flavio Conceição, and of course 2000 Ballon d'Or winner Luis Figo for a world record win from Meanwhile, Lazio spent an almost identical 122.3 million euros, as Fernand Crespo very briefly before he was overtaken by Figo. Real Madrid won La Liga, meanwhile Lazio finished 3rd in Serie A. Roma, who won the Scudetto that season, actually had the highest net spend, with 3 capped off each year, ranking a very narrow spend. They only finished 9th. 2001-06, Juventus. For the first time in 8 years, Juventus had the highest transfer expenditure in all of world football, and for the first time in 9 years, AC Milan had the highest net spend. Juventus welcomed Gianluigi Buffon, Lilian Thuram, and along with current Chelsea manager Enzo Maresca, that actually had a relatively modest net spend while he didn't even have the world record against Real Madrid, and they went on to win the Scudetto, whereas AC Milan signed the likes of Rui Costa, Andrea Pirlo, and Filippo Inzaghi, with lifted the way of playing style, resulting in a more than €100 million net spend, but only finished third. Real Madrid, despite breaking the transfer record for the only ranked 9 as they literally didn't sign anyone else. 2002-03. Inter Milan. Manchester United had the highest net spend in world football in the 2003 season, despite only signing Rio Ferdinand for albeit it was a very successful one, whereas Inter, who quite comfortably had a expenditure, actually made a net profit, selling Ronaldo to Real Madrid, Aaron Taylor to AC and Bratislav Greshko to Parma for huge fees. Inter signed Hernan Crespo, Francesco Tocco and Fabio Cannavaro, finishing second that season, whereas Man United reclaimed the Premier League title. 2003-04. Chelsea. Roman Abramovich bought Chelsea in the summer of 2003, and in the 2003-04 season, for the first time in decades, an English club had the highest net spend and total transfer expenditure of any club on the planet. No other team came close. The likes of Hernan Crespo, again, Claude Makelele, Juan Sebastian Moron, Scott Parker, Glenn Johnson, Damien Duff, Joe Cole and Jeremy Glenn Blues, who climbed from 4th to 2nd place under Claudio Ranieri, missing out on the Premier League title to an invincible Arsenal side by 11 points. 2004-05. Chelsea. Roman Abramovich doubled down in the 2004-05 season, forking out over €160 million for the second successive season, with almost nothing in the way of player sales. Barcelona and Juventus were the next highest spenders, heading into a season in which Juventus would be stripped of their Serie A title owing to the Calciopoli scandal, but once again, it wasn't even close. Abramovich appointed Champions League winner Jose Mourinho as Claudio Ranieri's successor, and he was given the funds to sign the likes of Ian Robben, Petr Cech and Didier Drogba, in addition to Ricardo Carvalho and Paulo Pereira, who Mourinho took with him from Porto. The results were emphatic, as Chelsea won their first top-flight league title since the 1950s, and only their second ever, with a record-high points tally of 95, while conceding a record-low 15 goals all season. Cech and Drogba, in particular, both became all-time Chelsea greats. Meanwhile, the less said about Matej Kejman and Yuri Yarosik strongly the better. 2005-06. Chelsea. The first team to do the three in terms of spending, between the 2003 and 4 2005-06 seasons as a collective, Chelsea spent over €427 million in total, and close to €400 million net. Meanwhile, no other club spent more than €185 million in total, or more than €101 million net. In other words, then, Chelsea outspent the next highest spending club in world football during Roman Abramovich's first 3 seasons at the club, namely Real Madrid, by a ratio of almost 4 to 1. Chelsea's spending was a bit more modest than in 2005-06 season, only narrowly affecting Real Madrid, with Michael Essien and meanwhile Newcastle World Football's third players, owing to signings like Nathan Owen and Alberto. Interestingly, Dinamo Moscow were the 4th highest spenders on the planet, and very narrowly had the highest net spend, as the Russians splashed out over €39 million on 5 Porto players alone, including Thiago Silva, Nuno only to finish 8th the following season and 14th as one place above Abramovich, the season after. 2006-07. Real Madrid. Chelsea's era of dominance came to an end in 4 years, only Real Madrid spent more. Somewhat bizarrely, looking back at it, West Ham were the 3rd highest spenders in world football, and the 2nd highest in net terms, as the Hammers most notably were the Argentine duo Javier Pinto and Carlos Club, in somewhat controversial circumstances. As the fellow West Ham are even relegated points, and were later forced to pay relegated Chelsea a reported $20 million. Real Madrid, meanwhile, spent heavily even in Florentino Perez's absence, as Roman Alderweireld was their president at the time. Fabio Cannavaro, were told by virtue of having a superior head had been tied on point after 2007. They Real Madrid doubled down in the 2007, which they called the Ryan Gomez, Kante, and future club legend was president. Now they are spending to sign Naby as false Madrid made it back to Napoli, while Man United won a Premier League championship. Spurs ahead of Bayern Munich and Liverpool in what was the last league up until last season, 2008. And just as with Roman Abramovich, the Emiratis arrived at and quickly set about redefining the takeover element of leaving Man City to their play. It's not attempted slice. After that collapse, they went out and signed disgraced Brazilian Ronaldo, who is currently serving a 9-year prison sentence for a British record transfer. He was joined in January by Wayne Bridge, Craig Bellamy, Nigel de Jong, and taking Man City's total spending up to over 130 million euros, and an also worldly big 130 million euros net. Spurs were the world's second highest spenders, following a dollar rate replacement, as the Premier League spending power became frustrating, though not yet absolute. Man City finished 10th, always above the previous season, while Spurs finished 10th. 2009-10, Real the new highest spending season. Though Man City went hard yet, bringing in the likes of Charleroi, they made more than Real Madrid knew everyone else, breaking several records. With Florentino Perez back in the hot seat, Ross Blacklock spent almost 260 million euros net, breaking the world record league, which had remained untouched for 8 years, not once but twice in the space of a single courtesy of Ballon d'Or winners and Cristiano Ronaldo. Fellow rivals including Xabi Alonso, Alvaro Arbeloa, as Dutch Free, Marc-Andre Villar, and Wesley Schneider, though the dream failed because of generation this proved to be exceptional, with men starting their not become two of the club's greatest. Real Madrid were the high speakers, not just on the 2010 season, but on the 2000 polls, in terms of both net spend and total expenditure, followed on both fronts by Chelsea. 2010-11, Manchester City. The Emiratis had been bested by Real Madrid in 09-10, but they weren't about to let it happen again. Under new boss Roberto Mancini, the citizens went on a €183 million spending spree, leading the way in terms of both total expenditure and net spend, as big hitters like Jerome Boateng, Yaya Toure, David Silva, Alexander Kolarov, Mario Balotelli, and James Milner were all signed in just one window. They were bolstered further by the arrival of Edin Dzeko in the January window, as Man City finished third and lifted the FA Cup, their first major trophy in over 40 years. Chelsea, Liverpool, and Real Madrid made up the chasing pack, followed by, I must admit, I was a little surprised to discover, Genoa, who spent over €80 million on fresh faces, like Miguel Veloso, Rafinha, and Kevin Prince Boateng, the last of whom never actually played for the club, for less than €20 million net, as several key players also departed. They finished that season. 2011-12, PSG. Another landmark state ownership takeover. Hooray! And another new highest spending club in world football, in both net and absolute terms. Juventus were the second highest spenders of the 2011-12 season, as they launched their post-Calciopoli revival to kickstart a run of 9 straight Scudettos, with signings like Mirko Vucinic, Alessandro Matri, and Andrea Pirlo on a free, spent just €2 million that season. 2012-13, PSG. Remember that old mantra about if at first you don't succeed? Spend, spend, spend again. Well, PSG stuck to it firmly in the 2012-13 season, throwing over €150 million at the likes of Thiago Silva, Ezequiel Lavezzi, Zlatan Ibrahimovic, Marco Verratti and Lucas Moura. Meanwhile, David Beckham arrived in the winter window to bid farewell to football with a final few months in the French capital. The relentless investment paid dividends, unsurprisingly, in a league typically lacking in big spenders, as PSG robbed to the first of many titles under the Qataris. And you would have to say, even for their €150 million layout, in Silva, Ibrahimovic and Verratti in particular, they got excellent value for money. Chelsea were the world's next highest spenders, fresh off the back of winning the Champions League, led by Eden Hazard and Oscar's arrivals. Meanwhile, fellow Russian-owned outfit Zenit St. Petersburg were third, and second in net terms, as they splashed the cash on Portuguese Premier League stars, Axel Witsel and Hulk, only to finish second. 2013-14, Real Madrid. You can't keep a good man down long, nor Florentino Perez. Real Madrid flexed their financial muscles again in the 2013-14 season, following a disappointing campaign in which they had finished 15 points behind Barcelona. In came Gareth Bale, Asaya Elamendi, and Isco in a wave of spending, which yielded